spiritual.
Mystical metaphysics, meaning that you see beyond the persona, the character, the non-playable character. You see temptation is so diverse and infinite that you see that in everybody, even if you disagree with them. And so that's how essentially you can cause less friction in your life. Because, for example, my father was a cop, and somebody from Africa on the street decided to take their $20 worth of McDonald's food and throw it on the street. And so my father came up to the car and said, "Excuse me, sir, but I believe you took your garbage and threw it on the street here, and I'd like to give you the chance to pick it up and put it in the garbage bin over there." And the guy from Africa said, "Fuck you, N-word. You're only harassing me because I'm an N-word."
I know. Oh my God.
And my dad said, "I'm not harassing you because you're an N-word. I'm harassing you because you are an N-word." Hello?
Exactly. It's not because you're an N-word. It's because you're a fucking N-word.
Anyways.
I don't have a problem with people who are the N-word, by the way.
See, the thing,
So,
the one
here, I just want to see something here. It says the definition of a mystic, according to the Cambridge dictionary, it says someone who attempts to be united with God through prayer. Okay, that's one. Second, relating to magic or having magical powers, dark secrets. So for sure, that's this definition. He was not that. I don't think he was of course, he's not a magician. He's not a.
You never heard his nickname, Muhammad the Magician?
No, I said no. Of course not.
Oh, well, he is a magician and he is a mystic. It's just your opinion that he's not a mystic.
No, it's directly God in the Quran that says this. He's a magician?
Yeah, Muhammad was a magician.
No, a magician. What is a magician?
He was a powerful wizard warlord who nearly conquered the earth with his powerful magic. Clearly, the man must have had some type of mysticism. It's just your opinion that he didn't have mysticism. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry, Adamia, are you a time traveler from 660? Is that chair actually a time traveling chair? Are you from the year 660? Hello?
Hello? Yeah, no, so, I could point you to someone who's definitely a mystic in that definition, based on clear historical evidence. But, if we take the definition, like if we try to understand the Prophet through his disciples, through the people who preached his message, through the Quran itself, there is a clear verse that says he's not a magician. So, do you want me to oppose that? Of course not. Yeah.
Well, it's just your opinion that. See, the thing about the Quran is because of taqiyya is that when it says Muhammad is not a magician, that's actually saying Muhammad is a magician. It's just like your opinion, though.
No, now you are.
No, I'm not. I'm stating my position, aka otherwise. Adamia, let me ask you this. What is the difference between an opinion and a fact?
An opinion could be wrong. A fact is a fact.
So a fact is never wrong, right?
Yeah.
Just opinions are wrong?
Well, yeah, opinions could be wrong.
Could be wrong. Okay, so tell me a fact.
About what?
About anything. I want to hear one fact. You obviously everybody has facts. What? Tell me one of your facts.
Yeah. There must be a necessary existence.
There must be a necessary existence. Well, that doesn't really sound like a fact to me.
There must be a necessary existence. There is a necessary existence. That's a fact if I've ever heard one.
You know what's so amazing about facts, my friend, is that when you ask somebody to tell you a fact.
Wait, but this isn't
hello?
ESL language.
Oh, I forgot, Adamia. English is not your first language. We have to give you some grace.
but you understand what I'm saying, right? So not at all.
Yeah, sorry, Damiel.
Basically,
You're gonna have to go with a more basic fact, like outside the road is pretty much flat. That would be like a fact. You could say that when a red light turns red, factually speaking, most people stop. When it's green, they go. Those would be considered social facts or conventions of society. I was just asking for like more dumbed down fact, not some kind of philosophical fact.
No, it's not philosophical. It's encompassing. Like what I said is like.
It's encompassing?
I disagree with what I said.
You said encompassing?
Encompassing.
Oh, encompassing. Okay.
Encompassing. Yeah, encompassing. So if you disagree with what I said, you can't even point to anything else. Basically, it's like it's.
Oh, I see.
It's as if I said basically, truth is true.
Got it.
For you to deny truth, you would have to say it is true that truth does not exist. So.
Have you heard of Ayn Rand, Damiel?
Sorry, what?
Have you heard of Ayn Rand, the famous publisher, philosopher, ethicist, the objectivist? Hello? No?
No.
Well, I don't think we can actually have a conversation about any of these things until you really read Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness, and it's about ethics. For example, do you think that do you believe that there's currently an Islamic State on the planet?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. That's a fact, not an opinion, correct? So tell me, what makes an Islamic State an Islamic State?
As long as they have the Sharia or a form of the Sharia in the Constitution.
So if a society has a form of Sharia in their constitution, they are considered an Islamic State. And where does the charter for an Islamic State come from?
From the consensus of the scholars established.
Incorrect. It comes from the Charter of Medina. Are you not aware of the Charter of Medina, the constitution of Muhammad and Islam?
Exactly. The real source.
Well, that's not a consensus of scholars. That's Muhammad's proclamation.
So the Covenant of Medina is one of. Okay, so that's one of the documents they based themselves upon for the Sharia. But the Sharia also is based on the Quran, whereas it's also based on Hadith. So it's much more than just that. So that's why, in my opinion, the best answer is just the Jama'ah, the consensus of the scholars, which makes up the Sunnah, basically. Or you could say also the Shia cleric consensus, right, based on their definition of what an Islamic State is. But I think they don't think, I think that the Shias, they don't think there is an Islamic State, if I'm not mistaken. Because for them to have a valid Islamic State, based on the real definition, there must be an Imam that is alive. One of the 12ers, right? 12 Imam. So you could say Iran from a Shiite perspective is simply like a wish version. It's not even complete.
Is that a fact or is that an opinion?
No, that's I think. I'm not sure. It's not a fact. Well, it might be a fact. That's the thing. But it's just like I'm relaying an information that I'm not sure. So, yeah.
So it says that an imam is a Muslim religious leader derived from Arabic for leader or guide, delivers sermons or khutbah, provides religious guidance and serves as community role model. So it's really just like a leadership position within the Islamic State. But, in terms of how many Islamic states are there around the world? Is it just one Islamic state or is it multiple Islamic states?
Maybe 20 more, multiple.
Right. So the many faces of political Islam. Anyways, Rabbano Shalom, we tried to convince Zach to read a book here today on Clown House. We couldn't get Zach to open a book. Are you willing to read in a book, Adamiel? Let me update the title to Can We Convince Adamiel to Read a Book?
Of course, I read a book, but you asked me the question the other day concerning if I wanted to read a book of magic or whatever. I said no. That's just not it's not my vibe, you know?
Well, you know the Quran is actually a magic book.
Oh, come on.
Really?
Well, that's what
You don't, it's from the medieval times. It's from medieval times, and actually Islam is all based around paganism. So you mean to tell me that the Quran has no magic in the Quran at all?
Of course, there's no magic in the Quran. It's all from the divine.
It's a magicless book? It's got no magic?
Again, so in English you have this, so that's the danger, I guess. In English you have two aspects when you say magic. Something is magical. You could say it in the sense that it's fantastic, right? But in Arabic, there is just one word, and you cannot mess up with this word. It just means deception. It's bad. So, yeah, you cannot say the Quran is magical from an Arabic perspective in any way, shape, or form. You would have to use other words.
Well, unfortunately, you're wrong, because I'm looking at Surah Al-Falaq, 113. It says in Surah An-Nas in 114, known as the Mu'awwidatayn, the two verses of protection. These are recited to seek refuge from the evil of magic, sorcery, and so there literally has a magic spell to essentially negate and invalidate other magic. Isn't that magic to fight against magic? Hello?
No, of course not. So the concept is this, right? The last 3 chapters were revealed in a time where the pagan Arabs were practicing sorcery and magic upon the believers, right? And God basically sent those verses as a mean of protection. But this is not a magic against. We're not in Harry. It's not Harry Potter here. No, it's literally just. It's a spark of light. It's a spark of the divine. It is true, and it is not. It is not deceiving, right? So that's the difference.
Well, it says here they instead followed the magic promoted by the devils during the reign of Solomon. Never did Solomon disbelieve, rather the devils were disbelievers. They taught magic to the people along with what had been revealed to the 2 angels, Harut and Marut, in Babylon. The 2 angels never taught anyone without saying, we are only a test for you, so do not abandon your faith. Yet people learned magic that caused a rift even between husband and wife, although their magic could not harm anyone except unless Allah willed it. They learned what harmed them and did not benefit them, although they already knew that whoever buys into magic would have no share in the hereafter. Miserable indeed was the price for which they sold their souls, if only they knew. Oh my goodness.
What do you think?
I think that it's still magic, meaning that that hocus pocus, that what's the word I'm looking for?
Magic is like, to its core definition, is deception.
I don't know, because the Magi that came and visited Jesus were the wise men of the East. So there is a tradition that predates Muhammad, because that's what he was fighting against, which is this pagan magic. And in this verse, it accuses the Jews of practicing deceptive magic, for purposes to evade Allah's will. But nothing can supersede Allah's will. So what I'm proposing is that there are people indirectly or directly practicing magic via Allah's will, with Allah's permission, if it's for good. Because there's good magic and there's bad magic. There's beauty and there's ugliness. And I'm just saying that, it's just like my opinion and your opinion, but our opinions aren't verses. There's no my opinion versus your opinion. I just think there's opinions out there and very few facts. And what people consider facts are actually just opinions because facts are that rare. Hello?
Yeah. So let me just, I see what you mean. And, I'm open-minded. I love to have these discussions. So, the example we have also is the example of Pharaoh. So Pharaoh, he thought that he himself was God on earth, and that people
these universities, economically speaking, this increases demand, drives up prices, and also reduces incentive to reduce costs, because the university says, well, what we can do is instead of reducing costs, we can add a bunch of amenities that are going to attract students to take out large loans. I think my ideal situation would be one in which the government invests very heavily in making sure that people can get an extremely high quality education from a community college or public college, and that it's a very respected thing of like, it's not considered some third-rate thing. It's, you went to one of the public colleges. That's where most people go. You get a good education there, versus spending all of this money to send people to these schools where I really don't think you're necessarily getting any higher education, like a better education at a lot of these schools. I think you're getting more amenities. And I don't know if it's a great use of tax dollars to pay for people to go to colleges with more amenities when they could get a similar quality of education elsewhere at a reduced price without all the amenities.
It exists. You can go, where I went for college, UMass Lowell, they have a world-class nanotechnology center. We have a nanotechnology center at my university, too. It's about the size of maybe an office that can fit 2 people, and it also has a wet room included in that office. The one at UMass Lowell, which is a state public school,
by forging a greater trap, but by following the will of God, having faith in the process that reality will align and chaos will be reduced to right in front of their eyes. So it's a different approach, right? It's the approach that is different. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess approaches are different. I'm just playing devil's advocate here and being facetious. I'm just like trying to flush out some, what could be interesting topics. But see, the religion of no religion is still a religion. If you try to stop thinking about thinking, you're still thinking about thinking. So we have this, never-ending cycle and repetitive redundancy that you just can't escape. This paradox of paradoxes. And I'm just saying that whether you're a Muslim, Christian, or a Jew, if you are such a strong literalist and you're very disagreeable and very friction-based in your approach, I just wonder if they really understand what they're talking about in terms of the bigger picture. Because if you have the truth and you have this proprietary information which you think is a fact and not an opinion, but other people just aren't aware of the facts and they think it's opinion, it should actually make you a happy person and not a highly disagreeable, highly friction, and highly annoying person who demands that your perspective be the status quo. And so it's like a mental thing where people can't see the log in their own eye by going to room or being in the street and demanding people accept their opinion as their new fact. It's like a vicious circle that they're playing with themselves, because I don't think they get what they claim to profess as a fact, because there's a comprehension that should help them eliminate the insanity of them going around and telling everybody the good news. And it's because I don't think they get the good news.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's like you don't see the authenticity in the way people proclaim their faith. Because if someone proclaims his faith and he's authentic in the comprehension and the understanding, people will simply just like find it like kind of like common sense. It's okay, it makes sense. or he's gonna bring an insight, or he's gonna be like a master in the insight he brings. I get what you mean, and yeah, that's interesting. There's something I wrote yesterday concerning humor. Okay, so it goes as it is. To grow old and to lose your humor is to lose your spirit. For the one who can no longer smile at truth has already begun to resist it. And the one who wears heaviness and holiness mistakes hardness for righteousness. Truly, when joy departs, discernment soon follow. For a spirit that cannot rejoice cannot recognize what is a lie. So be aware of the teacher who has lost his laughter, for he guards the form and forgets the
Well, you see that they were right to point out that if we had a standing army,
spirituality,
we would invariably lose our liberty.
So it goes along with what.
So when you point out that there's less than 4% of the people in the United States of America are actual veterans, or depending on how or when you've measured it, actually are willing
he's
to.
so disagreeable, and he could just like break everybody else, and it doesn't work, man. Like, it's not how it is. You should never claim absolute knowing. Like, you know that this guy's gonna go to hell. You know you're saved. This is like so dangerous. So yeah, I would rather be careful with these type of people. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically all or nothing thinking. And the thing is, if you don't believe in a universal ethic, that's the metaphysic where it's like, okay, I still respect and appreciate your existence, but I don't agree with your law, opinion, or perspective. But just because I disagree with it doesn't mean I want to like overthrow you or make you submit to my will. But it's you, the opposing party, who actually, that's what you want to do to me. So it's like, it's ridiculous. And so an all or nothing religious person who has no wiggle room. See, in the word humor, the first three letters are hum. So it's like a positive vibration. But in my opinion, if somebody comes and they have a negative vibration, it's really their lack of comprehension. And so they could refer and defer that to God's will. And then I would say, well, it's just your opinion that it's God's will. And it's my opinion that God's will is different. So it's like, it's a pointless, never-ending debate. If you really wanted to test somebody's comprehension in the divine, you would just put them up on a stage and say, okay, you got 30 minutes or an hour. Go ahead and entertain me. And let's see what you got. But then you would still never prove the existence of God. You would just merely be showing and making a demonstration of your opinion. So that's why God and ego are technically the same term. They're both concepts, totally abstract. They don't exist in the objective world. Merely it's a subjective world. So we have people who take the objective world and call those facts. And they say the subjective world is merely opinion. But I'm at that point where I think the subjective world, there's a synthesis that happens between the subjective and the objective. Like, that's the real birthday cake. That's the steak dinner. That's the experience and the happening. And it's like, you're going to live for 2.5 billion seconds. Why in the world would you waste your time constantly arguing with people about concepts that are just your opinion? Hello?
Yeah, that's actually.
And different alliances and everything.
Different allegiances. I think you mean the better word is allegiances. Their allegiances.
First war. Maybe not the
the Civil War was the first. Yeah, so right, the first war. If you set aside things like the War of 1812 or some of the other small conflicts.
Mexico, the Spanish War.
The Hispanic-American War. Yep. Yeah. The Civil War is the first war that is being fought wholly based on executive seizure of authority. The legislature was responsible for all of the other military expeditions. But when we get to the Civil War in 1861, Lincoln completely ignores Congress. He completely refuses to recognize Congress. Unilaterally suspends the right of habeas corpus, begins jailing people who criticize him in complete violation of the federal limitations on power contained in the First Amendment. He calls up the militias without a declaration by Congress, a complete usurpation of the legislative authority, with non-delegatable vested solely and totally in the Congress, in Article 1 of the Constitution.
And we did that schools have these kind of programs. Kind of like they don't have to advertise it and have you like first it should work on them, right? Or else it's really hypocritical, right? Jesus said, remove.
Hello, Diogenes. You know that guy TS. Do you know what's so amazing about The Boy Who Cried Wolf?
Yes, I do.
What?
Is that the lesson is so clearly lost on the public.
No, there's a secret mystical interpretation of Boy Who Cried Wolf. It's not that you lose credibility the more you complain and cry. It's that every single time it works. So every time you come back with the new complaint, it just reframes the old complaints and it works again. And until you actually bury that wolf that keeps, redundantly complaining, it will never end. Hello?
Bury the wolf. What are you talking about? The wolf is not complaining.
I meant the boy. Hello?
The boy. You said wolf, you meant boy. I see.
Yeah, I meant The Boy Who Cried Wolf. I'm just saying that guy TS, he creates rooms he uses the S word a lot. And it's just like,
what is the actual?
It ends in an E. I can't say it live on the YE, the YouTube.
S and an E.
Yeah.
S-U. You can't say.
Yeah, SUIC. You can't say that word on the internet.
Really?
You can't say the N word. You can't say the F word. You can't say the K word.
Can I say those words? Can I say those words?
You can say them, but you'll disrupt my YouTube live, and then you could shut my entire live streaming operation down.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah. It's very annoying, and, it's ridiculous. And it's amazing that actually I am completely targeted as a white displaying human being for my thoughts when
Are you white though?
the algorithm believes it's so. It's not important what I think. What's important is what the platform thinks of me.
Am I in the Matrix or are you in the Matrix?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so what was the SCOTUS reversal? Was there news that I missed?
Well, I'd like your opinion on this, John. Obviously, we know that the law is not quantum, right? It isn't supposed to be a Schrödingerian construction. It's not supposed to be simultaneously approving of and prohibiting certain actions. So when the SCOTUS makes a ruling, it is definitively establishing an interpretation of the law. Well, when SCOTUS reverses itself, what are we to make of the law that is now simultaneously endorsed?
The question one more time in one sentence.
I would like to try. Here we go. The law, according to the Constitution, is to be arbitrated by the Supreme Court of the United States. It cannot simultaneously allow and criminalize the behavior. It cannot simultaneously prohibit and endorse behavior. When the Supreme Court of the United States reads the Constitution to endorse a certain behavior, but later The Supreme Court of the United States, the same entity, reads it to prohibit a behavior. What are we to make of this irreconcilable contradiction? And what are the implications for the law itself?
Yeah, that was another giant run-on sentence. Can't you compress it to one sentence? Come on.
Yeah. Supreme Court of the United States has contradicted itself 250 plus times.
Probably in Mark.
What are we to make of these major reversals of the law?
Well, it's personality dependent, and whoever the president, it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be, but it is, unfortunately.
No, it isn't. Hold on. If it is personality dependent, then it isn't the law.
I'm not in disagreement with you. I find it ridiculous and abhorrent and very upsetting, and I'm not happy with reality. But I don't know how I can.
Hold on. We have to be clear about this. It's not the law if it's subject to personality, right? And so if we can agree there, we have taken the first and most important step to rectifying the situation, and we've recognized that it is not the law that is governing us; it is personality. The judiciary has been reduced to personality.
Yeah, we have an attorney.
We're not patting the law.
We have an attorney general. We have an attorney general in Chicago who let off serial murderers because her personality deemed that it would be socially equitable. And, to me, that's like, okay, well, I'm at that point where I think unless sheriffs are willing to sacrifice their careers to arrest criminal judges and other criminal attorney generals, because they have that legal power and the gun and the badge, we're in a lost society, which is rapidly unraveling because of personality and because there is no adherence to the law.
Right. If the final authority on the law is unmistakably, logically based on personality and not on explicit textual law, then you are not governed by the law. If any difference in understanding of the law is adjudicated by personality, you are not governed by the law. And if we are not governed by the law, then this entire system is illegitimate. Now, asking a sheriff to arrest a criminal judge is an interesting conundrum, because you're asking an illegitimate authority to arrest another illegitimate authority. For where is the sheriff's power drawn? Do you have sheriffs who are governing legitimately?
Well, it's possible because they are elected. And so, but also their authority does come from like state legislature and laws. It just, this is why I think philosophy is so important, because it plays a contrarian role to a lot of bad opinions, which are anti-law and are really just based on, these feelings of injustice. And when people are complaining about injustice, what they're really trying to do is bring more injustice into the world. People say that the country's going to go fascist, but they're going to be liberal fascists, not conservative fascists. And I think we're already living in a liberal fascist society based on the fact that we kill 2,000 to 3,000 babies a day. We have rampant deficit spending. The country is basically, we have enslaved our population to service debt. And I asked Grok yesterday, what are the top 10 industries? That was interesting, because it turns out that life insurance, health insurance is the biggest industry on the planet.
Yeah, it's called Alistair. The biggest industries are finance, insurance, and real estate, which is a complete of what is natural. The biggest and most important thing in everyone's life is the ability to have the 4 Fs: food, sustenance, shelter. These are the industries that should always be the most valuable, the most important. And when you live in a society, a civilization that has elevated insurance, real estate, and finance to the most prestigious position, you're clearly in absolute defiance of nature. And this state of affairs cannot continue.
Like, have you ever read Caesar's War Chronicles? His war commentary.
No,
so Caesar wrote down everything he did, every battle, every little problem. He sat there and kept a daily journal, and you can read it. It's remarkable. But what's amazing is they were interested in military technology and military organizing and social security in a way, but they didn't have this third branch of the government known as Medicare, Medicaid, or the medical industrial complex. In my opinion, if we want to save America, there's only one thing we really need to do, which is to end government medicine completely and make it into an actual productive and efficient business.
Okay, but listen. You are asking the illegitimate entity to punish a different part of the illegitimate entity. It is not going to work. You are not going, and this is, look, the Make America Healthy Again, the approbation and confidence with which public support for Robert F. Kennedy materializes is despicable and indicates a serious flaw in the reasoning capability of the public. And look at how pathetic this Make America Healthy Again effort has been. It's not real. You're not going to get the corrupt, tyrannical, oligarchical, exploitative system to punish itself.
Yeah, 100%.
It will tell you. It will absolutely be happy to tell you that it will do it. In the same way that I tell it.
The disappointment on Kennedy's face is real. I mean, he knows that he can't stop.
No, it's not.
Oh, you think
Kennedy just posted on Twitter a day or two ago a picture of him with a cigarette in his mouth, jumping on the back of a rhinoceros. He does not take life seriously. He does not take governance seriously. He does not take his responsibilities as a husband and a father and as a citizen seriously. He was born on third base with a silver spoon in his fucking mouth. And to think anything else about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is to be so deeply deluded that you should not have the right to exercise political power.
No, I agree. I think he's got evil. I think everyone has evil inclinations to a certain extent.
I'm sorry?
I'm in agreement with you. So what would your solution be? Because, I don't want to say anything radical, meaning like I would never actually verbally say publicly anything which could be deemed, as being homicidal. I think that by intelligence, we should be able to manipulate and control the situation, for a utilitarian social benefit. See, the thing is, for the No Kings protest, they put slogans down like healthcare is a human right. Those types of opinions are all or nothing statements. And we obviously know that a huge percentage of the medical industrial complex, probably 80% of it, is completely inefficient and a total waste of our resources and opportunity costs.
Ironically, Alistair, the people who are advocating for healthcare as a human right wouldn't know healthcare if it bit them in the ass. And they construe complex, dependent. Healthcare is free. Stop putting little Debbie cakes in your fat fucking maw. They would be outraged. They would need to talk to their therapist. And so, the real irony, the real paradox, is that they're not even making a statement that has any conceptual value because they can't even properly conceptualize health. I mean, these are the same people who heartily embraced healthy at any weight and body positivity.
Actually, that looks like a proper
They don't know what a healthy body is. They don't know what health is. When they say healthcare is a right, what they mean is I should be free. No further conception than this. And you ask them, what kind of drugs are you on? Well, I take Lexapro. Healthy people. They're weird people. They're unhealthy people. They're not robust. They're not physically resilient. They have metabolic dysfunctions. They have massive deposits of adipose tissue. They have fatty liver disease. If we really wanted to examine it, is having access that enrich, that develop. We need fat and protein and healthy sources of it. We don't need to be importing Argentinian beef that China rejected because it has plastics in it. That is beef. Hundreds of tons of beef being imported from Argentina that has been injected with plastics that cause aplastic anemia, chemicals that cause aplastic anemia. That China wouldn't even take. But is the Make America Healthy movement addressing this? Are the people holding signs on the street saying healthcare is a human right addressing this? No, they're not addressing this. They're not even aware of it. And so those people should be stripped of their political seat.
Well, the one thing...
Isn't our government causing our own beef farmers to go bankrupt?
Yes. Our government is bankrupting all sources of strength, all sources of constitution, and all in the service of finance, insurance, and real estate. And when Alistair says, that we have this third branch of government, which he calls, maybe call it the fourth branch of government, the medical industrial complex, it really is an extension of insurance. Not something that you need to add to the list of finance, insurance, and real estate. It is in addition to. It is a subcomponent of insurance.
The one thing I like about that Caesar's war commentaries is he's complaining that the Senate isn't doing their job, and therefore he himself will personally pick up the reins of governance and govern regardless of mandate or election. That's a little bit how I view my life, now, meaning I don't think that I can actually change anything other than my own personal behavior. And I don't think I have any chance of success. But regardless, it's the only logical thing to do, which is, to just try to be a leader in the face of essentially scam artists and fraudsters who have no ethics and they cannot tell the truth because they are so highly programmed and full of their own displeasure or anger or hate or their own malevolence and trickery.
I think the truth of it is, Alistair, that they cannot tell it because to tell it would be to recognize their illegitimacy and to admit their fraud. That's, now let's say it simply, right? Why is it that insurance is the most lucrative industry? Why is it that governments require insurance?
It's not natural. It's the government which makes it lucrative. It's totally artificial.
And so that which is not natural is perverse. It is perverse. It is a perversion. It is wholly perversion. You're not going to get people to admit their perversions.
See, Muslims will claim that Islam is actually a completely natural and pure religion and supersedes Judaism and Christianity, and that they are Christians and they are Jews, but they're the updated model. And so I was just in a room and I was asking, was Muhammad a mystic and a magician, or was he, just a warlord? The thing is, they will say that magic is completely nullified by Allah's will, by God's will. And they claim that it's purely natural. But, we are living in a completely upside down, unnatural economy, an unnatural health situation. Like you just said, you just go to McDonald's. I mean, a chicken nugget is a paste deep fried into a nugget. And so you're eating basically a cigarette in a way. Again, I'm just very disappointed that reality is the way that it is. I don't know when the breakdown really started happening. It could have been the 1920s, probably, 1913.
Alistair, if it is productive for you and entertaining for your prospective audience, let's examine the chicken nugget as a microcosm of our problem. And you and I both agree, I hope, and I hope your audience would, that people should be free to sell whatever they want. If people want to sell cigarettes for consumption, they want to sell chicken nuggets made of chemicals and paste with no real nutritive value, no ability to sustain or develop the health of the organism, they should be free to sell it. But it begs the question, why are people buying it? And I think when we examine the motivations that lead people to consume those things, we start to find the truth.
So
the truth is that we're very, very confused, and that economies of scale, subsidies, and fraud have enabled companies like McDonald's to continue to exist.
So, Brad on this app, yesterday he was saying, oh, well, they were selling poison. And so the government had to step in and regulate the poison pushers out west who were selling the fake, snake oil. And so the problem is we have never become efficient. The internet does solve efficiency issues, say, for example, Google reviews, where if we had an open economy that wasn't highly regulated and shut down by government intervention and officials in the government, we could actually have an efficient system, a smaller government, smaller problem system, because of reviews and because of credibility, using the efficiency of internet communication technology. All technology advancements of all time have always been basically communication. Most medicine, chemotherapy, etc., it's all a scam. It kills you. It doesn't cure you. The vaccines, etc., it kills you. It doesn't cure you. It's not an additive to boost your health. It's a degradation to your health. And you're retarded if you think it's the opposite. You are an R word.
Right. And we need to, that's an incredible insight. That all of these things that we consider technological innovations are really innovations in communication. That's really what it is. And so when you allow the communication to be controlled by an illegitimate government, you're fucked. And we are here where we are now, fucked, because the majority of our communication is mediated by an illegitimate government that has a vested interest, its very survival, in ensuring that you do not develop alternative means to authentically communicate and to organize yourselves and to exercise your agency and resist. The subsidies which were generated as debt to the public to allow the government to seize control of the internet as a technology were vital to the continuation of this illegitimate state. Thank you for that insight, Al.
Yeah, I look at this app. I mean, this is an advancement in technology, but it's actually for the purposes of communication. And the thing is, we have a player error, like a non-playable character error in the system. That's the problem, is there is no resistance. There's only highly programmed people. And so, if you want to, in my opinion, life is like basically become a video game of my choosing in a way. Like my whole experience over the past, 20 years has been my choosing. And I'm just, I feel bad for people that never had the willpower to choose for themselves and just merely did what they were suggested to do. And that's the basis of Pavlovian conditioning and hypnosis itself, which is suggestion. And so we live in a suggestion economy where there is no resistance, and resistance is futile because the platforms censor the reverse suggestion.
Well, we don't need to get hyper-focused on this. We need to be focused on the resistance. The First and Second Amendments are concerned with the most important aspects of freedom, which are the ability to psychologically and physiologically resist. This is the necessary element of ratification. The states would not ratify a document that would not allow their resistance psychologically, that is their ability to express, print, communicate opposition, resistance, or physiologically, by the keeping and bearing of arms as a means to overthrow a government that would negatively or seek to use the threat of force to compel their slavery, to diminish their freedoms. Unjustly, there is a diminishment of freedom. You can and should cooperate with others and voluntarily assent to the restriction on your liberty for the prosperity gained, the benefits gained. This is the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor. I mean, clearly infidelity is so corrosive and destructive to a community that it's listed twice in the 10 Commandments. There's only 10 of them, and twice they address infidelity. They address coveting your neighbor's wife, taking your neighbor's wife.
Well, life is very short, and unfortunately, even though I think that, you know, our reality in society is out of compliance, I'm not necessarily willing to sacrifice my experience to what I think could possibly aid to some type of a reversal, because the problem is outside of my scope, meaning it's so expansive and large that it's essentially futile. So it's like, try to enjoy your little gated, categorized experience as much as possible, because there is no way that you're going to stop the mind virus, which is 100 million people. They have no idea that they are their own worst enemy.
Let me clear about this for your audience, you know, because it sprang to my mind as soon as I said this about the 10 Commandments, that many people don't understand that the 10 Commandments mention adultery multiple times, or that, you know, infidelity. So the 7th commandment is, you shall not commit adultery. And the 10th commandment says, you shall not, which is always reduced by the Judeo-Christian narrative to, you shall not covet, or do not be jealous. The actual faithful translation is very long, and it's, you shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male servant, or his female servant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. It specifically sets out his wife and his house. His house, most importantly, his wife, secondly. This is the 10 Commandments. This is understood in antiquity.
Yeah, 10, not 11, 10, not 9.
I'm sorry?
10, not 11, 10, not 9. It's 10 rules to live by. But when you compare it to Muhammad's rules, which is pay up and fight with us or we'll kill you, that is by force, not by convention or suggestion. That is mafia gangsterism. And, you know, the founders of this country knew all about Islam. They had 1,000 years of history to back up the Constitution, to back up the Declaration.
I don't know who you're speaking for, but let's go ahead. We got some other people in the room. Alan, the pervert, and King Nav, the deceitful liar.
King Nav, the deceiver.
The deceiver, yeah. Who doesn't think much of lying. And I would like other opinions on the SCOTUS reversals. You know, you still haven't answered. I mean, you didn't answer, Alistair, and I appreciate that. You gave a very clear answer that, you know, clearly the government that can reverse the law is not a law. It is a governance of personality.
Right, but see, my complaint against your complaint is that you keep bringing up the term illegitimate government. The thing about illegitimate government is all governments, in a way, are illegitimate, but that's the nature of the governance, where it's distasteful to you.
That's not, I mean, I would agree with you that most governance structures are illegitimate, but it is not beyond conceptualization or manifestation for a time of a government structure that is wholly consensual. This is what a contract is. These are, you know, governments are not the most productive endeavors of man. They are necessary endeavors, but the most productive and profitable are contractual. You know, the commitment of an individual to another to say, I will do this thing.
I would say it's not so much contractual, but more situational. And there are macro and micro governments. I just went to the VA hospital, and there's, you know, 6 African Americans in bow ties. One is the president of the hospital. And they look to me like the biggest fucking scam artists I've ever seen. Meanwhile, they got all these doctors.
If you want to go into the scam that is Veteran Affairs, we can do that. But I would like Alan to weigh in on these SCOTUS reversals. Alan, are you familiar with the question?
Or are we talking about the Voting Rights Act decision?
No, we're not talking about any specific reversal. It is a matter of fact that there have been more than 250 reversals of Supreme Court rulings. That is direct reversals. We're not talking about rulings that were seemingly on a similar issue but address different elements of the legal question. We're talking about specific reversals. And what is the proper response when the law, which cannot simultaneously endorse and prohibit a behavior, is interpreted to do both?
Well, people make mistakes, including those, with very high intelligence, we assume. I know you wouldn't probably agree with that, but, generally speaking, people do make, they make
Okay,
mistakes.
now here's the issue. If these are in fact mistakes, who is responsible for recognizing them and rectifying them?
Well, aren't we all?
I agree that we are. And what is the manner in which we rectify them?
Well, that's a good question. The first rule is without violence.
That's not true. That's not true at all. In fact, you call yourself an American and the replays are on, so that statement was recorded for posterity. Not that many people may listen, but I hope that they will, Alan, and wherever you are, that you will reconsider that ignorant expression, not just ignorant, but malicious, because you do know better. You do know that, as a matter of fact, the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America was specifically included in the Bill of Rights to entice the ratification and acceptance by the several states which recognized that it was only the ability to physiologically resist the impositions of a tyrannical government that could guarantee the safety and liberty of a people.
And that is very well put. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the way you framed that well put framing. However, we can still hold an ideal and understand that we don't always live up to it. And hasn't it been the not trust, but the direction of humans to go from the violent resolution of our differences to a non-violent one? Isn't that the reason?
No. As a matter of fact, Alan, recorded history has made it clear that it is by ever increasingly violent and destructive means we come to resolve our differences. And it is not, in fact, through adherence to the law and the processes thereby that we avoid violence.
Well, you know what? Look, I don't disagree with you completely. I mean, certainly, who was it, Andrew Wilson, or I get that guy? He makes the valid point. All rights and laws are enforced through violence or the threat of violence, and have been created by men, period. I mean, and the greatest example is women complaining about, the way women are treated in Middle Eastern countries. And when they do that, you say, good, you go over there and fight them so that women have more rights. And women
Let's not distract.
Yeah, I know.
The question, which is, what are we to make of the SCOTUS reversals? Now, you point out that the SCOTUS reversals are evidence of a mistake. It isn't necessary to go into each and every reversal to determine whether or not we would interpret it differently. The fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court itself, as a lawfully constructed entity, has reversed itself without a change in the law. And you say, well, this is due to a mistake. You were asked, well, then how should the mistake be rectified? Because regardless of your reiteration that people are fallible, it does not preclude the necessity of rectifying the mistakes when they are recognized as mistakes, and establishing a process, an explicit process for the remediation and rectification of those mistakes. This is how all proper endeavors proceed. They utilize the capacity to explicate, to document, to allow for the increasingly productive and beneficial endeavors. So we recognize
let me answer that. And the word I was looking for was perspicacious, if I'm remembering that. You're very, very eloquent in the way you say things, Diogenes. I appreciate that. I think, first of all, the fact that a system by which laws in this country can be examined and can be reversed speaks to you've already made an error, a critical error. There is no lawful way to reverse. In fact, stare decisis is almost de facto law. So there is no capability to reverse. In fact, the only capability. Wait, you lost me, because you're saying they've reversed themselves 200 or so times, and yet now you're saying there's no lawful way to reverse. Or
correct.
Yeah,
correct. They have reversed themselves, but it is clearly unlawful. You have agreed that it is unlawful by claiming that it is a mistake. Well, the mistake is that they have taken an unlawful action.
No, that's not what I'm claiming.
If it's unlawful, how could it be a mistake?
What I'm claiming is that we, in this country anyways, we have a system that recognizes that people do make mistakes, even the Supreme Court, even presidents, even Congress, and that it at least gives a way by which those mistakes in law, not in consequences, but in law, can be changed. Now, one might, I would go one step further to say that one might say, well, these are mistakes. And we're having this discussion in which you're characterizing them as mistakes. But they may have been, okay, because I accepted that definition, and that's fine. I don't want to get into a leftist back and forth over what a word means. But to say that those Supreme Court decisions may have been appropriate given time, and now that the times have changed.
Hold on, Alan. You're only getting yourself into deep water. Now, as the record will clearly show, for those interested in it, you are not capable of being intellectually consistent. You do not want to accept the only appropriate remedy for rectifying these mistakes, which was clearly laid out by those who founded the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land.
And they said the appropriate way.
It is when a train of abuses and usurpations invariably evincing the same design to reduce the people under absolute despotism, it is the responsibility to overthrow that government and to enact for themselves what forms of government they might think best to protect themselves, their liberty, and their prosperity, etc.
Okay. Do you feel that these Supreme Court reversals are an egregious act on the part of the government that require the its being overthrown?
Yes, as a matter of fact, if we believe in the rule of law, then when there is no rectification of unlawful acts, there could be no other reasonable course for men to take. Free men, that is, cowards and slaves notwithstanding. As a matter of fact, the law, as it is constructed, does not come with time limits. It does not provide a caveat which says your responsibility is to properly, thoroughly interpret the law unless times change and you decide that it needs to be interpreted in a different way. Now, the intelligent, wise, forward-thinking founders of the Constitution included appropriate and necessary steps to ensure that the Supreme Court would never find itself in a position where it was necessary to reverse itself. All that would have to be done is for the people to agree that the law needed to be changed in accordance with the times. But that hasn't happened. And so the Supreme Court refuses to accept its limitations and seizes power granted solely, non-delegably, to the legislative branch in Article 1 of the Constitution to make laws.
Well, you know, again, that as I'm thinking about this, that brings me to 2 points. Number one, which is people are motivated by what affects them. I think that we can see that. Some people are motivated by injustices they see happening to others, but people's main impetus is usually what happens to them. And I think people aren't viewing those reversals as something terrible that happens to them. Therefore, they may not be motivated the way you are. And
you're bringing up something that is wholly tangential, if not an absolute non sequitur. This is not the time or the place for a discussion on what might incentivize ignorance or what might incentivize compliance with illegitimate authority or illegitimate governance or illegitimate rulings.
Yeah, but well, you could be right on that. But
it's not that I could be right. I am right. It's my room. I chose the title. I'm setting the tone of the discussion and the side statement that I will accept.
I don't think it's tangential because we can all have ideals by which, and this is always the debate that I see going back and forth between the left and the right, is that we can have these ideals, but then there's also the real world. I mean, and that in the recognition of individuals' motivations or even the motivations.
It is tangential because we are not discussing motivations. We are solely discussing the only logical conclusion, or what are the possible logical conclusions or rational conclusions of the legitimacy of the government when the SCOTUS reverses itself. This is not the time or the place because.
I understand you don't want to talk about that. That's fine. This is your discussion. I have no problem with adhering to that. My second point was that even from the beginning of this country, the founders understood the potential of misuse or the power that the Supreme Court was given and the power of Congress or the president to sway the direction of the court based on the appointments of who was appointed to the Supreme Court. I mean, this whole, the whole debate going back and forth in our government now over who was appointed, was it fair, were they impartial? Those arguments were heard at the beginning of this country. So this is nothing new. Does
And they prescribed a course of action to address the overstep. It was very clear. It was openly discussed that it was only a matter of time before Newton's second law of thermodynamics, entropy itself, set upon the order that they had established from the chaos, and it would be time to refresh the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants and of patriots. This is not, you're acting like they didn't understand that there would be a necessary conflict, that no matter how well balanced the machine, even the greatest watchmaker could not construct a perpetual motion machine. Newton's cradle will not perpetually tick. They understood it is only a matter of time. And so we will prepare and we will educate and ensure that it is recognized by the public what is the necessary and appropriate remedy for a government of tyranny. You just don't have the balls to say the truth. You admitted it. You said, well, I don't want to say violence. I don't want to admit violence. I don't want to accept that violent resistance to tyranny is acceptable. Not only acceptable, but the necessary and appropriate response of free men.
Well, again, I have to come back to, you feel that, or you've provided evidence that these reversals are evidence of tyranny, and you could be right. But in the practical world, you have to get people to get off their sofas and go out and pick up arms and risk killing themselves. That's political.
It's the same situation in Iran.
To the real world, where you have to convince me to give up everything. And by everything, that includes life, liberty, and the pursuit of
Alan.
Alan. You were quite confused, because as a matter of fact, if what I have said is true, then you do not have liberty. If what I have said is true, you have the illusion of liberty as a domesticated animal who does not understand the boundaries of its captivity. If what I say is true, it is not necessary for me to convince cowards. It is not appropriate for me to waste time. It is not appropriate for me to waste my time speaking to people who would not risk everything for liberty.
Define what freedom is, and define what.
Alan, it's a concept. Alan, in these Iranian rooms, when you listen to the Iranians complaining, they say, oh, the Iranian government is stealing all of our money. And when we take the government, we want to take the money back that they have stolen from us. And I'm laughing because I'm thinking, God, don't they know about what we're complaining? It's the same fucking thing over here. And so when you ask an Iranian, hey, if we were to give you 50,000 rifles, millions of it, would you fight to the... Some of them say, yes, I will fight to the death.
No, Alistair, as a matter of fact, if you ask the diaspora Iranians, who are the only ones saying, well, we want to take our... They're very oppressive, and they will not let us have our money, and they're making us, they're doing terrible things to it. They killed 42,000 people. Those people would never fight. Those people are like Alan. Those people just want to have a pet cause that they can stroke, to experience a sense of intellectual superiority, to experience a simulation, a simulacrum of the simulation, some reference to real political expression, which will never find itself manifested in reality. As a matter of fact, they will not. The diaspora Iranians expressing this opinion will not. It's the same exact character as the people who claimed when the Ukrainian war popped off that they stood with Ukraine. And I have the same answer for the Iranians I had for those Ukrainians. If you believe that what is happening is so wrong that it must be resisted violently, then you must go and resist it. I do not fucking care. about what you think is best for Ukraine if you will not put your money where your mouth is. My home is in the United States of America. My home is in Georgia. My home is here with my fathers and my brothers and my sisters and our mothers. And it is not with Ukraine that I stand, nor will I claim to falsely stand for something when I'm sitting the fuck down, refusing to even lend $1. And I asked several Ukrainians, I said very clearly, I will pay for your plane ticket to Ukraine. You feel so strongly? I've said this to Ukrainians, to their face, who have had bumper stickers on their cars at the park, claiming that they stand with Ukraine. How is it that you're here in Georgia if you're standing with Ukraine? You virtue signaling, deceitful cunt.
Well, there are some people.
You want to stand with Ukraine? I will buy your plane ticket. I have a credit card. I have a credit card right here for any Iranian who claims that they want to oppose their government with violence.
I leave comments all the time on what's his name, Zelensky, on his comments and stuff. People like my stuff because I say if there were fair and open elections, you'd be gone. And instead, he's pitching the latest in drone technology and Hummer technology. He's basically an arms salesman now, and it's fucking remarkable.
It is remarkable, but let's not lose sight of the truth here. The truth is that these diaspora people are the same as Alan, and their unwillingness to actually exercise their agency in pursuit of what they claim is the highest moral, lawful good. And they denounce those people who claim it. And so, when I speak to the Iranians, as I spoke to the Ukrainians, and as I speak to Americans, if you will not participate violently in defense of what is good and right and lawful, you are irrelevant. You mean nothing.
Well,
as Brad Pitt said in Troy, this is why no one will remember your name.
Yeah, but Diogenes, nobody's going to remember you, though.
Yeah. Because, I just have to spread my seed everywhere. Look.
So is that 0? Is that 40 multiplied by 0?
Yeah. Look, I will have to muddle on knowing that you view me as a coward. This is something that has deeply affected me, and somehow I have to come to grips with this severe thing.
Alan, now you're lying, Alan. Don't be so petty.
No, let me
as a matter of fact, Alan. Alan. As a matter of fact, you don't. You're going to do what you've always done.
Yeah, let me
refuse to accept the rational and logical conclusion that follows from your stated beliefs, which is that you are in fact a coward. Not only are you a coward, but you have no principles that you will defend.
You made your point. You don't need to remake it. You've made it very clearly. Okay. Now forgive my sarcastic tone. That's number one. Number two, I give your opinion, and now I'm going to compliment you. I give your opinion more weight than most people, knowing that you have served, so you have in fact made the decision that most other people don't make. That's number one. Number two, the fact that you have opposed and crushed Brad on this app also gains you much more credibility for that point, because he is absolutely psycho. And watching you take him down gave me great pleasure. Now you lose points when you call me a pervert, because the only person who has called me that has been Brad. So you're using his talking points to make a point against me, and I'm sorry.
Brad does not possess the monopoly on any words other than I'm going to slit your throat and shit down your neck.
Yeah. Well,
So to say that
he's the only one that has called me that, so I can't help feeling that you've played off of his stupidity.
In no way, Alan, do I mean to call you the kind of pervert that Brad has called you. When I talk about the perversions that you endorse and support, it is not.
It's not sexual.
You can call me a pervert, Alan. I have perversions. When we stray from nature, we stray from the truth. Okay, we stray from the law. We stray from God. We have all engaged in perversion. Don't take it personally.
All right. Then now that you've clarified that, then yes, that's fine. You gain that point back. But I mean, but seriously, and for you to make the claims that you've made, yeah, like I said, I give it more weight. Absolutely. But again, I've made my counterclaims. You don't like them, or you don't agree, or you think they're not logical. That's fine. It's not going to the fact that you may view me as a coward over this is not. You could be right. You may absolutely be right. But that's okay. I don't think in this particular instance it needs to come to the point of violence. And to your other point, I did want to say that your point about every once in a while the freedom must, what was it? The quote from the father.
The quote is from, I believe, Thomas Jefferson, when he said, "The tree of liberty must from time to time be refreshed with the blood of tyrants." And
I don't think that is a unrealistic quote. I mean, certainly we had that in the Civil War, and certainly you can look at a film. Well, both the book and the film, The Godfather, and where the scene where he's practicing how to use the gun so he can assassinate the police chief and what's-his-face, the other mafia guy. And, I think it's Clemenza says, every 10 years or so we have these wars and to clean out all the bad blood that happens between the families. And I think what Jefferson might be speaking to is the fact that, every once in a while, people just we're humans. We want to beat up on each other, and we got to do it. And I wouldn't disagree with that either. So, that's where I'm at with what you've said.
I like the metaphor, or I like the quote from The Godfather, where he's pointing out that, there is this entropic process, which, necessarily results in irreconcilable differences and recourse to the only real settlement layer, the final settlement layer, violence and the taking of one's life, that it has to come to that any and all conflicts will have to finally be resolved in that way. And it would be a shame for any man to refuse to participate and to become a slave thereby.
Yeah. Have you read any Gurdjieff?
No, I have not.
Okay, look it up. Gurdjieff he was half Greek, half Armenian. And he was a philosopher at the around 1900. There are a number of books written by him and about him, and one of them is called "In Search of the Miraculous." It's written by one of his students. I don't remember the name, etc., etc. But in it, he was writing. It was around the 1920s, and the way he described what you're describing and what Jefferson said is that I'm trying to remember exactly, but it's essentially there's this element of madness grips the world. And these kinds of conflicts just happen. And it's essentially the same thing. They have to, or we as humanity have to work our way through these to the point where everyone is now bloody and bruised, and it's like, another example is two guys like punching themselves out, like you'll hear boxing gyms will say. They always get these guys, they're like good friends, and now they're pissed off at each other, and they go and they say, we want to fight this out, and they fight it out, and of course, because they're not trained, they only last like about a minute and a half, but by the end of it, they're both punched out, they're both exhausted, and all of that animosity and anger and all of that gets out of their system. And maybe all of these things put together, it's part of the human condition. And that, you may be right.
Well, you're alluding to something, though. You're using a very finite, a very acute observation that I think is factually true, which is that even the best of friends will come upon differences that will lead to blows. We observe this in nature all of the time, that there is a healthy and necessary competition to ensure that our hierarchies are established on merit and strength and the things that necessarily establish their legitimacy as hierarchies. But then you're extrapolating that in that simplistic fashion to the thrust of global affairs and global conflicts, to examine something. I disagree that there is a frenzy that takes over mankind. What we know is a much more real, what I posit is a much more practical and understandable, more reasonable explanation is that a group of individuals will necessarily adapt to an environment. They will act cooperatively to enrich themselves, and that there will necessarily be individuals who seek to exploit. And when the exploiters gain power, then it becomes necessary to combat them.
Diogenes, we get it.
That clarifies it.
Let me ask you a question, Diogenes. Do you believe that life is random chance?
No.
Life?
I'm talking about existence, reality, consciousness. Because it's said that, the whole universe is dictated by random chance. And so what that's saying is your existence is one in an infinity. And therefore life is joy. And so even though I think, we have strayed so far from natural governance and natural society, life is still joy. I'm not displeased. I'm just, rather... disappointed that so many people fail to see that they are hypocrites and they are spreaders of misinformation and propaganda and are essentially grifters and parasites. Hello.
Well, that's a good perspective to put on it, Alistair, to recognize that it does happen, it will happen, it's happening, it's going to happen again. And life is not random. We have a life. We should see the joy and the beauty in all things, recognize, appreciate them, and I should certainly take that advice to heart and allow it to influence me.
It's not necessarily advice. It's not necessarily. It's more of what I would call an accurate diagnosis or analysis, and I think that this has been happening forever, because Plato's Republic, Marcus Aurelius says, oh, you couldn't achieve Plato's Republic? Oh, too bad. Are you going to complain about it for the rest of your life? That's what Marcus Aurelius says.
No, yes, and Alan is saying the same thing. Alan is, I think, expressing the similar idea that there are these best friends who have to fight it out. I was in the Marine Corps, and in the Marine Corps, there are differences which no amount of talking to will resolve, and you the tree line. You say, hey, look, just go fight it out. Go beat the shit out of each other. And when it's over, we'll know who's who.
Yeah, that's the Muslim way of doing business. You're a Muslim then. You're an Islamic person. You're Muslim. Yes, it is.
Dueling is not Islamic. Personal combat, recourse to violent confrontation, is not a solely Islamic.
It is.
idea.
Have you read the Charter of Medina? You've never read the Charter of Muhammad.
All living organisms have been participating in interspecial conflict in order to enhance their capabilities.
So wait,
to establish the hierarchies.
You are a Marxist, correct?
No.
You're not.
Well, guys, I'm going to go. Speaking of Supreme Court reversals, I'm going to go rub the last two in some people's faces after I because that is what will give me joy in this life.
Gerrymandering for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, but having said that, look, I think our current system, I mean, you have to remember that even 100 or 200 years ago, life was very difficult for humans. And
Alan.
No.
As a matter of fact,
Yeah.
you have not listened to what I just said.
No. Let me get to where I'm going, and then you can tell me I'm wrong.
Try to get where you're going without starting on a false note.
How is it a false note that life was difficult for humans? I mean,
because life is always difficult for humans. This is the story of Genesis.
No. Oh, yeah, but it's much easier now.
Alan, things are worse. 100 years ago, Alan, things were better. 1900, things were much better.
Alan, you cannot conclude without debate, extensive and exhaustive research that we can confidently conclude that life is better now. That the arrogance, the hubris, the ignorance, it's just a contemptible position to take. It is a false note to strike.
Okay, all right. Diogenes, wait. What phrase did I use? I said what? All right. Let me. I see what your objection is. Let me rephrase it. Survival was a lot for humans.
No,
was a lot.
Also false.
No,
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes.
And Alan, you're making bullshit points, Alan. You're not even bringing up ethics.
Mortality rates.
Alan.
Child mortality rates.
Oh.
This is preposterous. It is preposterous to take a population. And now you lived through COVID, Alan. And as a matter of fact, you got a front row seat to the complete indifference to truth that statistics engaged in. Those people who are in fact still controlling the generation, the promulgation of these statistics that show these things.
Yeah, look.
That's falsity. They just absolutely lied to you. They absolutely lied to the public without any accountability of any kind. They have still not been punished, and they will not be punished for lying on a global scale. And you expect me to believe that those same people have reliably and honestly, factually, exhaustively proven that infant mortality, average lifespan, that those things before we had the technological innovations that we have now that have allowed bean counters, finance, insurance, and real estate to claim dominion over the entire world.
All right, Diogenes, again, I see your objection. What I'm saying has nothing to do with that.
Stop with those.
All right, no, wait. I'm going to make one more attempt if this other clarification doesn't resolve it for you, then my attempt to make one final punch and then run away will have failed. Okay?
If you phrase it as a punch, then I'm going to try and get defensive. Let's not frame it that way.
All right, I'm joking. Okay? you have only to look at the never mind the CDC or what people have done in the last 10 years. You can look at the literature of the time. You can look at archaeological evidence. There's so many things you can look to as evidence of what I'm saying that have nothing to do with the CDC. My argument is not an endorsement of vaccines or government's ability to read statistics or anything like that. I'm talking about, okay, go back, 500 years.
You don't understand, Alan. You don't understand, Alan. As a matter of fact,
fine. Then
the medical industrial complex.
Yes, I'm not talking about that.
You are. The medical industrial complex assured me that the birth of my children outside of a medical institution was impossible, that it was not practical, that it was not healthy, and that there were a large number of therapeutical interventions that would be necessary from the inception of a child to the birth of the child and to the first 10 years of the child's life and beyond. And in 0 cases was that accurate. I had every single one of my children at home with no medical interventions, and they are in the top 1%.
All right. Well, let me make
this idea.
Look, then let me make the argument without using that as a starting premise. Humans who preceded us made choices, and we are living with those choices. Some humans said, I don't know, 100 years ago, gee, it would be a good idea if
Alan, we don't live in a time machine. We live in the NOW, which is a compression of the past and the future.
I understand that, but we are still living with those decisions that
Alan, milk pasteurization has done nothing to improve the human condition. That's a matter of fact. I drink raw milk. I have my babies at home. I have no therapeutic interventions of any kind.
And let me just say,
I have had zero therapeutic interventions in my life. None of my brothers or sisters have had therapeutic interventions in their life. They were born at home, unassisted, unvaccinated, uninjected with any of the prophylactic measures advocated. They are wholly functioning. They have reproduced. They drink raw milk. They eat raw food. I eat raw meat. I eat raw eggs. I experience none of the so-called benefits that you allude to when 100 years ago, someone decided, more than 100 years ago, someone decided that pasteurization of milk was a good decision that benefited mankind. You live in ignorance, Alan.
Okay, well, Diogenes, I don't want to argue this point because it was like leading to something else, and we're never going to get there. Let me just leave by saying I agree with you as far as what the medical community says about, what is or is not needed, and the hyperbole by which they present it as, oh, you better do this, otherwise, etc. You're gonna, this will happen and that will happen. I agree with you on that point. And as a father, I was very much aware of what was and was not being done, and I made my choices. They turned out to be fine.
Wait, Alan, what was not being done? You're using a negative. What was not being done, Alan? Hello? Oh, you want to get the last word in so you can leave.
He's right, Alan. He's right. I bristled with this, and I have to agree with Alistair. You to say what was not being done, that absolutely has to be answered. What do you mean? What's not being done?
He wants to get the last word in so Alan can feel good about himself. Fushta! Let me get that last word in before I leave. I gotta feel good about myself and my bad decisions.
Diogenes, we are both blessed with children, and that's all I want to say.
Okay.
We are truly blessed to have them. And
Yes,
I hope you agree with that.
I do.
No, that's not what makes you blessed.
What's more, we should not squander this blessing
Oh,
by valuing our comfort to the extent that we create a condition of slavery and in the reduction and the freedom and well-being and the potential to enjoy the shade of trees we refuse to plant because we're cowards.
that is a great comeback and response to what I just said. I give you.
You didn't say anything, Alan. You just said you're lucky to have children, and you said that makes you blessed.
Kick you out of the room, Alan. I'm going to kick you out of the room so that you don't have to keep trying to find an exit. And you've been great fun. I think you're wonderful to talk to. I'm glad that you didn't start making it about, something sexual. So that's a credit to you. And how do I kick someone from the room? How do I get them out of here? Shut up. Don't talk, Alan. No, I'm going to kick you. How do I kick him? Here, guys.
See, Alan is basically what happens on this app all the time. And, you participated in the vicious circle of the communication flow, but Alan had to get his dopamine satisfaction by saying nothing. He said nothing controversial. He is simply a fully vaxxed sheep. And, he said nothing. I mean, it's ridiculous, but...
He wanted to have the last word. And more importantly, though, he was really a bit greedy. I would have let him stay if I thought he had the capability or interest in answering. What didn't they do, Alan? What they didn't do? What didn't the medical complex do? What didn't they do? What's up, guys?
Isaac, what up?
Isaac. Real quick before I have to go, Isaac, I want to get your take on the SCOTUS reversals.
What happened with that?
Oh, it's not about anything modern. I'm not concerned with, the recent Supreme Court decisions and their impact on the Voting Rights Act. I'm much more concerned with the broader general question of the SCOTUS's legitimacy at all when you reverse it.
Remind me if my brain is not doing it.
It's an abbreviation for Supreme Court of the United States.
Every time.
Generally, in most cases, I think they have done what they were supposed to in most cases, but of recent times, definitely not.
Well, so the real question is, when you have a system of law that sets out an arbiter, and that arbiter cannot reliably interpret the law, in fact, it directly contradicts itself in any capacity, you would recognize that as a failure, a flaw that needs to be rectified. If this was a machine, if this was a business endeavor, you would say that is a flaw, that has to be rectified. Either the Supreme Court is wrong or the law is wrong. It cannot be, they cannot both be right, and the Supreme Court can't be right and wrong and be legitimate at the same time.
No, if it is wrong, and correct me, but remembering civics classes, if it is wrong, it then needs to go read some sort of list of codes or something, right? Something like that?
No. If it is wrong, there's only one remedy. There's only one remedy to the arbiter completely abandoning the law. It is fair to say that the arbiter determines that this is what the law says, and it must be consistently maintained, and that a generation inherits the previous generation's rulings, and without a change in the law, there is no change in the ruling. That is the way the law must function. But for another generation to interpret the law in a complete reversal of the previously established law or interpretation of the law is to completely abandon legitimacy.
Yes, that would be correct.
There is only one remedy for that abandonment of ignore them and to recognize in that ignorance you will be violently dealt with and to prepare to resist violently.
I mean, that is
you refuse to comply with the illegitimate court's rulings and you will find guns pointed at you. They will send armed people to imprison you on from the authority of an illegitimate government. There is only one remedy. There can only be one remedy.
Resistance?
Violent resistance.
Well, yeah, obviously, but you know how these things go. It has to go to that point. You can't just grab your what do they have during medieval times? Yeah, you can't just grab it was desperate measures. It's much fun meaning the revolution.
Right. You're pointing out the news, which is that proceeding.
It takes time. Yeah.
Right, and we have to be willing to recognize and state clearly that the SCOTUS is illegitimate. We have to be able to reach that conclusion from logic and objective reasoning, not from subjective. Obviously the majority of the public lives in a subjective reality, refuses to engage rationally or logically, and says, well, when the Supreme Court says what I like, it's legitimate. When the Supreme Court says what I don't like, it's illegitimate. Fuck the law. What do I want? And those people are useless eaters.
It's been happening for so long.
It has been happening since 1861, at least. The Supreme Court the Supreme Court doesn't reverse itself until after 1861. Go look at the rulings of the Supreme Court. They have accepted previous rulings. They understand that that's the interpretation of the law. It's coherent. It's consistent. It is not self-contradicting. And then the Supreme Court, under the threat of violence, starts to reverse itself.
It's not that you're wrong. It's been so long, man.
Listen, we have no billionaires. We've got no billionaires that tell the truth because they would be hypocrites. For example, Elon Musk is the biggest hypocrite. He promotes, outer space travel and living and it's all a lie. It's a total scam. And if America had any balls, we would actually just take care of our needs, which we don't. Our entire country was an experiment set up by the Europeans, and now we've essentially become an international clearing house.
That's not true. That's not true. This is not fair to say. Look, you can argue that my facts are wrong historically, but if we agree on some of the broad facts, which I think we do, it is not fair to say that it was set up by Europeans. The revolution happened in the United States because the first generation. The first generation that was born in the colonies realized that they had the power and the means to create for themselves a government, and they no longer needed to be bound to a government that was hundreds of miles away over an ocean.
No, I agree with all that. But what I'm just...
It was their having been born and established in that country that allowed them to conceptualize independence.
Well, what's interesting now...
The Europeans who came over from Europe, who were not born in the United States, did not conceptualize themselves or care to conceptualize themselves as wholly independent from the umbilical cord of the crown.
Yeah. I'm just merely pointing out now banks, because of the interest at over $1 trillion and it's only growing, they have fully automated a collection of our opportunity costs. And, if we wanted a revolution in this, Black Lives Matter and all these stupid front groups, they're protesting the wrong organization. It really is the banking industrial complex that allows all of this largesse and parasitism to take place. Because if we actually had sound currency money...
Black Lives Matter was not protesting anything.
No, it's a scam. I'm just saying that if they wanted to make their scam more legitimate, they would have been at the front steps of every Federal Reserve facility in the United States.
Their scam accomplished, first of all, the Black Lives Matter scam accomplished everything it was supposed to accomplish, which is to convince the public that their enemies are people that have different ethnic origins. That was tremendously effective.
No, that's true.
Kind of explain that Black Lives Matter was just
the American government, which you could find this yourself, making sure racism is still alive in America. That's what that was. That's the entire thing. Because before BLM and before Obama, if you remember the early 2000s, people were making racist jokes, but no one cared. It was like,
That's right.
Yeah, we're good. Actually, a lot of the so-called radical and disparaging to minority advertisement back then, you want to know who made them? Black producers. The most racist, egregious advertising in everything in the early 2000s was from Black producers and people who made that advertising. So obviously, if they were doing that, it was not really problematic.
Yeah, for the record, right? You stated the fact plainly and succinctly. Black Lives Matter was wholly government-funded insurance, stoking racial division to ensure it obscured the problem.
Exactly.
Again, that's right. I mean, it literally.
They do this every 8 years.
Yeah,
every goddamn 80 years since colonial America. It's like,
look how effective it is with this segment of the population that thinks all of their problems are because of Jews. It's the Jews.
Well, yeah, now it's the goddamn Jews, because BLM failed in every regard because racial integration worked.
BLM largely succeeded. You can go on many different rooms in Clubhouse, and that's obviously a subset of the population.
Well, remember, if you've seen the people that were ahead, they wanted to stoke racial tensions from white people. Remember, that was the reason BLM.
I just want to be clear, if you go to Atlanta, and I live in Atlanta, you will see how successful BLM was. These people were directly financially empowered and are fully committed to this idea that has no basis in reality, that people, because of their African ancestry, are being mistreated in this country. That they're being oppressed. Okay, that's a fact, and it's not just in Atlanta. I'm sure it's in most major blue cities, but it's a fact. It was successful. When you say it failed, I think what you're meaning to say is that it is not sufficient. It succeeded.
Part of their plan failed, because remember, the whole thing was to stoke extreme racial tension on both sides. They wanted Black people to think that it's back during the old segregation days. They succeeded in that, but they also wanted the other side of regular white Americans to think, oh, Black people are tearing apart our society for no reason, which did not work, because everyone easily saw, wait a minute, one, it's mostly a bunch of white liberals doing this shit, and then two, the people that are Black that are perpetrating in these activities are just the regular criminals that do it anyway. That was the problem.
Well, we know that the truth is not going to be found in pointing to people based on their ethnicity or their religion. It's going to be found in what Alistair is referencing. That is the complete disconnection of value from its representation in money, and your dependence on that perverse value system.
That's honestly where it has to be coming from. All of our ethical downfall comes from our fake currency supply, which is not tied to natural resources. It supersedes and creates all this moral hazard and ethical liability. That's where it's all coming from. It funds the scams and funds the frauds.
Did you intentionally mute?
Yeah, I muted. Did you hear what I said?
So I always want to be clear when that point is made that the answer to an illegitimate value expression system, currency, that is corrupt and perverted, is not found in some kind of reestablishment of a bimetallic standard
or some kind of cryptocurrency, nothing ever alleviates the responsibility of the people to violently resist the impositions in whatever manifestation they come. And there will always be attempts to manifest the exploitation and value perversion through the monetary system as through any other tool.
Wait, why do you think a bimetallic?
Because
Why do you think a bimetallic morality can be superseded? I mean, if we actually have to go into the earth to extract our currency, it creates a huge chain of succession.
Listen to this. I have studied this extensively. I used to be a big proponent, an enthusiastic proponent of the rectification of political grievances and illegitimate governance through a return to a value expression system that has a basis in a scarcity mechanic. But guess what? Previous civilizations have already gone through this and recognized that when you have a gold standard or a silver standard, those people who hold all of the gold and the silver rule the world. and thus will it remain. There is not a silver bullet that you will shoot that will kill the evil in the hearts of all men simultaneously and return us to the Garden of Eden. It will be a struggle. No matter how you manifest your value expression for the purpose of exchange, the bottom line is that the most productive thing is the real goods and services that we depend on to survive. And a healthy society recognizes this and does not subsidize farmers to destroy crops, does not create fraudulent arguments to denature fuel and to destroy agricultural land, to allow for speculation and shelter. It doesn't do it.
Exactly.
It won't do it. It will specifically utilize the government to prevent it. And it doesn't matter if the money is denominated or backed by gold, by crypto, or by fucking sticks of wood. There will always be those who seek not to engage in productive contributions to the society, but to simply seize control of the expression and the exchange of productive goods and services for others by controlling the media.
And to your point, this is why me is say I'm a techno-fascist. Because here's an interesting thing, and a lot of people would know this. The hacker community in America, a lot of people have misconceptions about it. They think, oh, just because someone has a computer and a tool and steals your money, they're a hacker. No, that's just a thief. A thief is a thief, no matter the tool they use. Hackers, or the hacker community in America, is a monarchical system. A lot of people learn that, but they don't understand why. They think we're a monarchical system because we're pretty much hatred of the government and everything democracy. That's some of the reasoning. The rest of the reasoning is because we have studied enough of history, we're not restricted from it, to see why monarchies worked. And they worked because the king did not rule the land because he was the king. The king ruled the land because he was the organizer of protection for the kingdom and nation. That is why. That is entirely it. He was the best person and organizer to say, this military and this amount of soldiers need to go here because these people are here. That is why he was king. It wasn't because of the money.
And the king retained his crown insofar as he properly adjudicated his responsibility and did not exploit the public.
Exactly. And that is how the hacker community works. We do not have den masters in so-called like lore. We have a lot of fantasy titles, but these people are not in charge. They were the best ones that fought the CIA. I can tell you that in terms of fighting, they are some of the worst people to actually fight governments. They are in charge because, like the kings of old, they make sure we do not go off the tangent, cause too many issues, like the medieval kingdoms of old. They are there for organizational defense against.
They are the heads of a hierarchy that is based on competition and meritocracy. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And it's to point out silver bullet by identifying gold and silver as scarce resources that might do a better job than the right. They might not even be, but you've also probably identified that it is not the manner in which you choose to determine your leadership that will provide a silver bullet and an insurance against all future entropy. It is only through the constant efforts of the people, recognizing their duty, committing responsibly to their community, that we can have a perpetuation of good governance and real value expression and recognition that is commensurate with nature.
Yes, that's how it goes. That is how it's supposed to go. That is why me am regrettably agreeing with the den master that I had when he told me, you will find nothing that you need out in their society. He was saying that because I was in this, a part of this monarchical underground cyber kingdom system of tech lords, technomancers, in literal cyber gods in some cases. That's an actual title, because that's how it was ran. It wasn't we're exchanging money and goods and services. We have an economy. No, it was a monarchical system with different areas of the internet in kingdoms. That's how it is ran. It is not this whole thing of trying to, fight the government because of Bree. Yes. It was none of that. It's because we figured out how to effectively be human beings and run an effective system to fight an external enemy that we all have, regardless of race, culture, religion, ideology, income level, sometimes intellect. That is why it's done that way. Like you said, here's another example. Hold on, Bree. Don't interrupt him. Yeah, it is like you said, Diogenes. It's because the meritocratic system and proving of competitiveness that men actually have shows this is the best guy for this particular activity, so we're going to follow him. It is not because he is the strongest. It is not because he is the brightest. It's because this is the guy who knows how to avoid these particular things. And
right. We follow the man best suited for the path that we are on, and when we diverge, we diverge. And then the man who leads us, when he turns us to his own ends, becomes the tyrant, and we have to resist that. We cannot continue, and we have to recognize that. We have to be on guard against that. We have to recognize that it is going to happen. We're not all.
But what is the rubric for tyranny?
Bree, first of all, I'm not interested, Bree, and you know what, Bree, I'm happy to have you here to give you an opportunity to speak. And the title of the room is SCOTUS Reversals. I don't know if as Alistair likes to point out, you're just here to get a dopamine high. You just want to, feel like you've got some insight or information to contribute
about anything in my life other than if he wants to be sincere.
He is often sincere, and he's often searching for sincerity.
He's also, very
eclectic, eccentric,
sarcastic.
Yeah.
No, but I've always appreciated your points of view, because you've always been poignant and on like you knew what you were talking about when I was talking about shit when I was downrange. You were always double checking me on my shit, because
you don't want to talk about
no, but you knew.
We'll talk about SCOTUS reversals. We want to talk about SCOTUS reversals.
Well, what about the one from 2013 when Obama and Biden made it where the news is allowed to lie to you? What's that act? The one. I can't. I don't. I have to freaking name.
You are referencing an actual act that was passed that essentially said that, hey, federal money and federal agencies can employ deception on domestically. That they can, But look, that's not the most important question. The most important question is, what does it mean when the SCOTUS reverses itself? What are the implications of the arbiter?
What do you mean by SCOTUS? Because, Commander of the United States?
The Supreme Court of the United States.
Oh, Article 3. No, so we're in Article 3. I didn't know if we were Article 2 or Article 3.
Yeah, this is Article
3 is the judicial.
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah, that's Article 3.
Yeah. I just didn't know where we were talking about. I didn't know what you meant by SCOTUS.
If you asked, and we've clarified, and it's not being counted against you. We all want the clarification. You got it. Now, what does it mean in your mind? What do you think is the ramification?
The reversal of when they did their gerrymandering thing the other day.
That's an example. No, I'm not so familiar with the actual opinions that were expressed.
It was 3 to 5.
Okay, but I didn't read the opinion, so I don't think it's going to be good for us to hyper focus on a single one. We know, as a matter of fact, I'm sorry. No. We don't need to worry about a specific example. We need to be in agreement that it has occurred, that the Supreme Court of the United States has taken the same law and then interpreted it one way.
Agreed.
And then subsequently completely reversed itself.
Why do you think I call the Supreme Court Mount Olympus? They're gods on thrones that cannot be knocked down.
Okay, so Bree, if you understand that
there's
a problem here, then you have to recognize
how do you fix it? How do you fix it?
Well, it's obvious how you fix it with violence.
Without violence.
The founders were very
clear. I do violence very well, but I don't want to show you how violent I can be.
I don't even understand how you think that follows from the discussion we're having.
Well, you're talking about the only way you're complaining about something that you say the only solution is violence.
What am I complaining about?
SCOTUS and the
I'm not
reversal.
complaining about SCOTUS. I'm asking you what the ramifications of a SCOTUS reversal are. And
the SCOTUS reversal of what?
Of anything. What does it mean?
Concept. What the hell?
Yes. It's got,
if you want me to boil it down to one word, I would say an interpretation.
I don't want you to boil it down to one word. I want you to
just an interpretation from a human being that voted their interpretation.
Right, correct. And we're not supposed to be ruled by individuals. We're supposed to be ruled by something else called the law, right?
Yeah, but people interpret the law. How many ways from Sunday has the Second Amendment been attacked?
Okay, so I think you're having some trouble getting behind.
No.
You're trying to focus on
I have a gun. I don't have a problem being on your 6. Okay,
you have a gun, great. Yeah, right. It's a non-secret to point out that you have a gun. It's important to understand that.
Non-sequitur?
Yes. So you have a law. We're supposed to be governed by law. Okay, all right, great. It's been fun, buddy, but you're going to have to find somewhere else. You're being evicted. So if you can sit quietly and not interrupt, you can stay. But if you're going to start interrupting, because you're not getting the concept, you don't want to engage with the concept. I think you just want to talk, which is fine, but this is not a room for that.
But you're not parlaying and understanding
what he's trying to do.
Anyways.
Yeah, that was stupid. Okay, moving on.
I think he just wanted to be heard. But I'm about to wrap the room up anyways. Ayumi-kun, if you have anything you want to say, please come up. You're going to get 10 seconds if you always a pleasure. Alistair, I appreciate you. Thanks for your insights. Faraz, thanks for hanging out in the audience. Replays are on, so if you wanted to review any of that, you'll have the opportunity to do it. And the final word is that the only logical conclusion to a Supreme Court, the supreme arbiter of the law, interpreting the law as prohibiting and protecting the same action, is wholly illegitimate. The law cannot be both in favor and opposed to the same thing. The law must be changed before the interpretation can be changed if the law is legitimate. The only conclusion is that the Supreme Court of the United States is illegitimate. Take it for whatever you will, respond to it however you want, but the logical conclusion remains. Peace, guys.
Are you serious? That nigga made you pay for the day?
I'm gonna be honest.
I love that shit.
Am I the only one going to middle of the stage and I'm an unqualified man to do very well out here?
Right.
Is this a serious conversation or
what make you unqualified to?
Racism towards Harry, who's a white person. As much as it pains me to disagree with my nemesis Pro is just simply factually correct. The British monarchy, like most monarchies, is
Did you wake up woke today, dude?
From the start.
They say there's not hope for the planet.
And Simon is somehow struggling intellectually to get there. And I'm just trying to calibrate what level of intelligence struggles with this. And I was just guessing maybe, a quarter, maybe a quarter and a dime.
Crow, this is another reason I love your room, because, if you're going to get insulted, it's done properly. So that's cool.
Well, no one's ever insulted Benjamin doing anything properly, but he's just putting a stronger tone on the exact same thing I'm saying, though. Like, what I'm asking is, how do people not perceive this as racism in the classic sense? Or do that?
Who
when you say this, explain what this is. So you're making a statement which is the royal family is a racist. Am I wrong, Mike?
The institution of royalty, especially when we look at it in the context of England, and specifically we're talking about right now, is the exoneration and example of racism.
Is that because there's no black people in the royal family?
It's because the Brits are literally the inventors of like colonialism as it is in the modern times. You can't divorce the symbol of colonialism from the racism of colonialism.
We didn't. That's nothing. We just
as it is in the modern times. That is part of it. That's not my argument.
Hey, well, somebody get their argument
of a racist trait.
Right.
Look, the project is blood royalty. How is that not racism?
It's the definition of racism.
Come on.
It's completely
un-American. You guys not having orange for breakfast. Like, what's going on?
Hang on a second. So, hang on. It's quite simple. So, actually, if Harry was the next in line after Charles, and he marries Meghan Markle, who's mixed race anyway, but let's just say...
We're not talking... I don't want you to continue because you're missing the point again. This is not what we're trying to say. It is not about Meghan Markle and her being black. It is the institution of a bloodline. They could be Chinese. It's not even the fact that they're white. That just adds to it. But that's not the part we're talking about. And we're not talking about the fact that they are literally what we're trying to say here with Romero, that it's the colonialism invention, right? We're saying that before that, they say, well, my father's 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 father was royalty, and my mother's 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 mother was royalty. We're going to continue that legacy and be at the right hand seated next to God, right? And by bloodline, we do decree that we are royalty and you are not. That's what we're talking about. We can talk about all the other stuff after. That's the part I'm asking you.
All right. Okay.
Simon, can you understand that we're talking to Americans, and the whole, it's a totally un-American idea, in the older sense, it's un-American, to be into kings, on a by note, did people see the Trump posted the photograph of himself with King Charles, and with the caption, 2 kings.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's essentially on brand. There ever was on brand.
Okay, so it is racist then. Under your definition of what it is as racism, the fact that we have an institution that is predetermined by bloodline, and that bloodline is white, then, but what... I'm struggling actually to see why, and this might be my lack of intelligence, fair enough, but see why.
Simon, I pointed out just a minute ago that you were struggling, right? I tried to put a number on the struggle you're having, but look, this is a caste system in which privilege is inheritable. It's the opposite of a meritocracy. You're not acquiring a position in society based on the value that you provide to society. You're acquiring a position in society exclusive to all others, and a whole set of laws that apply to you in ways that they don't apply to other people. For example, I don't know if you knew this, royalty don't pay taxes. Everybody else, the schmucks, pay taxes. Royalty don't pay taxes. The schmucks have inheritance.
So taxes pay royalty. Let's just put it bow.
Let's just put it bow. That's right. So this whole notion of inheritable apartheid, right? A set of laws that applies to different people based on some condition of their birth. That's apartheid. Now that's what to be fair to my nemesis here, Bro also wants this, right? So good company here. He just wants it to be different. Now, I'm the person in the room who thinks that inheritable privilege is an anathema, and we probably need to be working our way out of that project. rather than into it. And pro is like, whoa, it worked real good for 5,000 years. Let's do it on the other foot for another 5,000 years.
Just we have 8% on this bet. That's all it is.
But you could argue, that it's worked very well, very recently. When Charles spoke to the Congress. And also you talk about privilege, but it's also about duty. It's a role as well, is it not? So you're painting it in one particular way, which I don't think. Exactly.
So let me
so we talk about taxation, like take a tax. I mean, for God's sake, right? We could pass a law. We have the power. It's not the king or the monarchy stopping us. We could pass a law saying, "Oi, Charlie boy, you've got to pay tax on your income." No, we don't do that. And I think one of the reasons we don't do that...
Well, it's even worse than that, because you guys are the battered wives of this scenario where you know what you should do, tax the fuck out of the royalty, but you're like, no, they've been good to us. No, they haven't.
We just do the same thing for our business owners and, elite class. but it's true. They weren't exclusively born into a Bible at the time, but for the most part.
I don't think you do that very well, by the way.
No. We're saying we don't do it very well over here. I'm saying that.
Class. There is not a set of laws that apply to them.
It's not
a set of laws that apply to their children.
So you got to mute your thing there because we hear all the background off your Bluetooth or speakers or whatever it is.
Sorry. But it's not a business, though. You can't compare the royal family and the monarchy to a business.
Sure you can. And it's easy. I'll explain why. It's easy to explain why. A corporation in the United States is basically defined as a being, an eternal being that only ends when the corporation ends, right? Royalty is also an eternal being that only ends when the bloodline ends. You have these massive institutions that get privilege purely by the blood that runs through their veins, or in the form of corporations, the legal status that they've achieved through money and politics.
Well, you keep using the word privilege, right? But there's a trade-off with privilege, which is the duty. The role that they have to fulfill as a monarch. And also you said it doesn't end when the bloodline ends.
Would this be an accurate sentence then? For the privilege to carry out one's duty as royalty?
Well,
we have to define what their duty is.
Yeah, we're saying we're calling it is a privilege. And I'm again, your mic is killing me there, Simon. You just got to mute it when you're not talking. If mine's doing it, let me know.
Because duty implies that there is a thing that you must do, and the failure to do that thing would have the consequence of
you're no longer in your position.
Expiring. There is no such duty.
Did you take woke pills today, Benjamin? What is going on?
Crazy. No, the duty is, Romero, to put a bow on this. The duty is to not be a pedophile, and then you can maintain and hold your position as long as possible, and don't rape, women and that kind of thing, right?
That didn't work out really good.
There was a problem with that, wasn't there? Yeah. But
it does help. Yeah. So thank God King Charles, as far as we know, is not a pedophile.
Okay, so let's stop though. Something we're just trying to get to the point that there is no real duty. Wave and say hi and turn your hand like a model on a float, right? Or Miss America or something, right? That's the duty. And we understand that that's taxing, dealing with the public and all that stuff. But we're talking about a million people out of 1,000,001 would probably sign up for that tomorrow. And the option is you'd be another one of the common.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Okay.
Oh right.
Okay,
so pro. Right.
Nobody wants to be
You
king
can
and queen.
be who
No one wants to be duchess, right? No one wants to be duke and duchess because it's not.
No, nobody wants to be.
Oh, then we should end it.
So Simon, are you saying?
And now you get why all the royalties' wives look like men.
Okay, that's weird. But so this is interesting, right? The assumption that I don't know where he went is that
I was muted Mike and I sent him to the audience by mistake.
so this is an interesting assumption that Simon is making. So like if you live in one of those estates, right, and you're sort of barely getting by, you're saying that person would not want to be royalty? With all the benefit, like council estate dude that's just like fucking off because he can't find jobs, like that guy would not want to be royalty?
Well, you can take it to an extreme, but
that's not an extreme.
No, I don't. Can you imagine you're under the microscope?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'd be fucking great. If I was royalty, like they could put me under the microscope all they want. It'd be fucking awesome. So this is this is interesting. There was a show many years ago, The Life of the Rich and Famous, and they did an episode on the royalty, the royal family. And when the two royals asked for a hamburger, what they got was the chef at the palace got literally like the equivalent of like a $500 slab of beef, right? Really expensive beef, and ground it up for them. And that's what they think a hamburger is, right? Like, so it's just a totally different level of existence. And yeah, okay, you're scrutinized like celebrities are scrutinized, but like, you know, there's a movie called Hustle and Flow from a few years ago. Pimpin' ain't easy, but pimpin' ain't hard.
You're hard out here for a pimp. No, Simon,
okay, so when I had lunch with the Queen, right, I sat next to Prince Philip, her husband, private secretary. So, and this was, as I said, in Germany, at the Nordrhein-Westphalian Parliament, and it was lunch, and I went, oh, and I sat next to him, and I went, what happens now today? So I think they were in their 80s at the time. And he went, oh, well, we're getting hotter. Yeah, and then we're flying to London and we've got a dinner this evening at the Mouse. So I went, bloody hell. And I said, is Prince Philip as difficult a person as he comes across as? He went, yes. He said, but he struggles with the fact that he has no freedom. I said, well, how do you mean? He said, well, sometimes he wants to get out of Buckingham Palace. So we have a taxi, yeah, and he has his own taxi. So it's me, him, and his security, and we just go for a drive around London so we can get out of the palace. Because otherwise, he can't walk the street or anything like that. So he's in a gilded cage. Well, I understand what you're saying about someone who is destitute, has no money, and they would go for, give me that gilded cage.
Destitute? No, like middle class mom of two, like would fucking love all that. You don't have to say, oh, little Tim, who's destitute and is gonna die of polio or some shit. He would love to be royalty.
The weird side of the whole argument. Let's go back to the racism. Because this whole thing of like there might be some people that don't want to do it, that's not the argument. There are lots of people who wouldn't want to be the Kardashians, to grant you that, right? I made the earlier analogy too. There's millions more who would want to be the billionaire daughter of the Kardashians, right? There's millions of people who would want to do that. So to Romero's point, yes, there are people that won't want the pressure. That's not the issue. The issue is, it is unbelievably lopsided, the life that you live, and most people say it's good to be king. They're not like, it sucks to be royalty kind of thing, right? That's kind of obvious. We know that you're essentially loaded, and yeah, there might be some pressures with that. What we're talking about is total non-balanced scale of how their life is compared to the average person, and why it continues to happen, and why the pomp and circumstance, and when it's the embodiment of literally a bloodline kind of hierarchy that you can't escape even if you wanted to.
And Prince Philip was a renowned racist. Actually, I can't remember in detail, but I know he was renowned.
You would have to be. You would have to. It'd be amazing if you weren't. It's like we say it about the Magna Carta, the manifest destiny, and all this kind of stuff, right? It's in the book Norseman. It's in the book Race by Reginald Norseman. It's the major premise of the book of race, of understanding race. When you have a country that's founded on the idea that it is our God-given destiny to expand over to the western shores from sea to sea, and our God-given right with the language that's embodied inside of the Magna Carta. Race is bullshit, right? Like the bloodlines, it oozes from the system that is in place. Not just there, but certainly there.
You can make the case that I make sometimes that's where all the hamlets are. In a way, it's like remembering just continuation of the God. And that's all my life what the hell.
Well, I got to shout out Eric Shaw, who's from Lowell, Massachusetts. He was an adjunct professor who had issues of racism, which Benjamin would say is an unworthwhile class, of course. But I had that course, I think as a sophomore. I took an elective, and I was like, oh, issues of racism. This sounds really cool. And that's the required book that we have. I still have on my bookshelf, and it lays out that picture really, really carefully and well done. And the research that's in there it's hard to argue with. It's like when you're reading line by line and you're just comparing it to other similar kind of manifestos, using that word intentionally, and just like looking, oh my gosh, this is like overt racism at the highest scale. And to think that that's not
so I appreciate that you were wrapped around the axle emotionally by this book on race, but
no emotion.
You can't possibly make a reasonable argument in which race is a predicate, because race is not susceptible to a reasonable argument. There's no distinction. There's no test. Whatever you think the races are, and I have no idea what you think the races are. Aisha thinks of the races differently. That means tons of people, like way more people than minorities.
Back to the real notes. You stray too far in the garden, then you venture in with the bunny.
No. Look, I want you to win. I want you to win this argument against caste. Yeah, I was touching grass. I want you to win the argument on a bloodline caste system. I don't think you can do it if you use the word race, because race is not a credible or robust word. It doesn't have distinguisher stability, meaning if two people draw the lines about race, they're different. If people get on an airplane, fly to another country, their race changes. It doesn't have geographic stability. Over time, people who were an X kind of person are now a Y race. It doesn't have temporal stability, meaning it's just a made-up concept that changes from moment to moment to moment to moment. I don't know what we're trying to do here.
Cool. So let's scratch race riots from our history. They never happened. We'll just call them people who...
The fact that people who don't understand categories very well...
There was no slavery to erase that, okay? Just let me stop using race.
Let's admit that it was a skin color apartheid riot. The colorism going on. There's a lot of colorism.
I will use your word for today. Right. No skin color apartheid. We can't use racism right now, so we're going to say your skin color apartheid. I'm actually going to extend it, Simon. The blood color apartheid of the royal family seems to be an egregious violation of what most sane people, I think, would say. If you tried to define it perfectly, you'd say this is the very violation of what it would mean to not do by bloodline, right? Like, it seems to be the upside down world of bizarro land, right? In terms of what you wouldn't exalt, and yet it's exalted to the point where we subsidize it, let it be tax-free, people pay. I know it's a bit of redundancy, but you get the point. And then we make an entire industry around it and put it on TV and do the pomp and circumstance. And everybody over here wants to grow up to be a princess and marry their knight in shining armor and find a prince and all this stuff. It's all the hangover baggage from that. It's like, is that really what you want? You really want to?
I understand, but in the absence of bloodline, and obviously there have been times where we've had to go, we need some, I think, at the beginning of this current monarchy's bloodline, we had to ship over to Germany to find someone who, was vaguely related to continue the monarchy. So the bloodline idea gets challenged, but there's always somewhere you can find a relative.
But isn't that by definition bloodline?
Yes. So in the absence of that, but no, it's part of our culture.
Merit or qualification or electoral kind of thing would dilute it and make it not a thing anymore, right?
Well, so in the absence of bloodline, as we have, it's then another form of and so we're going to vote.
Who gets to live the glorious life? That would be weird, right? Who gets to live the glorious life?
So laming you on again.
Right.
Forget the glorious life argument, because we can argue.
What else could you call it, right? Who gets to be the figurehead of the country who lives in a palace, bro?
Well, other like the Irish, they vote for a president who is not political. So you can have presidents that are not political, and they have their time, and then you have another vote.
Yeah. That's a step down.
But
you favor this. I'm just wondering why you favor it.
I favor the monarchy, because I think it brings a degree of stability. Consistency.
Okay, so if you want like a drama, you can go to the Danish or the Swedish crown, king and queen. But Norway as well. I mean, we have a monarchy. We have a queen. Has been a king since 1992, I think it is. They have no power. They're just like a nice sticker that you put on your bumper for everyone else to see, but has no function other than maybe make you hum. What's the purpose of a monarchy?
Anders is coming across like he might have an IQ of double digits. I'm not sure.
Well, go on, Anders. But
you're suggesting that the king in Norway or Sweden has no power, right?
Like I said initially, I can't speak when it comes to Denmark or Sweden.
Probably has the same bullshit thing where they also don't have to pay taxes, right?
I don't.
You want me to go look that up for your?
No, I'm simply ignorant on that point.
For your.
I love that Benjamin now is like he gets so fixated on IQ, right? Like people that get fixated on IQ.
Oh look, this is a pair of European dimwits here, and I just have.
Yeah.
Benjamin, but you're an American dimwit, Benjamin. You're amongst your swans. You should be open arms to your ilk.
All I wanted to know was
Benjamin, what's my IQ?
Legal apartheid.
You are for apartheid, Benjamin. You literally think that women should only be fucking popping out babies. What are you fucking talking about?
And hey, Simon, I have nothing against you. All I wanted to ask you was like, do you have like a value that you can find in a monarchy? Like, is there something that we can like gain from it?
I just want to parse this claim that Anders made before he wanders away from it.
Sure.
Monarchy has no power.
I agree, especially when it comes to where I live. I totally agree. That's what I said initially. I said the monarchy, the king in my country, has no power. I mean, a taxi driver has more to say than our king.
You think how that money is not power. That's the first thing you must think, which is the same 50 points off your IQ.
You are assuming a bunch of nonsense that you're just pulling out of I don't know where.
You must think, in order to say this, is that there isn't a set of financial
I had a simple question.
Benjamin, now your IQ is plummeting because do you think that the wealth that King Charles III has in terms of his personal income, and he then spends that on supporting the Reform Party or whatever he used to spend his money on, that.
Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Nicola Dime here of IQ. What do you think power is if it isn't the ability to direct the actions of other people? What is it?
No.
And what do you think? And what explain to me next is money, if not the ability to direct the actions of other people.
Okay, so I think this is the answer to this whole conversation. Benjamin, why are you trying to make up an opponent? Like, why are you trying to make yourself a part of a conversation that is not... nobody's having this conversation except for you, and you're trying to bait people into the conversation you're trying to engage with now, but nobody's holding these positions that you're making.
The reason we have intelligent conversations in this room is because when stupid people talk, they get slapped down and they talk less. And so you're getting slapped down right now because you said that kings don't have power. And my point is that
that's a lie.
Have money.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Control.
Benjamin, why are you lying?
But the lie is
I think you have an attempt and you're deliberately misrepresenting what I said because you're actually fucking lying now. I said no, I didn't say kings generally have no power. I said in this specific case in the fucking country I live in Norway. I said Benjamin, stop interrupting people. I know you're a moderator, but that doesn't make you correct or right? So I said that I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence and you're interrupting me.
I didn't misunderstand you, okay?
So, yes, you did. So I will clarify so that you are not misunderstood of my position. So what I said is that the king in Norway has basically virtually no power whatsoever because it's the prime minister and the president of what's it called?
Everybody has to pay taxes.
The government.
You think there's not a law in Norway that says everybody has to pay taxes except for the fucking king? You want me to go Google that for you?
Did I say that?
You think that is not power?
Did I say that?
Yes. You said he has no power.
No, I didn't say anything about taxes. I did not mention taxes.
His ability to retain power differently than...
Liar, pants on fire. This is why I took a 4-month vacation from Clubhouse, because I came on Clubhouse, I learned a lot from great people and smart people, then I reached a threshold where I didn't learn anything more, simply because I think this is the threshold of what people can deliver on Clubhouse.
I think 20 or 25 might be...
That's why I took a vacation, because
I think
this is just nonsense.
Might be an upper limit for you. But we'll try to get you.
So Benjamin, did I mention taxes?
Laws.
Did I mention taxes?
I'll just mute up.
Yeah, you mentioned taxes because money is.
I didn't. I did not. You're lying.
This is why I took 75 points off your IQ.
Liar. Benjamin has his pants on fire because he's a liar. Because he says that I mentioned taxes when I did not mention taxes. I only mentioned taxes because I was referring to something you stated. So shut the fuck up with the lying. I never mentioned taxes. I had one simple statement to Simon, and all I said, and I also agree with Simon, I don't think we disagree on this thing. All I said that the, like, THE, like, the king of the country that I live in has basically virtually no fucking power. That particular king, and I mentioned his name, and I said he was a king from 1992. His name is King Harold. I said this, and everything, Benjamin, that you have mentioned since that statement that I uttered has nothing to do with my position.
Anders, you can't take
he lasted a long time. Can I just say something? You can't say he has no power.
Shut up, Sky. Did you just boot Anders from the stage? Did you just boot Anders from the stage?
Let Sky speak for a minute. He's just talking.
No. You shut the fuck up. Did you just boot Anders from the stage?
Me? Who's giving you his
booting Anders from the stage?
Talking about?
Who booted Anders from the stage?
There's only two more.
Who booted Anders from the stage?
It wasn't I, said the hen.
It wasn't I.
Why do we care? Why do we care? Was Anders saying something? I wasn't even listening. I'm just walking outside my dog.
I booted him out.
Simon, don't do that. Don't do that. I told you many times not to do that.
But what I heard Anders arguing that the crazy claim that his king has zero power. Was that right?
He's arguing that the king in Norway has no power. Yeah, and I was trying to explain to him that the ability to keep all of your wealth, generation after generation after generation, when you've had 700 years to collect all the gold and silver from every war that's ever been fought, and now you have the apartheid rule that says you won't be taxed on your wealth, you won't have to pay inheritance tax. You keep all of your wealth forever and always.
Invite Anders back up, Benjamin.
Is
a really stupid thing not to understand.
Benjamin,
that's why I docked him 75%.
Did you get annoyed? Did you get annoyed at your saying false information?
Let's do the Anders in a second, but let's not pretend we live in the fake quasi world. And a king that has almost no powers has no powers, right? There's a big difference between almost has no powers and has powers. And I think it's a good clarifying moment while people are being silly. Clearly, he has powers, right? Anybody can go do a search. Go do a search, pick any country you want, and let's use Norway, and let's use Harold. And go online and say, what advantages does Harold have over normal people? One of the first things you're obviously going to get back is he has immunity, because that's what it means to be a king. He's not going to have any ability to be arrested, just like our president, right? There's going to be a list of like 8 or 9 or 10 things. Does he have full power like the old school kings? No. But to sit around and talk like he has no power is insane.
The wrong word.
Of course he has power.
That's what I was trying to point out to Anders. You can't say no power. He might mean, no constitutional power to run the government. But you can't say he had no power. He's just using, maybe it's because his second language is English.
All right. Okay, thank you. So,
Benjamin, just mute me or tell me to be quiet. That's all you have to do.
Just trying to hear what he says. Pro and I have a disagreement.
Yeah.
Anders, Pro and I have a disagreement. Pro thinks that Anders is insane, and I think he's got a single-digit IQ. I just want to
Benjamin, that's fine. You talking about IQ as much as you do makes me question your mental state. So I'm not talking about what I think about you. All I said, Benjamin, before you pigeonholed me, trying to make me hold a shit ton of beliefs and positions I never stated or holds.
Well,
All I said that Benjamin, in Norway, our king has virtually no power. He has no political say in any way. It's a symbolic where what's it called? The prime minister have to like call the king. This is what I'm about to do, and the king basically just automatically say yes, sure, go ahead. So there's no argument, Benjamin. If you want to have a conversation with me, pick a topic and we can have a conversation about that topic. But you strawmanning, lying, deliberately lying what I said in my position, that is just trash.
That's what he does. What he does. Only I can accuse Benjamin of lying. Actually, I don't usually accuse Benjamin of lying. I just accuse him of having horrific ideas.
Yes. We have talked so many times. You're the rapper, right? From New York?
I'm the rapper.
Yeah.
That's Boston, but it's okay. Same thing.
That's on me. I just remember one specific conversation.
You're so far away. Might as well. You pointed to it on the map. Your finger would hit New York, as you say. It's fine.
Yeah, but I definitely know where Boston is compared to New York.
That's what I mean. Your finger would cover it up on the globe.
Sure. No,
I'm going to send you the link on Discogs. Hey, I'm going to send you. Anders, I'm going to send you the link on Discogs, and hopefully you'll be my biggest fan in Norway. Bring me over there when I come to Finland and Germany this year, all right? All right.
Definitely. I remember 2 or 3 years ago, you shared a couple of even links or something.
Yeah, my man Frosty Finn's bringing me up to Finland, bro. So I'll be a skip and a jump. Anyways, I still think you have a crazy idea on this one, though. There's no power, but I know you said virtually no power. But anyways, I think we understand what you mean. So, but you do agree it would be good to be
appreciate
right?
that. Yeah, but hey, I appreciate that you catch that that qualifier, because of course he has some sort of power, but you have to understand that sometimes we talk colloquially, right? Yeah. So you don't have to be like Benjamin Buttons here, like growing out of your own asshole, becoming younger and younger. All I said, I made just one simple statement, and for the next 45 minutes, Benjamin was trying to talk to someone that didn't even exist on.
He's good at it, though, isn't he? He's really good at it. That's why.
It's just that the koi fish doesn't bite on his
name.
He found his leverage point. Say no more,
He was a power for these.
What's up? We didn't even say hi to Aisha, or CM, or David. They barely said hello. HLC's here. Alligator's here. This is just an all-star lineup. I just want to say I'm flattered that you guys would come in the room.
Yeah. Hey, Aisha, CM, HLC, Elliot. I met Anders today. Did you follow me into this room, Anders?
I actually did. In a way, you remember I said I had to go earlier?
We had an interesting conversation. You're an interesting person. He's a atypical. No, he's an atypical. What's it called?
I was saying he's a gator dropping. He followed you into the room, so you dropped him here. He's a gator dropping.
Oh, nice. No, he's an atheist, glober, scientist.
My kind of guy.
Basically, I mean.
Anders lives in Andrew's room.
I nominate him.
He loves the bash instead against Andrew's rooms.
Anders, you can be the ornamental king of Gatorland.
And before that, I was in Godless Girls' rooms.
Oh yeah, I remember the good old days.
Me and her run rooms together.
Didn't she turn into a very God-filled girl, if I remember correctly?
2023, I think. Yeah. 24. Yeah.
She made the switch and the jump.
Yeah, she had like I'm not familiar with her private life, but
she went from hardcore atheist to hardcore believer.
She went to rehab and found God.
Well, she had a great life. She had a great life online. Something happened not online, and now she's a Christian online.
Yeah, that's the Kitover girl, right? The good old days.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I started listening to Godless Girl on YouTube in way back, like 10 years ago, whatever, and I came across what's his name? Guys, what's his name? He's like the YouTuber that has been like in every room. Oh, holy fuck!
Is he atheist? Non-atheist?
It is. He's been like John Lee and Matt Adams. Tom Rabbit. There you go. Yeah. Oh the fuck. Yeah. So I started like listening to Tom Rabbit, Dark Dawkins back in 2014, 15, like way back. When did we become so afraid of our own mortality that we sold our souls to Silicon Profit?
It's kind of like when you have angels and you have to cast them down. And eventually you should really fall in some kind of thing. And Elliot was kind of like the archangel. Like Elliot is my favorite person to mod, but I feel like we should have can't play with him. Like if Elliot gets modded with him, you might just have to take it. See, I'm gonna boil here. Elliot, we gotta work this out, man. We gotta be able to come to
The British
the garden here now. Why don't we do a little role play here? I'm at the therapy office. I know Benjamin has been a bad angel. Can you tell me what it is that Benjamin has done that has drawn your ire, and how we can maybe get him back? Is it possible for him to be redeemed and come back up into heaven?
I just didn't understand that at all.
Okay, so I think he can be redeemed. All he has to do is like, do not tell people what their position is. Do not tell people you're in conversation with what they believe.
Elliot's correct, though. I gotta go to Elliot.
No, sorry. I was talking about Benjamin.
No, I know, but I'm asking Elliot what his. I mean, we all largely know what it is. I just want to hear it enunciated. Makes you hold Benjamin in such what he'd call high esteem, but the rest of us will call lowest.
Are they saying that?
The lying, the dishonesty, what else? The racism, the bigotry, the general being a dick. Is that good enough?
Yeah, right. I hear it. Benjamin, do you agree with all these charges? Guilty as charged or largely overblown? That one I think you could.
But I mean, Benjamin, maybe I don't remember you.
Specific. Anders could do a better job. I think Elliot is just expressing from his like basal emotional core, which is where most of his thoughts come from. It's just less useful to the people. I mean, I think his emotional needs are really, really valuable to himself.
He's doing the lying part.
And just less useful to anybody else, and he doesn't realize it.
This is
because maybe he doesn't have the emotional intelligence to realize the limited value.
Well, I think Sam could articulate this better than you.
Mr. Mayor, is not the only important election.
I think Sam probably should. Sam can speak to both sides of that.
Yeah, Sam, project projection and
Washington backers as well, not Johnny come-laters like the causes in the case of some of the incumbents. What really watch is that Wilson Frost, I mean, chairman of the Finance Committee of the City Council, one of the most important and powerful members of the government, being challenged and heard the thing you said the other night. Lose it. He could lose, but we won't know, of course, he could win too, right? No matter how much people disagree, even among us, about who could win, who could not, or may not during this campaign, there's one thing on which
we have to see what Elliot does with his power.
Reports on
hopefully Elliot can play ice in the sandbox.
I'm just happy that on stage.
Others, the worst of times. And during the final weeks of Chicago's mayoral campaign, the worst seemed to outlive the best. But the politically brilliant Chicagoan
Americans, it was finally over today, and many were glad.
I'm sick from this election because I have never seen anyone throwing mud at each other like they've been doing.
I think it's Rockaway. Things are being, carried out with things that happen. Because racial discrimination.
I'm sure the town will calm down and people will be happy with their new mayor, whoever it is.
It's not what the voters will believe. By all accounts, the early candidates George Washington and Bernard Eppin found themselves embroiled in one of the most vicious and bitter campaigns in Chicago's history. It was a campaign of slurs, accusations, charges, and countercharges. A contest dominated by one issue, race. Even though both candidates said they hoped race would not be a key issue. And today, some Chicagoans wish that things had been different.
Still not exactly sure who or what the issues were.
He's arguing that Washington after the point that the Norwegian king does have power, even though he virtually has no power within the Archipelago. My original thing
Does it really all end here at the polling
king,
places
queen,
today?
duchess, whatever,
Perhaps, as
they're all
someone
part of the
suggested, this is just the beginning of the end. A time when Chicago picks up its political pieces and starts to heal itself. And in fact, the two candidates may be taking the first step in that healing process.
That is not what I said. I mean,
he said virtually. And I'm just arguing there's a lot on that virtually.
and that was particular to the politics, right? So I'm not saying that they are not rich. I'm not saying they're not living in the fucking castle here we have in the freaking center of our
Black rednecks and white liberals to
city of Oslo. That's not my fucking point. The problem here is that
there's a chapter on the Jews, a chapter on the German, and then there's a chapter on history in general.
I only make one specific statement
because they're all cultural ethnic issues.
Comparing our king to the power that the President of the United States of America has achieved. That is what I mean by power, meaning that if we have the Prime Minister that has the power to our President of the United States. Yes, all I did was making a statement that compared to a president and compared to historical history, our king practically have no power to in this day of age as they used to or as a president. That's all I said. I said nothing about having no power because they don't have to pay taxes or anything. This is just Benjamin just
well, I think Benjamin was bringing that up. Why they do have power.
Throwing jam on the fucking wall to see how much of the fucking raspberries that sticks to the fucking wall. But that strawberry did not fucking come from my mouth.
Gotcha.
That's the problem.
I'm sorry.
Holy fuck.
Anders, I'm barely listening here, and I'm just very curious now. I'm just going to put this out there. I'm from New York. I curse my bum off all the time. But is there any way that we can get our point across without having to, curse every 2 seconds and, lose what your point is in the process?
What do you mean by that?
I mean that all of them...
See, I'm just demonstrating. I'm talking to the 6, 7, 8 kids, and then I have to mute my phone, turn the volume down. You gotta wear headphones when you're on club. Kids are looking for bunnies.
We love bunnies. Bunnies are cute. I mean, I'd like to actually know what the meat and potatoes of your argument is, and every time you're just saying fucking this and fucking that.
Because I use those words to emphasize the point, right?
Oh, I'm well aware of doing that.
You probably think those words are magical, right?
No, I have no problems with them. I just think you're losing your point, Anders.
Then it's not a problem.
No, Anders, you're losing your point. That is my point.
No, I'm just
you are losing. No, you're losing your point. There's no logical.
If you talk to an English person, a Danish person, we definitely curse a lot. Fucking a lot in our everyday life.
You have nothing of value to say, right?
To our ears,
saying
So you have nothing of value to say.
Just
you agree.
Just
You have nothing of value
giving
to
the
say.
word.
Okay.
Where's the criticism for Benjamin cursing here?
Even mods have power.
Why are we focusing on Anders?
Oh no, I didn't hear Benjamin. I'm sorry. If I heard Benjamin, I
If
would
you're
have said the same thing.
He was cursing quite
And
a
if
bit.
you're offended, Aisha, and can't track the
I didn't
conversation.
say I was offended, Anders.
Okay.
Where did
So
I say
if
that?
you have,
How about you try this?
so if you have difficulty
How about you
tracking the
try
person,
listening?
how about I can make a statement without interrupting? So
No,
if it's
I'm
difficult,
fine. You're not. You've already been kicked once. Like I find it hilarious. And then you cried. You cried like a child in the group.
Elliot likes,
You cried in the chat.
Anders, so you know we gotta.
Oh, it's fine. I have nothing against Anders. I just said I'd like to know more of what his topic is. What? Oh, it's cute. Anders has something to say.
You're gonna reiterate. The last thing we want is more Anders reiterating this topic. I think that let's
Let me see if I can figure out what the actual disagreement is over. So I think the disagreement is over whether monarchs have power. I mean, it's trivially true in the soft power kind of sense. Anybody who is a celebrity has soft power, and that's just that they have some ability to influence the actions or outcomes of other people or events and stuff like this. So, like any person who has any kind of like sway over any other person, they have soft power, and kings and monarchs are no different. I mean, Kim Kardashian has soft power, the definition of power. But like the thing that like people are actually concerned with, or more concerned with, is whether kings have whether monarchs have control over like government and us and punishments, action, all this kind of stuff. And Anders is absolutely right. They don't have any kind of this fucking power, none whatsoever. The actually consequential kind of power. So I think Benjamin's equivocating when he wants to say that these monarchs, like the king of the UK and the king of Norway, they have this kind of power. I think Benjamin wants to equivocate on that.
Well, I think I know you got it all good, but I think the thing to remember going back to the whole thing was with Simon and Sky a little bit, and me chiming in. I came in and made the claim that it's sort of this like bloodline kind of ridiculousness that is kind of the embodiment of Benjamin wants me to use the word apartheid or whatever strong inflammatory word we want to use, but it is kind of a ridiculousness dog and pony show, and it comes with all the benefits that, granted that some of our elected officials get to, right? Live in a big fancy house and tax exempt to make it paid and all this kind of stuff. But it's just my bloodline, which is kind of like, are we really? So I started by asking Simon, like, what he calls himself a monarchist. And I was like, what makes one a monarchist? Like, what is the thing that you're pointing to? And he was talking about the political influence of the speech that King Charles gave, right? And that he's really not a political person, but in that role, he did something effectively that amounted to political influence and sway, right? That's where we got into the political thing. I don't think it's that anybody was ever questioning whether, Norway had the same kind of sway as this king or that king. Just the whole institution of a monarchy and royal family kind of stuff is just an interesting one to say that you are on board with, and I was wondering why.
Yeah, I was asked a very good question, which is why do I support the monarchy in the bloodline sense, as opposed to, well, every so we could have a president to be the head of state, non-political. Yeah, that was a good question because I struggled to answer that, and I did challenge myself. Sorry, mate.
I just wanted to add something if I could to something.
Yeah, I want to get Ben's input too, being from England as well.
Oh, I was just going to say, like in Australia, King Charles is obviously our head of state as well. But I'm a Republican. I think most Australians are. I think eventually we're going to leave this constitutional monarchy, the system that we have, and hopefully become a republic. So yeah, I was just going to say, but it's kind of the role of King Charles is kind of ceremonial for us. I think we'll probably be the first country in the Anglosphere to leave, probably even before Canada, and become a republic. But yeah, I mean, we should have left when Queen Elizabeth died, but yeah, anyway. It's a ceremonial role, like what Andy was saying.
I think
Sorry?
What was that?
I didn't hear that? Yeah.
Americans get confused by the term Republican, because that party that calls itself that is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I should probably clarify. Yeah, it's just, you understand when I say a Republican, yeah. I'm not
the
an
UK is
American Republican.
I think the UK is a republic form of government, aren't they?
But no, they have the constitutional monarchy. I think they do, like we have a constitutional monarchy. We're not a republic, so that's why we've got the Prime Minister. And obviously the King is our head of state in Australia, I'm talking about. But yeah, there's a huge Republican movement. Most actually our politicians are even Republicans. Like our current Prime Minister is, but I guess I don't know what the reason is, or they haven't put it to in the 90s. They did have we should get rid of the monarchy. So there is a movement about it, but I guess there's just too much going on right now. But I think eventually we will. I'm hoping we do.
The Enlightenment was very influential all across all Western countries, the whole entire Western world, and I don't think the UK is any exception to that. I think one of the main reason of the cause of the Enlightenment was bloodlines, and that we should blame in reason above the authority of the divine right of kings that is handed down through bloodline. And I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with that. It's like, what is the problem here? Like, kings have soft power. Okay, so what? Is it racism by definition? Yeah, it is. What else is there? What else you guys?
Well, it keeps the role of the church somewhat tacitly in sway. Like you said, you used the word divine power, right? That's the other illusion that kind of can grab some people's ire in this day and age, right? If you don't believe in magic.
Right. What would a pyramid be without a point?
What isn't interesting for me anyway is that there's obviously the Commonwealth, right, which is obviously former British colonies. Not all of them, but I think there's something like 56, which is 2.7 billion people. And why does that exist? Because they could all choose, as in Australia, in a way I'm surprised that they are still part of the Commonwealth, but they are, yeah. Why do countries still feel happy to be part of that? Because all those... Sorry, that's it.
Oh no, I was just going to say, I feel like we're almost being manipulated, that the monarchy won't let us go. There are these, it's like the resurgence of these monarchist movement. There's been many pushes to get Australia to become a republic for a long time. Still our number one immigrant group, the number one, group on our immigration staff comes from Britain. So we've got these, I don't know, it's like anytime Australia wants to move away seriously from the monarchy and wants to become a republic, there's King Charles, one of them will come to Australia, they'll do a tour, because what I heard is what their concern is if Australia moves away, that Canada will, eventually, obviously New Zealand will as well. And then, it will just be like a domino effect, and the Commonwealth will effectively break up. But yeah, I don't care. I think we should get rid of the king. I don't think there's a really strong anti-British sentiment in Australia, especially after World War II, because it was America that came and helped us. it wasn't like after the Japanese attacked us and like bombed Darwin, like England was nowhere to be found. So there's this kind of old resentment in Australia that we were abandoned by Britain during World War II, and in subsequent, we've had subsequent issues and problems. I mean, now Australia's become wealthy thanks to mining and so on in recent decades, but there were definitely rough periods in our history, economically, and as I said, during war times, where especially the older generation feels very much abandoned and like totally disloyal to England. So yeah, I think we look up to the American example. Like the Constitution, there's so much missing in our Constitution. We don't even have a Bill of Rights. Things need to be rewritten. But anyways, to be fair though, to the monarchists, we don't really have great politicians, and we haven't had any really great politicians in a while. I don't know if I'd want to see any of these current group batch under that career politician. I wouldn't want to see any of them to become the president or get any more power than they already have to screw up the nation. So yeah, it's kind of catch-22. But I think eventually, once we get not only the political will but the right leaders to sell the message, it will happen.
I think the constitutional monarchies, or at least the so-called. I mean, it's weird to call them the ruling class or whatever, because they don't really do anything. They don't have the hard power. They don't exercise like judicial rulings or legislative rulings, or they don't have any executive power whatsoever. So it's kind of weird to call them the ruling class in that kind of way, but it's kind of adorable to keep them around, I guess. I don't know. It's almost kind of like having a pope or like some kind of moral leader, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's where their role might be.
Okay, I did look this up, and I just want to add some clarity here. The sovereign in Norway does have the ability. The Article 3 states that executive power is vested in the king. In practice, this power is exercised through the Council of State. All royal decisions must be countersigned by the Prime Minister or a relevant minister to be valid. Which means even today, the king can write the decree, and provided it is countersigned by the Prime Minister, it will be valid. Now, if you think you can do that the same as he can do it, you're just wrong. You're just wrong in a way that takes away half of your IQ points and puts you.
Do you remember, Benjamin, when I mentioned that I used layman words? But do you remember when I said that symbolically the Prime Minister calls up the king and the king says, yeah, sure, go ahead, do it. And then they hang up the call, and then the Prime Minister do whatever he does. So there's a symbolic part of it still happening. But what you mentioned has nothing to do with the statement I made earlier. So if you want to argue with me, I'm here for you, but address my position and my point, not someone.
Benjamin, in the UK we have something called royal assent, which is the monarch must formally approve legislation passed by Parliament for it to become law. Right? Now this hasn't been withheld, the assent, since 1708. So even though that is a statement of the constitutional right of the monarchy to stop a piece of legislation, it hasn't been withheld since 1708. So something like that, you don't seriously think that that is a power that the monarch actually has. It's not. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna charge you 30 IQ points for this. This is really bad. Look,
oh God, how many more have I got to lose?
Well, I don't know. But you need to be careful. The laws in the UK have given the king all kinds of privileges, immunity, and do whatever they want. They have no taxation. They don't have to pay taxes, no inheritance tax.
their grounds, their coverage, their travel is covered by the taxes of the people. And now any law that would come before the parliament and the prime minister to, let's say, undermine the privilege of the king by saying that he has to pay the same tax everybody else has to pay, would necessarily have to be approved by the king himself. And you, with your blessed 25 IQ points, think that that is not an incredible amount of power that you can simply veto any law that takes away the privileges you already have. This is, I didn't realize English people could be this dumb, to be honest. I always thought with that accent and everything, and then the pronunciation of words, that you all were smarter, but it turned out, wow, I was wrong. I want to apologize.
Oh, it's okay.
Really,
it's okay.
It's wrong. I haven't been that wrong in a long time. And when it's this wrong, I feel I owe it to people.
Hey, Simon, in the situation you are describing, so Parliament goes, no, the monarchy is going to have to pay tax. Yeah, and they went, right, we're going to create the law to affect that. I can assure you now, the monarchy would just have to go and sign it off. And say, what on earth makes you think that what? Hang on, what on earth makes you think the monarchy is really credibly going to go, oh no, you can't do that to us? By the way, just one thing. Since 1993, King Charles, although it was Prince Charles, has voluntarily paid tax on all his income and capital gains.
I would love for taxes to be voluntary. I could just voluntarily pay whatever taxes I want.
I know, but that gives you a flavor.
Bless your heart, Simon. I just want to give you this compliment. Because BB in the chat has said it's not like they can do whatever they want. And I want to point out that immunity, meaning you cannot be accused in a court of law for having violated the law. You cannot be charged with a crime. You cannot stand accused. Literally means you can do whatever you want, and for that be no consequences.
And our case demonstrated that wonderfully for them.
Yeah, exactly. So Simon, I just want to give you this compliment. BB is even dumber than you are. You're welcome.
But that just shows your stupidity, because your king has done far better at it than ours ever would. Because if our king if he's immune from murder, all that would happen, do you not think he would be tried? And of course he would. If they have to change the law and Parliament has to pass an act,
at least Simon, our king, was elected, I think, is the main issue. Right, and as incredulous as we are to how that happened, we do acknowledge that he was elected, and that kind of is the main thing we're talking about. It wasn't that he is a Trump. Now, he became a Trump because he's a Trump, and there was, the nepotism thing that any real parent would do for their kid, right? They would probably put their kid in charge of the company. We get that, right? Maybe some wouldn't, but the governing part of it does seem antithetical to democracy. It's kind of the idea.
Well, he's just done a better job of breaking the law.
Yes, that's what I just said. We've shown you the light of why this could be a danger, of why this should be something that we're saying for Andrews too. This should be something to be, if he really wanted to do this, Andrews, not saying that we know the political climate. And by the way, we've exported that from England too. We do a great job at assuming that we know better for your countries than you do. But that aside, humbly admitting that we don't know the climate in Norway or wherever anybody has this kind of situation going on, that's the fear, right? The fear is that we have lit the way for how you push the law to the limit, right?
I'm reading up a little bit on the UK system of government, and the people from the UK can correct me if I'm actually incorrect, but I'm just going to read here. The UK operates on the principle that the monarch acts only on the advice of their ministers, capital M, ministers, since those ministers are the ones who introduce and pass the legislation through Parliament, which is a democratic system. In the first place, advice, they would never advise the king to veto their own bill. For the king to act without or against that advice would be a breach of constitutional law. So that's why they haven't. So is that why they haven't quote unquote vetoed a bill since some?
Well, I can only assume the fact that the monarchy goes, we can't do that. So we've got to sign it off, whatever it may be, even if we don't agree. And I'm sure there have been laws passed that the monarchy may individually, personally not agreed with, but that's irrelevant. They've got to just sign it off. That's the way it is.
That's just the way it is. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da. Some things never change. The British monarchy.
God save the king.
I think they.
I agree with them. Hello. Hello.
I think if the monarchs tried to, overthrow the democratically elected will of the people in the UK, they could find that their heads on the floor like the French one.
I disagree. I mean, they might get shot at like Trump, but I don't think they're finding their. Unless it's a straight shooter or something, but certainly not from within the system. Getting into your point, that was probably the case back with the reign of terror, guillotine kind of stuff. No, that was more state-sponsored, wasn't it? Or am I mistaken on that? Was that an angry mob, or was that some state-sponsored stuff? That was state-sponsored, right?
The French Revolution?
Yeah, all the guillotine, the reign of terror, Robespierre, all that. That was all government stuff, right?
Well, they became the government. That was the revolutionaries who then became the government.
Yeah, but wasn't it an angry mob when it happened?
Originally, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there's my point.
Storming of the Bastille.
Yeah.
Look what happened there. They got their monarchy to return.
Yeah, Bastille Day, baby.
As I said, I'm a monarchist, but I was just thinking, in terms of actual individual people, I think I'd rather be ruled by King Charles than fucking Keir Starmer.
I think I'd rather be ruled by King Charles than Donald Trump. Pretty sure of that.
Ruled is the right word. Because if you were ruled by King Charles wouldn't be King Charles. It's not.
That's right.
It's not the person who is corrupt. It's the power that makes people corrupt. And the fact that you don't realize this is going to cost you 50 IQ points, which puts you in the bottom half of the room. We've got a real problem.
When did we start measuring IQ points in this room? Because, Benjamin, you're very well aware that might not work out as well for you.
Aisha, I have an update. It looks like my bunny actually ate some of the food off the plate I put out.
Oh, you put up a window?
Yeah.
At the risk of being
go bunny.
At the risk of being self-serving, annoying as the room title. An IQ test is a verbal math game. I would do pretty well. Just saying. I don't know if the 50 IQ points were going to me. I still don't think they throw me in the goo. I think I'd still be above the fray with the 50. I think I can suffer it.
I'm well under.
And also, knowing and understanding the psychology of actual IQ tests, meaning that the points you are given from those tests are only particular to those specific tests. How good are you to figure out a complication? That is what an IQ test is most likely, Benjamin. So it's not a good measurement for everything when it comes to
subjugating the intelligence of the people. I find all these Europeans cannot even do the math. They don't even understand the power.
So how come Europeans have a way better political how do you say it? Like our model, how our society work, where I have free healthcare. I only spend like $30 when I reach $30. Everything is free for me. So if I get a headache, if I break my arm, if I'm in a fucking car crash and the ambulance has to take me, it's free. It's free, and it's free. And our salary is super high. Like I am rich when I'm on vacation other places. I've been to 40 different countries. Every time I'm on vacation, I'm a fucking rich ass. But of course, in Norway, I'm not a rich ass. I'm just average. But our salary is great. Our healthcare system is super great because it's fucking free. And sorry for saying effing, because that's just to emphasize. But anyway, I will put use words like that. But Benjamin, you're saying that the Nordics is negative, this and that. But every how do you say it? Every measurement in happiness, in GDP, and hunger or homelessness, or how many of the percentages of per capita that actually has a steady work and steady income, we're doing freaking great. So what is wrong about the Nordics?
Well, I don't know. I'm looking at your healthcare is not so much free as it is paid for by the American taxpayer.
No, it's paid by Norwegian taxpayers. So I have a deductible. So let's say nothing happened to me as of today in 2026. So let's say I go to the doctor's office for the first time this year. I paid $9, like $9.20, because it's 92 kroners. So it's $9.20 basically. Just divided by 9, 10. So, and when I reach $30, I get a free card. And every time I go to the doctors or whatever I need, like medication, I just this is my free card. And they say, oh, you have a free card. Nice. Just let me get the medicine and you don't have to pay shit.
I have to put my phone on. You're talking because it's so loud in my house, it's reverberating. Like you're like 80 times louder than Scott. It's crazy.
What do you pay?
Yep.
Hey, Pro, let me change the mic and you give me a feedback on.
Cool. Right after Scott talks, we'll check it out. What do you got?
So, Benjamin, what do you mean paid by the American taxpayer? What do you mean by that?
The American taxpayer has paid for the world's health and defense for the last.
Okay, this is just Benjamin making a point to piss people off, just an FYI, in case you're not seeing through it. I'm sure he does, but just letting you guys know before everyone takes the rage bait, let's not take the rage bait. Point to Anders for medicine where, and a medical system where you don't have to pay as much as the American healthcare system, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox.
Yeah. When I look at countries not to go to, when I get like all the comments of like, hey, this is a country you don't want to go to. Oh, there's a lot in Europe that come up on the list. I mean, it's not all peaches and cream, but that's another topic.
Oh shit!
Oh wow, that went.
Oh man, thanks.
Wait, it went all the way down, right? I can't hear him nearly as well now.
Talking now, Andrew, is that you talking?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh my God, it works, but no, that's way low. I mean, Aisha's.
Is this like really low?
No, that's good. Aisha's twice as loud as everybody. Maybe actually, you know what? Honestly, she's more like 1.25. She's about 25% louder than most.
Am I normal?
You're normal.
And also,
are you sure David's normal? I don't know about that. Hi, David.
I've always wanted to be normal.
I feel like Aisha's in echoey rooms a lot of times too. Like it bounces back, so maybe that adds to it. But your thing's always loud and clear.
That's just the COVID test.
No, mic check.
Maybe it's my house.
Noon. We say hello again. I gotta hear your levels. I don't have to, but I'd love to.
But just to say something about what you said, Aisha, is that I agree. I mean,
don't worry.
I think it's like hours ago when I mentioned that, hey, Benjamin, no one is like taking your bait. And he's been doing it for
for many hours.
We always take his bait, though. Actually, Andrew's in here. We do like amazingly well at taking his bait. Hey, speaking of taking the bait, we have not heard from my good friend and pal, John Kitover, who's in the audience. John, I'm strikingly surprised you didn't come back up.
Stop. Kick him. Just kick him.
Please don't. I don't like kicking John.
Why?
Because
Why?
I find him fascinating.
Does anyone else enjoy having John in here? I don't enjoy having John in here.
On the irritating thing, like why are you so annoying? Like, I mean, you gotta work to not be as annoyed, you know? And
Kitover streaming this entire room to YouTube right now and trying to make money off of us.
That's not annoying to me at all. That doesn't. The quarters he makes.
Right. Vote in the room. Go ahead, put a vote up, Pro. How many people want to kick Kitover? Let's do this democratically.
I might want to kick him later. But
Sam, I'm with you. Let's kick him.
Nah, let's bring him up.
No. Let me ask the mods. Elliot.
You guys have a young problem.
I think it'll last like maybe a couple of minutes, but
Hello, well, I want to thank you for inviting me back up. Thank you for inviting me back up. And I just want to say, in reference to your title, why are you so annoying? And is it your royalty? And, you know, I like to think that if you read philosophy, and especially in America, every man and every woman is a king and a queen. And unfortunately, we don't have that system. We have a debt, fractional reserve banking industrial complex that borrows $2 trillion a year on our backs. Hello?
I'm just chopping a minute. No, I'm resonating with it. No lies yet, John. Keep going.
Fractional reserve banking. Back to the faction.
So I don't think we need to fear money, and a lot of people don't like the gold and the platinum and the silver. But I say go within. If we want to start somewhere, we should go within the earth to pull out our gold and silver and have sound moral financial currency. Hello?
I think we should move to a Botox economy.
Botox economy.
I totally administer that economy. Let's go.
It's by weight, way more valuable than any precious metal.
Nice.
The biggest industry.
The entire annual global supply of Botox fits into a 16-ounce bottle.
The biggest industry.
Antimatter, we'd be the richest.
How many billions of dollars can you put into a Coke bottle?
See, people complain about the oil industry, but they don't complain about the semiconductor industry, the real estate, the financial services, health insurance, life insurance. Those are the biggest.
I hate the lotion industry.
Well, see, universal healthcare. Healthcare is not a human right, despite no matter how many times the left chants it on No King's Day and puts graffiti all over saying healthcare is a human right. No, the dental model where you go to a dentist and you pay cash, that's actually called medicine, where you pay for your service as opposed to the government creating fraud, because $200 billion a year in Medicare, Medicaid is fraud. It goes to scammers and thieves. And so we need to stop the entire system and re-platform it and make it into a dentist type service. I would shut down Medicare, Medicaid completely and either hand off the new system to Google or Palantir. Hello?
You would hand it off to Google or Palantir.
Yes, meaning that the government no longer funds it. All we do, the government will pay for services, but no longer make it an annual, quarterly budget type of system. Because $4 trillion a year in a $40 trillion bankruptcy, it's insanity. We have to think of new solutions.
So are you proposing a rich person? Let's say I'm wealthy and I have to have a heart bypass surgery kind of thing. How does the wealthy person get the services they need?
They have to pay cash.
What's that?
They have to pay for it themselves. The government will not pay for that.
Okay. And what about the poor person who's broke?
It could be on a lottery system, possibly.
A lottery system. So what if you don't win the lottery? Did you just die?
Yeah, you die.
We lost your mind. So you went like.
Yeah, you die. Like, I know people that have had hip replacement surgeries, and then they died after the hip replacement surgery. Everyone's going to die. People who believe in universal health care think that they're going to live forever.
Wow.
So that we based it on your IQ and your level of education, John. Would you be able to get any health care? I'm going to say I doubt it if we made it that way, but you know.
It was making some sense until the last detour there.
Well, you don't like the fact that people are going to die regardless. And just because that person has that surgery doesn't mean that they're going to actually live through the surgery. There's just so many variables.
I'm hearing health care for the rich, no health care for the poor. You're going to die anyways, like God sort of out. Is that kind of the...
No.
I mean, he's going to end up dying sooner anyways. This isn't like, up for debate.
I mean, look at Trump, how long he lasted with eating the way he does. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
I just have a question. Did you depreciate all that stuff in your PTR with the same tax year, or did you use a declining schedule? I mean, in our fractional reserve bacon and whatnot, how did you depreciate that asset? Or is that fraud?
I'm using the word asset lightly.
Well, each phone is only $40, so you could buy 20 phones for $800 if you know multiplication. And it's a $15 a month, subscription. You cancel it, then you start live streaming everybody on YouTube, and you just keep building and building momentum until eventually you become monetized. And then I can start actually monetizing highly annoying people like yourselves.
Don't put up the whole plan.
So wait, you haven't even started monetizing yet? Is this a future thing?
Yeah, it's an investment in an annoying future.
You still haven't monetized yet?
See, when annoying people like Aisha say kick John Kitover from the room, well, I'm already in the room anonymously. You can't actually kick me.
That's right.
That's all right. John. No, go for it.
No, I was going to say something largely trivial. John, I'm loving the Shazam and the DC comic stuff you got going on the left-hand side of the room. That's what. Are you a comic book fan?
Yeah, I've got a large comic book collection.
Are you DC or Marvel?
I like both.
Bunch there.
I like both. I like comic books. Hello?
Yeah, but
We're aware you don't know how to read regular books, and anything that's of value allow you to have a brain that works. It's okay, Kitover.
Comic books have lots of value. What?
Yeah, not anything to actually have anything within any sentient and subjective value. Objective value.
I would say that his comic book might be worth more than everybody's book collection, by the way.
Whose mom quilted that tablecloth?
It's just a purchase from eBay or Amazon, but it's.
Are you a Dark Horse guy?
I think I know which comic book series you're talking about, but no, not particularly.
Well, they do Hellboy and Sin City, Star Wars. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was a big fan of the movies for sure.
Yeah, no, me too. All right, well, that's my John bonding moment. You a manga guy or no?
Oh, MAGA, absolutely. I think Donald Trump, is the response to our political crisis and cultural crisis.
Manga.
This is exhibit 1522 about John Kitover is far too ignorant to understand anything that's being said.
No, I don't think you can hear me because I can't hear. I'm talking Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like Dragon Ball Z, and the fun thing about Dragon Ball Z, if you watch the cartoon.
Wait, this is important.
The cartoon is amazing because it's a little bit like life. I got kicked out of go.
I wanted to ask a question, John.
Me too. He's talking Dragon Ball Z. John, where'd you go?
He's in the audience. Something happened.
God damn. Oh, Benjamin didn't take one.
Wasn't me.
Why gotta keep these
Wasn't me.
Dragon Ball Z was like
I put 3 documents in the chat to support.
Okay. Right after
the Dragon Ball. And I just want to respond. I think it is to whoever was
go back to pro.
Wait. Right after Dragon Ball. Let's get right back to it. I just got to hear his Dragon Ball comment. What do we think about Dragon Ball, John? We'll go to Benjamin.
Well,
what are we gonna say about Dragon Ball?
The cartoon, if you've watched it and enjoyed it, it's a little bit like having a mental health disorder because nothing ever actually happens. Meaning that like the show it just leaves you hanging every single time. And then it's the same boy who cried wolf every single time. So I don't know. You can go back to Benjamin now to your regularly scheduled annoying programming. This annoying person is complete.
I could have gone with that. Nothing does ever happen, and he's indestructible. And no matter what you do, he's going to live until another day and soul his son and all that stuff. All right, I'll do. We got Agamemnon in the audience.
I want to get back to this
Seinfeld
of was it Anders was saying when he goes to the doctor, he only pays $35. Yeah. Now, Anders pays some taxes, of course, so it's not like he doesn't pay anything. But
actually, too much, Benjamin. To be honest,
and it looks like Europeans pay about $10,000 a year to cover some of these costs. On average, right? And the U.S. taxpayer pays about $20,000.
Whatever you're snapping there, Aisha, is we're hearing it.
To cover a basket of costs that includes.
I'd rather hear that than listen to Benjamin talk.
Hey, Benjamin, I have a question for you. If you don't mind.
Just a second, Anders. I don't know what part of my sentence got in the way of yours, but it's got to negotiate for the entire world so that we don't have epidemics that invariably leak into developed countries coming from Africa and other places in the world where we have to spend money to keep epidemics at a minimum, right? So America is so that when a medicine is sold in Europe, it is sold for 30 cents on the dollar. So you're only paying for 30 cents.
And from the United States, this does not come on the European market.
So the consequence, as I said earlier,
I just wanted to ask
the reason Europe has health care for so cheap is because the U.S. taxpayers are paying for it. So don't pretend it's free.
Fine. If you want to
cost the U.S. a ton of money for Europe to have free health care.
I just wanted to ask you,
by the way,
how does the 36% taxes sound to you? I'm not saying
it's not taxes.
36% of your salary every month goes to taxes.
Europeans are not taxed anything.
And now, by the way, Benjamin, just by the way,
more benefits than they're paying into a system from which they get very little benefit.
Okay,
by the way,
so I guess I benefit from that system. But can we have a dialogue?
A
monologue?
Not when he's on a monologue roll. He can't slow down.
Okay, so Benjamin, now in May, I will.
The problem is
he's on Super Saiyan right now.
You haven't put any documents, you haven't put any scholarship into the chat, so you really haven't earned the opportunity
because
to review.
I'm simply speaking from my own position, meaning like whatever I earned last year in 2025, the total amount, like don't think about taxes, just what I earned last year, the full 12% of that total salary, I will get paid now this month for vacation money. Every year, Norwegians get 10 to 12% of their full salary from the last year, just free fucking money to have a great vacation. And I'm going on 8 weeks paid, 6 weeks paid vacation.
That sounds good, but do you do
and also, when we get tax returns, by the way, since the 90s, it has all been automatic. We never do the manual labor. Not only that.
Hello?
Let's say I paid too much taxes. I not only get that in return, but the government actually have, like, by law, fines, meaning they are getting fined a shit ton of money. So not only do I get what I was taxed too much each month, but I also get like here's a Band-Aid.
Okay.
So we're paying a lot of taxes. I agree, but we don't have potholes. We don't have homeless people.
I'll take that.
When people lose their job, when people lose their job, they get like least $800 to $1,200, approximately the same equivalent of $1,200 every month. Also, meaning that the rent wherever you live will get paid, and you also get up till $1,200, if not more. That's only for as long as you basically want, and you can't be fired from your job in Norway in the same way as in America. If you lose your job, at least you have a month that your employer has to keep you, or in most cases, 2 months. So again, Benjamin, what is wrong about the North?
Anders, I think I understand your system, and I'm going to come at it at a different angle. I think there's something like 8.5 million Norwegians in the entire country.
Sorry, come again. I didn't hear you. You said
there's something like 8.5 million Norwegians.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was about to say approximately 7 or something.
I live in Texas. I'm not in Texas right now. I'm in Florida, but Florida's very similar. There's more than 20 million Texans. That you guys have with the North Sea a ton of mineral wealth. If you really only have to divide, and by the setup of your country, I wish my country was as prudent with the mineral resource wealth. You're just splitting it between 9 million people. Correct. And there is something to Benjamin's point of view is that external to your country, a lot of R&D allows for socialization of those costs that allow for, including the peace after World War II, that is allowed, and in international trade that is, at least up until the last year or so, the open seas allowed for a ton of trade. So we had different countries paying into different systems, different amounts, but I agree with Bernie Sanders. We basically pay twice what you guys do, and we get half the results. To reconcile that and say that, Norway's, not lucky in geography to have mineral wealth and only a few people there. It's just, we kind of have to put it into a global perspective. Is America has all these different regions that come on the same ballot sheet for our federal system. And so we've got inter-regional fights and things that I don't know if a smaller nation that has a ton of natural resource wealth really can be compared to America. It's like comparing Norway to all of Europe. You can't. It's really challenging.
You're right.
Right, and you should.
You're right.
And I have to agree when it comes to, especially after the Second World War. So let's say from 45 to 1972. 1972 or 1952, where when the Norwegian and the British government decided where the line in the North Sea would be, where we can look for oil and where they can look for oil. And for some stupid reason, I guess Norwegians knew about the oil wells. But if you look at the line, you can see that all the oil wells landed on our side of that line. So from 1972, we have we have a welfare fund that is like $2.2 trillion that is just laying there marinating for whatever going to happen in the future. We can stay alive for centuries. Like you said, we're only like 7-8 million people here. So $2.2 trillion in our welfare fund, which means everybody in Norway and a Norwegian citizen's bank account fund.
Yeah, but you still only eat fish.
Hey, the Russians are actually stealing a lot of our fish, and we're kicking them
problem is
out of the North Sea or the back.
Your reproduction rate is only 1.2 per female. So you're basically going to die off in about 100 years. So
no, but you're right. You're right, and it's a problem. Meaning,
no. Here's what you should do.
I'm not on the market, But the dating market in Norway is like, hey, meet up. You want to fuck? But yeah, but I don't want any kids. That's just how it is, unfortunately. I understand, Benjamin, but like.
Well, Benjamin, we can't rely on them. Got to move to another country.
How about you, Benjamin, make a case for something and then I try to rebut it? Because all you have been doing is like, oh, your country is so bad, your country is so bad, and then I tell you why it's not so bad.
I mean, my hope for America is what it's always been. I think it's the hope we all share.
I can reflect it in my own everyday life, or you can just look on YouTube
where you're not limited by
and see videos from Norway, how we live.
I think that if you're going on a vacation and you travel to some place nice and you're on the beach and you meet somebody from America, you should think
circumstances of your
taxes that are required to you.
Uncle Leader of the Fraud Task Force.
That's the thing.
Pay for your
I have to admit that I don't have a personal experience, but from what I hear from everyone is that
Walgreens store is
when
the Chinese
Americans come to Norway on vacation, they're so loud. When they're talking, it's like they're yelling, and they're like just crossing the street like they're owning the freaking road. I mean, it's so obnoxious. That is what I hear from people in Norway, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, when Americans come here. Hey, Benjamin, have you heard about her name? She goes by Promise or Eve on YouTube. She's an American living in Finland at the moment. She's mostly on the YouTube channel called The Line with Jimmy Snow and, probably Matt Dillahunty and all those guys. Biologists like Valkai, what was it, Forrest Valkai?
Is that over the last
so
hour,
you can check out Eve.
Loud and obnoxious person in the room.
She's an American living in the Nordics,
from America,
explaining how not
numerically you might just find that that's not the case. But look, if somebody sees somebody who's loud, they're probably more likely to remember it, tell stories about it, and look, I know it's a lot to ask an American to tell Americans thank you for coming to Europe and risking your lives to save us from the Nazis. But if you have time and you're not too busy and you're not too drunk, just say thanks every once in a while. We save the world, we pay for the world's healthcare and defense, and we don't ask for a lot in return. But thank you might be nice sometimes.
What do you mean by that, Benjamin?
Because global war is another way of saying that same thing.
Like, to a certain degree, I would agree with you, Benjamin, that I think it was in 1948, 49, you have NATO, and this is kind of weird because the very first conversation I had with someone on Clubhouse was a woman that denied that Norway was a part of NATO, meaning like Norway was one of the founding nations of NATO. But anyways, she was just ignorant. Yes, Article 5. You guys have given us a lot of safety over the years, but now when Donald Trump, for the second term or time, is in the White House, you can see all over Europe. We're making what do you call it? Like contracts with other nations, like China even is now having a contract and collaboration with Ukraine simply because of the drone technology and the fiber optics and all that shit. That, by the way, that is something that I'm very knowledgeable about. That what is going on in Ukraine. If anybody want to have a conversation about that. But anyway. The point here is that so many countries in Europe, like Germany, Belgium, Italy, France, they are now making how do you say it in English? Like not military, but like arms deals with other nations than the US. Do you know why recently? Because the US don't have any stockpile left. Do you know why? Because they flew them all across the Middle East just now the last 2 months. So you guys don't have anything to sell anymore. So Norway, a small town called Kongsberg, like Kongsberg in Norway, is like one of the largest manufacturers of ammunition, munition, and weaponry, and of course,
Anders, let me just kind of step in. If we take the opposite of what you're saying, it might be true that the reason we won't give anything to Ukraine was because Trump didn't want to support Ukraine, was taking Russia's side, and by firing all these off for Netanyahu's purposes, he can now argue you guys are on your own and finish his plan to get out of NATO. So it's not that we don't have anything left. It's that it serves the use to say we don't have anything for you guys. It's not that we don't have anything for ourselves.
And I stand corrected.
It's how it's how he works. He starts with how he can fuck over his ally, and then maybe think about how it helps or hurts the U.S. Right?
Yeah, I will be more careful about my wording because you're correct.
David, that
by correcting me.
The worst position a person can be in very often is to be the person who
agrees with me,
who thinks that they're Donald Trump's friend.
Yeah,
the fact that Donald Trump has made Putin his friend might just be the end of the Russian project. There is a thing is Donald Trump.
He's not his friend. He's just working as if Trump He's not even his friend. He's just Putin's work. Donald Trump doesn't know what it's like to be a friend. Donald Trump doesn't know what it's like to be a friend or have a friend. I don't know what's your model you use?
There is no friend of Donald Trump in the United States.
Yeah, I want to be honest. I think that Donald Trump is probably playing everybody, including Putin. And to the extent that you think he's siding up to Putin, Donald Trump doesn't have it in him to side up to people.
Hey, Donald Trump is running circles around himself in a way that if you just look at what he's on the lawn of the White House, about to enter a helicopter. Some journalists are asking him a question. He says, yeah, within the next 2 weeks. And then you have the exact same scenario. He's about to go into a freaking helicopter. 2 weeks later, they ask the same question. And he says, like, yeah, within the next 2 weeks. Donald Trump is a dilapidated, crazy nonsense guy. I mean, I don't have anything just positive to say about Biden when it comes to his mental state either. It's just that some people are just blind to what Donald Trump is showing.
Fair enough. I just want to say this, Andrew, for you. If, by the grace of God, 100 years from now, Norway is not an Islamic hellhole or an extension of the Russian Orthodox movement, or it's speaking Chinese, it will be because an American soldier did something. I promise you that. It won't be because a French soldier did something. The French
can you start over? Because you actually lost me there. Like when you said that soldier.
If by the grace of God, if by the grace of God, Norway, your country, is not one of those countries where all the women wear a burqa in 100 years, and it's not some adjunct to the Russian project where you're all Eastern Russian Orthodox Christians, or you're not some kind of extension of China, it will only be because of an American soldier. And you don't appreciate it. It won't be because of a soldier in Norway. You're not going to protect yourself from these things. 8 million people, and probably you couldn't protect your way out of a paper bag and never have. The only reason Norway is a free country that is making up its own decisions is because the United States has defended that project for you.
I mean, if you want to cradle yourself with that pacifying thought, sure, go ahead. I don't feel that blanket, to be honest. It actually might be, Benjamin, that the United States of America is holding up the whole rest of the world. That might be, Benjamin, but I don't feel that warmth from that blanket. Where's the blanket?
Well, we lived in the Cold War, Baker.
Yeah, that's called an iron carpet, not a blanket.
Was based upon mutually assured destruction. Yeah, from the NATO with those with nuclear weapons, and obviously USSR at the time. Now it's obviously changed. And I think it's a good thing that we actually have our own defence capability as a European entity, for sure. I do. Well, we were. Thank you very much, America. But the thing is, the UK has always thanked America. It really has. And we have been to war with you. And what is sad is the fact that Trump will go, yeah, but the Brits stayed at the back, which obviously he subsequently apologised for. But in Afghan, our area of operation was Helmand Province, was one of the most violent areas. Denmark, the irony, per soldier, had the highest casualty rate of deaths. So we're all being bitchy to each other. We're actually fucking, come on. There are bigger issues in the world, aren't there? And I don't, we need to step up and spend more on our own defence. I totally agree with that. But at the same time, Trump and Benjamin, we've all thought maybe he knows something we don't know. Maybe he's playing everybody and we just don't get it. Everybody's thought that, but I don't think that's the truth anymore. Do you really? You've lost five.
Can I respond to that by pointing out a couple of just simple, cruel facts? Israel is a tiny little country. I don't know, maybe there are 4 million people in the country, half the size of Norway. Their military is capable of pulling off the bit. People in Norway couldn't dream up if they were writing sci-fi novels. They have cell phones, pagers, that they catch them in the transit, they add bombs to them, when they're distributed to the terrorists, they blow up the terrorists. Shit, you can't even think of. You're in Norway trying to fit together a hobby drug. Like you've never seen technology in your lives. The French, when they were defending Europe against the expanse of the Nazis, lasted, was it 2.5 days? The French basically is just a stack of dominoes. They just lean over and fall. That's nothing, Bert. You think Norway is going to stand against anything?
Yeah. Can I give you an example, Benjamin, if I may? So let's take
Wait a minute. How many terrorists has Norway killed in the last 10 years? Yeah, I'll give you the answer because it's real easy to look up. The answer is 0.
No, actually one in 2021. Actually,
why we got to talk
there
about
was
that?
A guy had a 9mm and like an AR type of rifle, and he actually shot and killed a lot of people. Yeah, in the downtown center of Austria. 2021, maybe 2022. To be honest, yeah, I think it's 2022. But that's not my point, Benjamin. I want to say something and hear your response.
Do you think there are bad people in the world?
Yeah, definitely. So,
okay, do you think bad people are afraid of Norway, or more afraid of Norway or Israel?
Wow, actually now I forgot what I was going to ask you. What did you say earlier?
afraid of Norway or Israel?
I'm trying to remember what you said earlier.
I'm trying to remember what y'all are talking about. This is pretty boring, but
I agree. That's the thing, Pro, is that I'm trying to stop Benjamin to either myself make a point that he can engage with, or he, as he do, make a statement, and I want to stop him, and I want to engage with that statement, but Benjamin is not allowing anyone to engage with him back and forth.
well, to be fair, Anders, you've been talking for like an hour, so he's probably trying to walk you down a little bit or something. But not that Benjamin hasn't been talking for an hour.
Walk down what?
I'm not exactly sure. My eyeballs are hurting looking at the screen of you guys talking so long. But it's just,
Why are you watching the screen?
Yeah, I mean,
I pay a lot of attention to your facial flares.
I remember now.
My facial flares, like you can see my face as I'm speaking.
Both with your hands on your face. And, looking
See,
at
look, none went away. None went away because she doesn't think that's right.
I'm focused. Benjamin's got his bunny there, and T's got his bunny cat.
Elliot is dabbing.
I said that already.
Okay. Just making sure. I don't want you to miss Elliot dabbing.
Yeah,
Well, maybe more so Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
It's
dabbing.
Real American.
Oh, is that a weed thing?
Tell me you've not heard that. You've not heard that? Oh my gosh, actually, he doesn't know what it is.
It's okay. Elliot is okay.
Yeah,
I don't do drugs.
He's still on the good
He's
side.
making the drug reference. Subject.
Hi, Jay. Hey, T. T is here.
She's chilling like a Melgadone. I was working on work here while listening to you guys, staring at you all intently.
You're weird.
Victoria's late to the party. Victoria, attendance was taken like 2 hours ago. You weren't here, but we can do makeup.
We can do makeup in the space?
Makeup work.
Oh. No. Stop it, Professor. Stop it.
Barb has been here listening to this chit chat of Anders and Benjamin, but it was productive. Learned about Norwegian culture a little bit.
Professor, I really thought that you were going to allow us to do makeup.
Simon's affection for
God save the king.
Peter's the king as they've done. Keeping him out of the king. So, Victoria.
Hello. Yeah, I was hoping we could do some makeup too.
Oh yeah.
Like a little halo eye or something.
Let's do it. I'm down.
If you had to do makeup for me, what would you do? Because I seem to be lacking a little color in my photo. What could you do to help me out? I probably need more than color on the picture. I'm sure.
You're looking a little pale. I feel like you've lost a little rust there.
The thing that I would do for most men is I would prep first, make sure the skin is healthy, make sure it's moisturized, and add a little bit of sheen. I think a lot of men have dull skin because they don't exfoliate as much as they should, and they could look much more youthful if they just did that. So I would start there.
The tip is hyaluronic acid. That's the tip. And Pro knows this.
I do know this.
I actually think I had a set, it was like 10 different things, and the one you mentioned, I think, was one of them. And is it like...
You don't need 10
is it like... that was just a false, what do you call it, like a series of products. I was given it for free from a friend of mine. But one of them was actually like blood, like red blood cells. Wow. It was crazy.
Yeah, we heard about some of those stories here in the U.S. Some obsessed
Wait.
parents.
Otter said, "In honor of doing makeup, I will change BRB." Otter, you're an otter. What are we doing? Why do we have a squirrel eating a otter? Oh my.
Oh, otter's bad.
That's a little. That's very carnivore.
Otters are carnivores. Well, they're omnivores.
Well, the squirrel is a carnivore in the picture. Contrast that with Benjamin's.
I'm not sure that's what's happening there. I think it trick portrayal.
I mean, I thought the rabbits were cute until I saw my own rabbit as a kid eat a rodent. So, I mean, yeah.
I mean, they are rodents.
Nature is not.
Is a rabbit a rodent? Does that qualify?
Yeah, kind of, actually. I don't think taxidermically, but
I'm not interested in all the details. I just want to know if I can call a rodent and get away with it.
No.
But does end up. I know you're pro lyric, I think, and Elliot as well. But does anyone here on stage believe?
I'm going to speak for a while here. Everybody here maybe believes in God.
Like maybes?
Or everybody here doesn't, or everybody does. It's one of those. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I used to have a profile picture that said everything in the universe is either a duck or not a duck, and that is true.
I'm open to the prospect.
But that's just what you said. You're either or, sure. But so I'm not a believer. I never adopted the belief in a God. I grew up in a partially Christian Protestant family, but if there's an afterlife, if the Bible is true on the supernatural statements, if it is true, I would like to adopt that belief. And I'm 4 years into Clubhouse, and I would like to hear a coherent.
Well, this might not be the best place for it. I mean, I can speak for Jay. Can't really speak for Simon. I feel pretty confident that I know Victoria, T, and Benjamin's stance. Aisha's is a little, maybe less.
What's our stance? Our stance on what?
God.
The God belief.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. I can play tic-tac-toe in this room right now and get a win if I go diagonally.
Victoria,
sure. Elliot, I know
you believe?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, same here.
It's a no in the diagonal spaces for sure. Simon is a believer in the magisteria. What do you call it, Simon? You're already what? What's the term you use? A majestic? What is it?
The monarchy.
Monarchy. Yeah, but you didn't call it monarchy. You call it a monarchist. That's it.
So yeah,
so I am apparently that means you're okay with God, right?
Oh no. I mean, I've got one grandfather who's a Methodist minister, and another grandfather who was Jewish. I am now all over the place. Not a big religion God fan.
I'm going to speak for CM. I'm going to say CM is solidly in the no camp. You get solid. Benjamin is super solid now. He's a solid no. Victoria's a solid no. CM's a solid no. Elliot's a pretty solid no. Those are your really, really solid no's.
Yeah. Hi, CM. We know it.
Hey, Pro, speaking of no's, we moved off the makeup thing quite fast, but while we were doing that, I found this photo that I put up as my PTR of me doing makeup to do a tiny face. And in fact, that's just my nose.
Yeah, I can see it.
That's pretty funny.
That's actually kind of. Did you actually do it yourself? That's great work. Like the illusion. I mean.
That is pretty fantastic, Victoria. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing.
long as you get that,
So we could do anything you wanted, Pro.
Wow.
But Victoria, that's why I asked. I think it was just drowning in the waters. But I asked a question like, do you have like something that you can give a tip when it comes to exfoliating your skin? Like,
Anders, you look like
if you see my profile picture, I wax my eyebrows. I go to a professional and color them and everything. So I'm already feminine, and people on Clubhouse have been calling me gay for like 4 years. So I'm actually interested because I am like.
Yeah. Well, I don't. Yeah, you're well groomed. I think that's nice. People take care of themselves however they want to do that. I think that's great. I used to have I fell down the rabbit hole of a ton of different stuff to take care of my face and my skin in general, not just the face, but neck, arms, everything. And generally I just have a gentle wash. I'll use a makeup remover that is oil-based to take off that stuff. But I just use salicylic acid, which isn't an acid, but it's in a lot of different toners and such. And I sometimes will use them in pads that I can get. I don't use the same thing all the time because I don't have super sensitive skin, so I don't have to worry about that. So when I need something, I'll either buy what's on sale, or if somebody's recommended something, great, I'll try something new. If not, I'll go to an old standard. In fact, I have oxy pads that I use on occasion when I don't have something special around. And so after I wash my face, I'll use that salicylic acid on a pad. And then the key, I think, is a good moisturizer at night, a nice lotion or moisturizer in the day. But I don't even use a moisturizer in the morning because I always put on sunscreen, and that has moisturizing in it. So, but sunscreen is probably the biggest thing that I changed about 6-7 years ago. And I wear it every day. It's just part of my skincare. And I think that's really helped change my skin. So really you need a cleanser, some sort of exfoliant a couple of times a week. And I do dermaplaning as well, which is like kind of shaving my whole face. And so if you shave, you're actually exfoliating every day, right? But to do the other parts of your face that you don't shave, you can either use something that is like one of those dermaplaning knives. I mean, you can get them on Amazon and stuff, and do the rest of your face, or just use some sort of liquid. But you don't have to be really harsh. What I found was a lot of friends who got into skincare during COVID went really hard on some stuff. And a lot of friends went really slow, and they come out with the same, after a year, they come out with the same changes, but, one had reactions to things and one didn't. So, I would just make sure that you have a routine. And the people who know me in here know that I am the sunscreen queen. Like, I'll always say that's got to be the number one thing. Wash your face and put on sunscreen.
I think the key word is I need to start a routine. I need to make it something that I do every day, like in the morning or evening, whatever. But yeah, I think that's the key word I will take from what you said.
Well,
and I also
here's what gets you into the routine is if you wash your face in the morning, and again, not harsh, just a gentle wash, and you do nothing else but put sunscreen on, that's a good start, because sunscreen is the most important thing to put on in the day. And then you want to wash the sunscreen off at night. I mean, I've sometimes gone to bed with sunscreen on because makeup on and don't have a reaction, but just sunscreen off and put a moisturizer on. And if you start just with that, just washing, sunscreen, washing, moisturizer, that's going to, be a good start. And then if you want to add in once or twice a week some sort of exfoliant, I'm sure Aisha has a few things to say on this too. But, that's where I would start. Like I said, I love pampering myself. And so sometimes I'll say to my husband, do you need the bathroom? Because I'm going to be like half an hour, because I'm going to go in and I'm going to do the 10-step plan that I used to do, because it feels good. It smells good. And the next day maybe it's placebo, I don't know, but I feel like my face looks a little plumper and nicer, right? But I also know I'm not going to do that every day, right? So anyway,
Doesn't shaving encourage the facial hair to grow?
No,
not really. No.
It can sometimes feel like that because they all grow back, and they don't grow back with a little point at the end as if you've plucked them. They grow back and they feel thicker because they don't have the point, because you've cut it off. But no, I've been dermaplaning. I've been dermaplaning for like 4 years now, and I had some peach fuzz around my jaws and closer to my ears that I couldn't figure out how to wear foundation or
couldn't get rid of it because you're a man.
Peach fuzz, and
couldn't get rid of the peach fuzz because I'm a man.
And so on occasion, I've gone like a month, 5 weeks, 6 weeks without doing it, so the fuzz grows in again. But because my skin is healthier and I don't wear as much makeup anymore because I don't have to hide my skin, it doesn't really bug me. But I now do it more for my skin than the peach fuzz.
One of these people from the Jewish faith.
I have to say, my personal preference, I like people
it's forbidden for them to actually create their own political state. I'm from the similar kind of background or sect that believe it is forbidden for the Shias or even for the Sunnis to actually make a political kind of government and govern ourselves, because if we rule in the name of religion, everything that we do is going to tarnish the name and the reputation of our religion. Because after all, like we're just human beings. We could make mistakes. We could oppress others in the process of actually getting to power or maintaining power. So if we do that in the name of our faith, all it's going to do, this is going to demolish the very perception of our faith. It's just like if you identify with any kind of brand, for example. So if let's say you
I think it's understandable. I don't think it's understandable. It's understandable. Yeah. So so are you spread out, dispersed among the people, or are you?
Yes, we are spread out because we believe at the end of times this is God's wisdom that because of all the tyranny that happens in the world, if we all stay in one place, it's easy for the devil or the bad people to just kill us all. So by God's tradition, apparently we have to disperse on the planet, so less of us get killed or destroyed, so that the true message of our faith is preserved.
Thank you.
So, quick question then: can the true Shias right now be some priests and rabbis?
Basically, the concept of priesthood or rabbihood, it's not allowed in Islam. In fact, all the Muslims are encouraged to learn the religion and the jurisprudence and to acquire knowledge, so that knowledge is not centralized, it's decentralized, so that it cannot be taken advantage of. Whereas the priests in any religion or even in Islam, unfortunately, they tend to encourage centralization of knowledge or jurisprudence. And in that way, if you centralize anything, you are only creating grounds for corruption, because if you centralize wealth or centralize power, that's going to corrupt the system, which is why in government or in political systems we have the separate, like the different three main aspects of government are kind of separate and kind of not sovereign but independent, like judiciary, you know what I mean, right? Like the judiciary, the executive branch, and the lawmaking branch. They're all separate parts, because if the power of these three entities are concentrated into one entity, it could easily be corrupted.
All right, so I'm going to give you an example. Right? During the time of Jesus, he used the word, because the word begotten can mean it has different meanings, right? And I'll give you an example. There are Muslims and Jews like myself that I'm going to say we are cut from the same cloth. Even though he is a Jew, even though he is a Muslim, even though I am a Catholic, we are cut from the same cloth. So when I say this true message of God, right? Can those people be distributed between all the faiths? So what you find to be the true message of God can also be a certain sect in Christianity and a certain sect in Judaism, and so on and so forth. Do you think that the Shia message is spread out like that? Or you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so basically we believe in all like Abrahamic faiths, like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. There is one group which truly tends to follow the true message of their prophets. So basically, but they're a minority. Always you have in the Quran, the majority is not condoned from contempt. And also I always say minorities are usually the ones who actually are the people who think, who use their logic, who truly follow the teaching of their prophets. And the majority is never, there's an analogy even, the 99% are not always going to, are not always taking the right path. The 1% normally know what's going on.
Oh my God.
The 1% is the not backtracking 1%.
Where did you get the
Streamers games when GameStop was so interesting around, during that time, that's all it was. I would just get off of work and usually I'm actually working it up for a couple of weeks. I finally get the system paid off and the night drops. And then I was for midnight releases. I don't feel like my boy's gonna be 13 and he's mostly the Xbox and
so we're going to say that I'm proud of Catholicism.
I'm gonna try and make it work as best I can. So that's
when or where you get born into the world, that there are people following the message of Christ. Some of them are Jews, some of them are Muslims, some of them are Buddhists, some of them are atheists.
That's how we live so hard right now.
And we don't know. Sort of like the Mahdi, right? It's sort of like that sort of thing, right? You don't know who he is until
as well, just to see
the end, right? Until he reveals himself.
Until the signs before his coming,
I think when I see him
the very
I was at 5
highest signs, the 5 signs which, when they appear, he can be identified easily.
I've never seen that.
But he won't even know, right?
Just with collective value, I'm gonna give you 600 plus.
5 main signs just before it comes.
I appreciate it.
And those signs can be identified with those 5 signs. And there are events which will take place. And these events are so incredible that no one can fake them. And because of that, this is how we can identify that he is the true Savior who is coming at the end of time.
So is he born into the world though?
Yes, he was born.
Okay, he's born into the world.
1,000 something years. So he's that old, like in terms of his age, but he appears to be a man of 40 years old, according to his traditions.
They still got some year one going on.
And being the significant number.
I thought this was lineage.
It's hard because ours is lineage. It's so happens that it is.
It happens that this is
his lineage, but it's not about his lineage, which gives him legitimacy. It's the fact that God appointed him as the leader or the imam who's going to lead the people into salvation.
Oh, so the lineage isn't even known, you're saying?
The lineage is known. His lineage goes back to the lineage of the prophet. His lineage goes back to the lineage of Prophet Abraham and his son Ishmael. So the lineage of prophethood ends the common law. Ends is traced back to Prophet Abraham. The children of Isaac who had a son called Jacob, and his sons were the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob was also known as Israel, basically. And Muhammad was from the lineage of Ishmael, who was in Saudi Arabia by God commanded Abraham to take his wife Hagar and Ishmael to that land and to leave them there. And Muhammad is from the lineage of Ishmael.
Muhammad is from Ishmael.
And it's interesting because Mahdi is from the lineage of Prophet Muhammad, but his mother was a Christian princess, interestingly. So his father married a Christian princess, converted into the religion of Prophet Muhammad, and his father married her. And Mahdi was born when he was 5 years, and his birth was very much similar to the birth of Moses, because Moses was prophesied as the prophet who will overthrow the throne of Pharaoh, who was a tyrant. And Mahdi was also prophesied to be the throne of the tyrants of the time. So he was very much anticipated by the rulers of his time, and they were waiting for him to be born so they can kill him. When his mother was pregnant, no one can see by miracle. No one can see the signs of pregnancy in his mother. So he was born in secret.
Much like Jesus, right?
Yeah, much like Jesus.
Much like Jesus. Now, can you tell my friends, the Christian princess, who gave birth to the Mahdi, who was from Rome? What's her name, Amir?
Her name was Nargis, or Narcissus, or Nargis. Is exactly your name.
Could weaken the country itself, at least in their opinion. And so, I mean, there's
Nargis. As Nargis is to Mahdi, Virgin Mary is to Jesus.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. Interestingly, I've been doing a lot of reading here on the side while you guys are talking. So turns out, lawmakers, according to studies, and we've discussed this before, dedicate 30 hours a week on the average to dialing for dollars. There's a study by Ohio State University, you can look it up, which says that members of Congress are unaware of what they're voting for because of the volume of bills that are presented, the length of the bills, and the fact that they're dialing for dollars. I added that part, and it's not part of the Ohio State study. So they rely on their party leadership to tell them how to vote.
Primarily they're staffers, but party leadership comes in the most contentious issues. If you have a bad staffer, then you're not going to be prepared. If you have good staffing, then you'll be prepared for whatever hearing or bill you walk into. So yes, party leadership is important, but the quality of staff is, I think, even more important than what leadership actually says, because it's the foundation by which you then go vote for things, right? I will agree there's a lot of bills and leadership does know how to vote sometimes. And particularly on our most contentious issues, I think. But again, I think staffing is, that's where you build the base
before the leadership tells you what to do. So I think they're both important, but I think staffing is probably above leadership a little bit because of what staff is.
Marshall is better than everybody else. You hear this shit?
And the second thing to consider is a study, I think goes back to 2015. You can find it very easily by typing in the authors' names. Martin Gilens, Gilens, at Princeton, and his co-researcher was William Page from Northwestern. So just type in Gilens and PAGE, and you will find stories about, and maybe the actual study pop up in your browser. The conclusion of the study is, are you ready for this? And this goes against everything Marshall and I have been preaching here for so long. Ready for this one, Marshall?
I'm ready to be wrong.
No, I mean, this goes against what you and I have been telling people to do all along. Congress literally doesn't care what you think. How about that? Now, I haven't delved into the details of the study, but that's what the study says. And I will read it on the train on the way into work as soon as we part company here, that Congress doesn't even care what you think. So who's influencing Congress? And I would agree that it's not just the party leadership. I would have to agree with Scott that a lot of it has to do with lobbyists. And as I started to say back when Scott interjected the question of lobbyists, how many of these lobbyists are former Congress members? Or how many, maybe the better question to ask is, how many members of Congress become lobbyists? So that will give us.
I can tell you their staffs. In Congress, once you retire, you go into as a staffer, once you go off the hill, you go back to your state and you do your thing, whatever that is, or you go to K Street and get hired as a lobbyist for a firm.
Right. So now that leads us to wonder how much influence those lobbyists had on the vote of those members of Congress to prompt them to hire those members of Congress and their staff members once they leave the Hill. So, and the whole system is, oh my God, Congress doesn't care what you think.
As it was explained to me, it's about pre-existing relationships. So, there's a guy, let's just use the Commerce Committee as an example. There's a staff on the Commerce Committee who's been there for 30 years. He then retires and goes to K Street. Well, that staffer has worked with all the other staffers. So let's say it's a telecom lobby. And it's and Spectrum's got their lobbyist, and that lobbyist happened to have worked on the Commerce Committee. Commerce Committee oversees the FCC and communications, so it's under their purview. And then that lobbyist would call up somebody like my little brother. Hey, dude, how you been? Hey, I've been off the Hill for 6 months. What's life like for you? Is it stressful? And they strike a conversation, and they already have a pre-existing acquaintanceship or friendship. And then the lobbyist says, well, I got something I want you to look at. It's right up your purview, and we think it would be beneficial. Those friendships or pre-existing acquaintance often influence what gets before a congressman or senator. At least as it was explained to me. It's all pretty skeevy, but that is how it was explained to me, because my question to him was, don't lobbyists just take you out to dinner and pay for a bunch of stuff and drop bills on your desk and then you pass them? It's more complicated than that, but you get the point. And then I got this answer. And it makes a lot of sense, and it makes lobbying a whole lot more pernicious, in my view. So because you're not trying to stop the lobby itself, you're to not have lobbyists be so influential, they would have to not have those pre-existing relationships in Congress.
So according to a study published by the University of Chicago Press, lobbyists frequently offer lucrative private sector jobs to former members of Congress and their staffers who supported their issues, a phenomenon known as the revolving door. These positions often pay significantly more than government salaries, creating potential incentives for staff to favor specific interests while still in office. So there you go.
Gary, I had a customer a year ago. He was a lobbyist in Washington. He says he makes 10 grand a week.
I'm in the wrong business. Victoria, followed by
Me too.
At least I've had some time to calm down. A couple of the callers, you call them, people, and that they can say, oh, yeah, he may be kind of bad in certain ways, but the alternative, and Trump all the way, or I'd pick him anytime. It makes me ill. The fact.
Did somebody say that? I didn't actually hear that, but maybe I missed.
Oh, they pick him anytime, yeah, compared to all day, every day, or something like that.
What Steve said specifically was, if the alternative was Brian, if the alternative was worse, then I would pick Trump. Now, worse in that conversation is a judgment and a partisan leaning.
Okay,
so you have to.
Yeah, Marshall's right on this. I mean, I think the worst idea is that you'll get overrun by.
I couldn't think of
all
anything
kind of
worse than this man.
Yeah, but what? I mean, I think the argument would be worse is we will get overrun by LGBTQ immigrants from Cuba or something, and and the money will run out, and none of us will feel at home anymore.
Right.
Because
being really important, more important than
the argument though.
I'll give you something that I heard on the door knocking in 2024. That the Biden administration had let in. This is what CBP believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me. But I'm fairly certain I'm correct. The Biden administration had let in a total of about 13 million people. That's larger than half the population. Half the population of half the states in America. So that means.
Is that a true fact? Is that a real, honest fact? That's what I'd love some validation if that's true.
Sure.
Just in the Biden administration time, you're saying 13 million people.
That's what CBP said they processed. Now, again, maybe I'm wrong. I'm referring to a stat that's several years. So,
Marshall, fair to your point, even if we, quivered over the numbers.
He let in too many people.
Yeah, and so basically, I think there's a part of the population, and it's not me, but I understand their argument.
People I lived with because it imposed on our resources.
Right. I mean, basically, the argument is the left's view of the country is chaos. It's open the borders. It's basically, don't put anybody in jail. It's,
And there was a bill to fix it before. So.
No, Biden.
Fix it. So I like that. I agree with the argument that too many people were let in, but there was a bill that, would have been passed. They were finally addressing the issue. And whoever came in next would have fixed it.
But I think to Gary's framing of the room, when you're thinking of why the Republicans are still with Trump, I think it's largely because there's the biggest fear is chaos. And so
this is chaos beyond. So, maybe they're they were
Right. No, I get. I'm not
there are
defending.
so many things. Criminal, pedophile, rape. I mean, every day it's something else. He wants to control.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily.
We all know. I cannot understand people who excuse it and think there's.
I'm not excusing it.
So anyway, that's all I have to say.
I'm just saying why people vote for it, and I think
they think it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, there's this fear that if it's going to get worse, you're going to have trans bathrooms everywhere. You're going to have.
Oh my God.
You're going to have.
That's worse than the declining dollar, the world in chaos.
Right.
Hating us.
No, the problem is
the brightest are not coming here anymore to go to school. No one.
Right. But the problem is, but that's not emotive. See, Victoria, what you're saying is absolutely correct, but it's not emotive. And there are certain members of the Democratic Party who are a bunch of idiots, as far as I'm concerned, because they push these stupid nonsense issues. You don't see Republicans ever supporting trans people who are biologically men. It's a big civil rights issue, and they should have the right, because they self-identify now as female, to use the women's bathroom and to play sports against my granddaughters. Right? You don't hear the Republicans saying that. And I don't think that it's necessarily a position of the majority of the Democrats. It doesn't matter. When you have Tim Walsh signing a bill that puts tampons in the boys' bathrooms for equality reasons, people go, what the hell's going on? And they ascribe that to the Democratic Party, and it's very emotive. It's very easy to get somebody to say, look at what those damn Democrats are doing. Try to talk to somebody and get an emotional response to the issue of people no longer wanting to come to this country to study and to practice medicine. And we're going to have.
That's not as important. Losing all of that talent, losing the desirability of us as a nation is less important to people.
That's not what I just said, though. That's not what I just said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say that it was less important.
No.
I said the reason that people fixate on the one issue and not the other is because it's an emotive issue. So if I'm a Republican, if I'm in charge of marketing for the Republican Party, I'm going to jump all over these less important issues that have a...
And that's the problem.
Yeah, as a Democratic...
So where's the civility? Where's the...
Because Victoria...
Why don't people feel that?
Civility
dying is just...
It doesn't have anything to do with that. As a Democratic chief of staff for a member on the East Coast told me, the saving grace of the Republican Party is the Democratic Party.
I know, I hear all this. It's not strong enough. It's
because of a conversation this woman had with a staff member who was not doing their job and not paying attention, and it then wasted all his time in the meeting to jump on a social faux pas. So what happened was she asked the staffer who was not performing at par, are you slow? Not like, are you mentally disabled, but are you having a hard time? And they then spent the next 45 minutes talking about how saying he was slow was just unacceptable. It's that kind of stuff that gets in the Democrats' way and provides the Republicans with a mirror to hold up and say, look at these people, they're nuts.
I agree, I agree with that, but the other things are bigger, are more important.
No, Victoria, they are in reality, but Victoria,
you just weaponize the small stuff, and then we get.
If you get in a street fight, if you're arguing over ideology, I think identity beats ideas every time, and I think it's interesting because the parties have flipped. I mean, it used to be that the right used to claim that the Democratic Party was the identity politics party. That has switched. The right has become the identity party. It's largely about traditional American values, Christian religion, Christian nationalism, this sort of stuff.
Babies with 3 different wives, yeah. He's an icon of that, a rapist and a pedophile.
Yeah, and the Democrats,
I don't think that's why that stuff is.
The Democrats have become the party of
I can't hear
ideas.
both of you at the same time, sorry.
So, but Marshall, I just think we because we've switched to be a party of ideas versus a party of identity. And I think we could craft a different identity, right? We could, I mean, part of the strategy for the Democratic Party could be to have a broad platform of an inclusive identity, and you're an American, and everybody gets into the safety net. We're all part of this messy, chef salad or soup that's America. But that's not, and we're losing that battle. And I think why Trump is still running the table, and why the Republicans will beat us every day.
Yeah, but that's not why
we preach ideas without identity, and I don't think that's ever.
None of it should matter. If somebody is a criminal, if someone behaves as badly as he does, there should be. It's like done. It's like how a woman. If a guy hits her once, that's it. You don't keep saying, "Oh yeah, it's not so bad." No, the person.
Yes, but that's not why
Tampon
Tim is so. That's not why Tampon Tim is so appealing. Tampon Tim is so appealing for the Republicans.
Wait, what?
Tampon Tim. It's Tim Walz. He got called Tampon Tim. Now.
Got it.
The point of this is, it's not appealing because it's an ancillary issue. It's appealing because it allows Republicans to go, look at these crazy decisions. Oh, by the way,
it's not nearly as crazy or as bad as somebody, grabbing a pussy. I'm sorry. There's no way you're going to...
Sticking tampons in a boy's bathroom isn't crazy.
Yeah. Maybe the girl's boyfriend treats him to grab it for her.
In what universe do boys need tampons?
His girlfriend wants him to get one because she's stuck somewhere and whatever. I mean, who cares? Who cares if there's a tampon machine in the bathroom?
Okay,
that's a reason to like.
Your response is why this is. Your response is why this is so appealing. Because it allows us to point at the Democrats and say they make crazy decisions.
It's a minuscule thing. We're talking about World War. I mean, my God.
No,
it's so silly.
Victoria, Marshall's right. This is why we lose. I mean, he's right. This is why we lose.
I mean, nobody was pushing that. You guys, they weaponized it. They weaponized everything. They weaponized trying to give everyone a fair shake. That's DEI, and oh my God, it's got to go.
Democrats do the exact same thing to Republicans in elections. The exact same thing. It's not a shoe. They're not worn by those.
The point is Trump's grip, and I do not, for the life of me, understand it. I can't get there. I cannot get there. That to excuse all of the things that could be listed, and everyone. Sorry, I live in San Francisco, but everyone I know feels exactly the same. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so I will. Marshall.
That's just it.
Marshall.
Point. Like that's why.
Yeah.
That's why.
Well, we're fantastic. We have an absolutely wonderful life, and I really wish Gavin could stay.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
And the rest of you, I hope you can craft as nice a life as it is here in California.
If you ever come in contact with people who agree with and think like you that you spend time with, no wonder you got such a hard on for Donald Trump. Because we don't hear anything.
No, sorry, I am an international person. I listen to international news, not our news. I have a worldview that is
not the
beyond
point I'm making.
California. So just please, everyone in Europe knows what an idiot he is, and laughs, and we have
Europe's
lost any
irrelevant
cachet
to
we had.
this.
So whatever, huh?
Europe's irrelevant to this, and that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm
It's
trying
not
to make
irrelevant.
is
We're
you
talking
have
about
yes,
the
it is. The point I'm trying to make is
about
the
the
reason you
refugees
have a hard
in the
time.
States.
The reason you have a hard time putting yourself.
I cannot follow this conversation, and if I can't follow the conversation, probably other people in the audience
I cannot
follow the conversation
I just
either. So
cannot.
let's try to speak one at a time. Victoria, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question, Victoria. Can I ask you a question?
I've done it before and it doesn't work.
What have you done before and it doesn't work?
He used to be ridiculous in the chat. I'm glad I'm no longer in the chat. But anyway, no, it's not my interest. Thank you.
I don't know what you're
I
saying.
needed to say, or what I. But,
all right, can I ask you a question?
Okay. Yes.
Can I ask you a question? Thank you. If you were in charge, we know that if I know what I would do if I were in charge of the marketing of the Republican Party, I would do exactly what they're doing now. I would jump on these inconsequential issues to make the Democrats all look like idiots, and they're doing it very effectively.
I think you look like an idiot if you point to
that's
little things that don't.
Are you responding to me again before I ask the question? I just love it how you do this. I try to ask you a legitimate question, and you answer it before I ask the question. Do you want to finish my question for me? Because you seem to know what the question is. So, in your opinion, Victoria, I'm asking you a legitimate question. I'm not trying to get into a fight with you. Don't, sit there waiting for the moment to jump and strike. I'm asking you a legitimate question. If I were the guy telling the Republicans how to make issues emotive to make the Democrats look bad, what do you think the Democrats ought to be doing to reach on an emotional level the American people to get their point across in a manner in which they are not doing so today?
Well, advice is not my forte, but I've heard Gavin talk and make a lot of sense. I think there are issues that go to the heart of who.
What would you say? You're the person right now. You're representing the Democratic Party right now. What would you say? What would you say?
American values like civility, like truth, like empathy, humanity, the things that the people who go to No King's protests, what they're objecting to, the way that I dealt with families broken apart. You're telling me that you can't have heartstrings if you do some of the human stories? I mean, focusing on small things and weaponizing
so I would agree. So I will tell you that I agree with you, Victoria. I would tell you.
It's ugly. It shouldn't be ugly. The people I grew up with who were in politics, Dianne Feinstein was my childhood, friend's mother. She was lovely. She did it for the right reasons.
So let me try to explain. Okay, can I agree with Victoria for a change here? Would that be okay? Would everybody okay with me doing this? I agree with your point, Victoria. So I will give you, as I often do, when we had the housing crisis where people were losing their houses because they were underwater, and we all saw it in all of our neighborhoods, no matter what our socioeconomic standing was. We all saw the foreclosure signs for sale on houses in all of our communities. And I, as a journalist, were doing what I was doing as every other journalist was, many stories about, the numbers. But then I did a story where I just focused on one individual. And the title of the article was, I've done everything right and I'm still losing my home.
because that was a quote from the person I was featuring. There was a tremendous outpouring of support for one person. There were millions others who were in as dire straits or worse than her. But as a result of one article featuring one individual, it hit at the heartstrings of people all across this country. I think there were even people internationally who responded to this because it resonated with them emotionally.
Gary, I would say
so wait, let me just finish the point. So to Victoria's point, the Democrats should be taking examples like the president always does at the State of the Union and makes somebody stand up and everybody cheers them for one reason or another because they were a victim or they were a hero or they did something great or whatever. That humanizes the issue. And throwing facts and figures out, I don't think is a successful strategy.
I'm with you, Gary.
The reason that
let me just say this.
Can I just say PBS, CBS, Sunday Morning, and 60 Minutes, right? Like Charlie Rose. Like I love those shows where they do take the time to either talk to a novelist or on Sunday morning there are heartwarming stories, and even 60 Minutes mixed in with, so people don't get that anymore.
But I would say rhetorically, the way the Democrats beat the Republicans is they say it's freedom and fairness. That we want a country that's fundamentally more free and fundamentally more fair. So we want people to have freedom. I mean, we're a country based on liberty. Thomas Jefferson, Declaration of Independence. So our platform, it's fundamentally about freedom. But at the same time, we can't have freedom without fairness. Because, fairness without freedom is totalitarianism. And freedom without fairness is, it's just nihilism. And so I think that would be the strategy, is to say that we're the party of freedom and fairness. And some of the freedom is so and then you fold gun control.
Humanity, empathy, civility.
And the argument for gun control is largely that you're more free when people aren't running around with assault weapons. You're just fundamentally more free. And the society's more fair when everyone has health care. And everyone wants freedom and fairness. And so that would be my argument for how you counter the Republicans, which
that's us San Francisco Dems.
Yeah.
I've heard it all my life.
Okay, thank you for that, Victoria. Thank you, Scott. We're going to move on because it's already 6:54. Coco and it's time awesome.
Yeah, thank you so much to the mods in the room. Hello, Gary. Hello, Marshall. It's been a long time no speak.
Hey, Coco, what's up?
What's up, bro? So, to speak on the topic of the room, sagging, excuse me, I'm driving right now. Sagging in the polls, but Trump's grip on the GOP is firm. And I agree with every bit of that. Trump's approval rate. That was my essay. Trump's approval rating is definitely sagging in the polls and dropping in the polls. And even as his approval rating is dropping in the polls, his firm is definitely tight on the GOP, on the Republican Party. We unfortunately are here in my state of Tennessee. The Republicans that are Tennessee Capitol Hill have, of course, been pressured by our Trump, by the Trump administration or by Trump himself, to redraw our map and basically split a major metropolitan city in 3 different ways, which intentionally dilutes the black voting power within that district. And so with that being said, a lot of things are happening right now at a local level, at a state level, at a federal level, at a global level during this administration that everyone needs to be worried about and concerned about and afraid about. I think that is the chaos at hand. We have civil unrest here in our United States of America. We have people protesting in Alabama. We have people currently protesting in Louisiana. We have people currently protesting here in Tennessee. We have, people protesting in multiple places right now, especially in the southern states, due to discrimination tactics that have been historically used in this nation. So a lot of people tend to want to try to brush off the fact that, I think it would have been bad or worse with Kamala, but we will never know that. We will never know that Kamala is not the president. She will never be the president. I think Kamala said that she don't feel like running for office no more. And if I was her, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't want to run for office no more. Like everybody does, the way that people, for one, the way that they threw Kamala up in front of everybody, I think even she knew that she here in the state of Tennessee. If Kamala, in my opinion, if Kamala was president, this would not be going on. We have Republican Tennessee lawmakers breaking their own state law to try to redraw a map to try to dilute a historically predominant black city. That is voter dilution. That is the prime example of vote dilution. The prime example. And we're not just, and I want everyone to be mindful here. Gerrymandering, there's 2 different kinds of gerrymandering. There's political gerrymandering, and then there's racial gerrymandering, and both can also happen at the same time. And I was making this point with someone earlier that he was like, no one said anything, no one had this much fuss when Nashville was, split up in, just a couple of years ago. Republicans split up the Nashville demographic voting power in 3 different ways, and they're doing the same thing with Memphis. And what I said to him was, well, with Nashville, for one, there was huge outcry. There was even lawsuits, and when they took it to court, it was mainly about partisan gerrymandering, political gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering, and the law in the court treats partisan gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering differently. And here in Memphis, at my great state of Memphis, Tennessee, you have both happening at the same time. And I promise you that this map that they're currently trying to do, which is literally unconstitutional, will never hold up in court. And that is the type of things that's happening during this administration. So yes, he has a firm ass grip on the GOP because they're over here breaking laws, trying to take away people's rights and voting power. So yes, Trump absolutely has the GOP firmly in his grasp, and it's unfortunate that they're using every bit of this opportunity to try to set us back 50, 60, 70, 80 years.
Thank you, Coco. We're out of time, Coco. But I just want to say,
I'm going to land here.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I said okay. I said okay. Go ahead.
And so, with that being said, this is my last point. Bro, you gonna let me over, man? Hello? Okay, my bad. And so, with that being said, when we talk about what's currently going on in our United States of America, we need to also be honest with the historical context of our nation. When you have Republican representatives in Republican states using this ample time to strip away voting power and voting representation, that is a tactic that has historically been done.
Thank you, Coco. We're out of time, buddy. Sorry. Folks, we're here Monday, Friday, 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So till 5 p.m. New York time.
Okay, my bad.
Tomorrow, no worries, buddy. Till 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum. Everybody be.
I wish you would have said there was a time before I got on the stage. I didn't know that there was a time or anything. But to finish, I was saying, because like I said, I wasn't laying my last point.
As opposed to sticking up for them. It is cooler to hate them now, like for sure. I mean, that is something that shifted.
I completely disagree. I think most of the shit based on my algorithm, most of the things that you say online is everyone fucks with Jewish people, just people don't fuck with the Israeli government, because what the Israeli government is doing is wrong. No one is saying like, fuck Jews. At least I haven't seen like people. And then, like, what do Jewish people look like? Unless they have a yarmulke on, or they got them little fucking long ass dreads and that little weird ass outfit they wear, you can't tell.
Oftentimes you kind of can. I mean, let's be fair.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. But I don't know. I'm black, right? I don't know no black people that's out here just.
They told me if you saw Steven Spielberg, your first guess wouldn't be he's Jewish.
Wait, one here he's white. I would say he's white. These are like these are white people.
You're the biggest hypocrite I've heard on this app in a while. You said there's no people killing black people out there? Are you crazy? They burned down cities in fucking all of America for fucking George Floyd. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
You guys generally, I noticed that whenever you get a conversation about Jews on this app, what you get is you get black people that insist upon coming on the stage and making sure everybody knows they are the biggest victim of all times. And anything that's going on with the Jews, focus on us, the real victim. I mean, you guys do that.
Nobody is saying that.
You guys do that.
I literally gave you 3 different demographics, and I even critiqued the Black Lives Matter movement. Okay, a couple black people get killed. Now we're burning cities, and we're acting like black kids getting shot by the police is an epidemic, which is not.
And that's the hypocrisy because Jewish people are not doing that.
Hold on. Because you
that's the hypocrisy, Pierre. I know you don't want to hear it.
Like I was trying to.
They don't want to hear it, so they talk loud. That's why I have to talk loud.
Other demographics of people have used that same Black Lives Matter playbook, like I mentioned.
Nobody else has used it. Nobody else has used it.
Now we're just in the Israel, the Jewish shit. That's all it is.
What are we doing? Are we burning down cities? Are we burning down cities?
No, he is right. I think he's kind of right though, because like the woke, the Jews did carry as much as Jews did cry wokeness after October 7th and all of the protests, and their fellow lefties, basically turned around and said, globalize the Intifada and fuck Israel. A lot of them are like, they're now all of a sudden October 7th Republican. And yes, a lot of them do this cancel culture bullshit, okay? And especially if it involves like saying you don't support Israel or something like that. That is woke cancel culture bullshit. I mean, at the end of the day,
some people decide one day to support a fucking terrorist group that did things like October 7th and way before.
Katie, what if he's in the middle of having lunch? I don't know. You sure you want to disturb his lunch so you get him to discharge the fire?
And go against someone that is protecting own existence.
But that's the left wing.
Some people in Iran, and they decide, no, this is not the good side. No, this is the.
When you're talking about lefties, the right wing is not. Even if they're critical of Israel on the right, they're not pro-Hamas.
What's his name? That one guy, Jack Hinkle. He went to the fucking funeral of the leader of Hezbollah.
He's a socialist. He's not a right winger.
He's on the right side. He's not a socialist.
No. I've actually debated Infrared. Jackson Hinkle's the protege of Infrared. Haas is this fucking midget, and I called him that when I spoke with him. But he's a small little Lebanese guy. And so basically he's paid by Russia. They're pro-Russia. But their whole thing, and they came up with this like 6 years ago thinking they were clever, they called it MAGA communism. You can look this up. There's a couple news articles written about it. And so they're like right-wing socially, so they say, but they are at the end of the day basically like tankies. They're left. They're very far economically, and they're not on the right. Like right-wingers, everybody in the dissident right hated those fucking people. Those are the people those are the types of lefties that will fucking kill people to get power.
We've seen this happen over and over. How do you think the revolution in 1979 in Iran happened? It was a coalition between the left, the Marxists, and the Islamists. And what did the Islamists do when they came to power? They massacred all of the left and the Marxists. They hanged them by fucking cranes. This is what you fucking leftist Democrats don't understand. They don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, the CIA had all of that to do with the first, with the Shah back in the day. All of this is documented, and you can read all about it. Just saying.
Yes, we know everything that happened, and we know everything that has been documented. But the reality is that it's far more complex than just the CIA involvement, because there was a Tudeh party, which was a communist Russian-backed party, which completed terrorist attacks, which assassinated people. That's what you guys don't understand. It's more complex than just the involvement of the CIA to stop communism and Russia's influence.
Wait, this was in Iran you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I don't think
No. It's I'll let you go after me, Pierre. But yeah, I mean the fact that they were communists
on the south side, people showed up to push back against the Walgreens closing. The doors are set to close.
Look it up. The Tudeh party.
No. I haven't looked up the communist link, but I have looked up all of the other details around that, and the fact that. When the idea that the Mossadegh, the prime minister, that he was democratically elected is a false claim.
Yes, by the constitution of the Shah, he had the right to elect.
You and I know both the
same thing. So it's all the fucking propaganda lie of this.
Yeah. And let me give you one more. Yeah. And let me give you one more bit of information, which is the fact that when they say, America has even apologized for Operation Ajax, as it was called. You know who apologized? Democrat secretaries of state. Democrats who always apologize for anything that America does that might be perceived as promoting any kind of interest of American welfare. They're the ones who apologize, not on behalf of the CIA. So that claim America feels so guilty. No, it's the Democrats, the same people who immediately after 9/11 said, it's all our fault and we deserved it.
But yeah, Alan, I kind of want us to get back to the point. The point is the hate piece. And what I think that we do on the West, we have a great way of dramatizing and romanticizing negative things. So earlier this year, everyone had a sign in their yard that was like, yo, if you see ICE, you can come hide in my house. And just Hispanic people are just getting snatched up off the street and Viva la Mexico. And so it was the Spanish people, it was the Hispanics earlier this year that were hated on and getting snatched up and all of that shit. Now it's just a new wave of what they want us to be dramatic about. I really think it is what we are marketed to, what our algorithms are, because there is definitely a war going on in Israel, in Gaza, and all in the Middle East. There might have been a synagogue that has been blown up and stuff like that, but these are not everyday occurrences to where we got to go march in the street and say everyone stand up for the Jews because they're getting persecuted. It's really not that. They are trying to.
Nobody's asking you to do that here. Nobody's asking you to do that.
I'm landing right here.
But the black people wanted everybody to do that. That's for sure.
I'm just landing. I'm just landing.
What I'm saying is,
I'm landing right here. I'll get it. Y'all emotional. You're emotional. Yeah, you're emotional. Yeah. So the land. Do not let these people propagandize you into believing that Jews are like now the new hot thing.
Nobody's doing that. Nobody's doing that.
Where are you, motherfucker, Harry?
Nobody's doing that, by the way. You know that, right?
Where are you, motherfucker, Harry? Where are you?
Why do Jews get so much hate? It's literally in the title. Nobody is
saying not a Jew that's doing that. You know that, right?
IRGC supporter.
It's not like Jews are telling her open this.
Public supporter.
She literally gave us an example of why she started the room. She said she started the room because of what she sees online. She does not see this when she walks out her.
And what you're saying is that Jews are going and starting a whole movement like you guys did. We didn't start any fucking movement. We didn't burn down any fucking cities. You guys burned down cities because of a fucking fentanyl head, a fentanyl drug head that killed himself. And you're fucking burning down cities. So you're very hypocritical, bro. Don't come and tell us what Jews need to do. Okay? Worry about the black people.
How am I hypocritical when I critique the Black Lives Matter?
All right, here I'm talking now. So I definitely did say earlier that I have seen this out my fucking front door. There was a terrorist attack. I think it's the yeshiva or the synagogue, whichever one. It's a Jewish religious institution close to my home, okay? So, no, I don't appreciate this shit. And I don't appreciate seeing a constant, like, everywhere I go, everybody's, like, obsessed with hating Jews. And I do think Pepe's right. I think people think it's maybe like a fad, like they think it's cool or something. And it's honestly not cool. It's gross.
Can I go after you?
And it's weird. Like, why are you guys obsessed with hate for a certain group? Cool. I also think it's interesting, right? You know, it usually comes down to, you guys want to start talking about Israel, but you don't have the same smoke for like Americans, right? Which our government partakes in basically all of the same activities. So it's just all a bunch of hypocrisy, and it really feels like fake outrage at the end of the day.
So Miriam, the question that we pose for the room, since we want to talk about governments, how can people tell the difference between legitimate criticism of a government and prejudice against a group? And when people do have a prejudice against a group or a criticism against a group, why do they seem to be called anti-Semitic? Go ahead.
Well, because when people are always going, talking about the Jews and how they're responsible for, I don't know what, you see what happened. In the UK, 2 Jews have been stabbed just a week ago. Also, one of those charity ambulances of the Jewish community was, they placed explosives and bombed it in the UK. So this is a global intifada going on, and people are chanting for intifada on the streets. And no one cares, and they keep talking about the Jews and, you know, throwing oil on the fire repeatedly. And everyone thinks they're safe, but it always starts with the Jews, and it never ends there. So don't think you're special.
Yeah, I think we're living in different times where a lot of things are televised now and we don't have to read them in books. Like, we can actually see what's going on in Gaza. We can actually see the settlers doing all that crazy ass shit that they're doing in the West Bank and in Gaza. We can actually see Jews acting in an ignorant way.
Did you actually see what happened on October 7th? Did you see that also? You didn't mention October. You mentioned Gaza, but you didn't mention October 7th. That's funny. You think we just went into Gaza for fun, huh? We just went for fun, yeah?
I am concerned.
And when I just mentioned October 7th, you fucking retarded fuck.
See, this is why nobody
You fucking skip over shit. You fucking piece of shit. Fuck you, bro. You're a fucking piece of shit. And that's all it comes to.
Nobody said that.
We can see this. We can see that.
I just think y'all went in there for no reason. You're talking for me. See, again,
you're not informed. You're not informed. Shut the fuck up. You're playing victim more than anybody. Shut the fuck up. so sick of these fucking black people on this app. You guys are literally hypocrites, bro. You're doing exactly what white people did to you in the 1950s, the 1940s, the 1930s, and any time before then. You're a hypocrite.
That's because you're Jewish. Are you above critique just because you're Jewish?
No, it has nothing to do about being above critique. It has something to do about bringing the fucking facts, calling people out when they're wrong. Because most people here don't know how to do that. I don't let people finish when they're wrong. Fuck that. Because you're wrong. That's what. Now you can finish your sentence because I had to make sure you mentioned October 7th. I want to make sure October 7th is mentioned because you want to say everything's televised. Yeah, October 7th was televised.
In here has acknowledged that October 7th.
Nobody in here acknowledged that. Nobody in here said shit about October 7th.
It happened and it was an atrocity.
You fucking retarded fuck.
It happened and it was an atrocity.
Oh, little great. Oh, thanks for your fucking sympathy. Fuck you.
I don't think anyone can watch those videos and not say that was not an atrocity.
Yeah, whatever, bro. Shut the fuck up.
No, what the fuck? Like, what
you mentioned Gaza before October 7th. You think we just went to Gaza to murder people in Gaza?
You know what?
The point that I'm trying to prove is that mention October 7th first, then you can say Gaza.
To just shoot at white people because of what they did to us. Kill every white person.
Black people have done that already in the past. Yes.
Obviously, we're not able to have a conversation.
No, I don't have conversations with retards like you, bro. Sorry.
I literally.
Anyways, I'm gonna go play some soccer. You guys keep having a retarded conversation.
Why do you feel like you are above being critiqued? And I'm not talking about.
You're projecting right now. That's literally what you're doing. That's literally what you're doing.
No, I'm talking about your government. The same way
the government didn't say anything about the government. You said about televised shit.
Somebody just brought up the United States government. We commit atrocities all day, every day. People in the U.S. that critiques our own fucking country. And those are
people do it in Israel also, bro.
Did you not see all the veterans at the Capitol Hill the other day? They got arrested for protesting against the Iran war. Oh no, you were just worried about your Israeli shit.
What are you trying to prove? Like people go to the Capitol and protest all the time. That's been happening for years, bro.
Here for you, bro. Go cry with somebody else.
Nobody's crying, Pierre. You're the only one that's crying.
Allow someone to speak. That's not from your race. That's not from your background. Allow other people to give you their opinion.
We're not a race.
No. But you don't allow people to do that.
Judaism is not a race.
You just bomb the shit out of them.
Like I said, you're just fucking retarded. That's the point. I literally proved my point right there, and everybody saw that I proved my point right there. Simple as that. What happened? Somebody moved him down? Anyway, sorry, Coco. I didn't really mean to be yelling and screaming, but I'm very passionate about this shit. And I've been on here for years debating these type of retards, so just a lot of passion in the heart, which most people don't have. The passion that they have is the passion for hate. That's the passion that these fucking people have on this app. And that's it. And you know what I'm saying? These black people that come on here and do this are the biggest fucking hypocrites I've seen. That's it. Because white people are doing this shit to them. Fucking go. I mean, right? No one said shit. Yeah, you can laugh. You can say we're the biggest victims, whatever. You guys can say whatever you want. At the end of the day, majority of the people on this app are just fucking retards. That's it. Anyways, go on. Keep giving me thumbs down, X's. I want it all. Come on, give it to me. I love my haters. Look, you see my bio? What does it say in my bio, everybody? Open my profile. It says, I love my haters. So go ahead, keep hating because the hate keeps us strong. The hate keeps Israel going. Our haters keep our country going and the Jewish people proud and strong. And you know what? Jewish people have contributed to the United States of America since the 1700s. So if you guys don't fucking like that, then get the fuck out of them. We died for Americans, the American wars, World War I, World War II, Civil War. Jews have been in every single fucking war of America. So fuck all of you motherfuckers. It has nothing to do with fucking Israel. When people come after Israel, you come after Jews as a whole. That's it. And I will fucking be there to defend it no matter what. All of you can be fucking weak pieces of shit. I don't give a fuck. But like I said, Coco, I'm very passionate, and my passion comes out strong. And a lot of people don't have that. A lot of people want to sit here and do this fucking bullshit, you know? But I don't do the bullshit. I do facts. And that's it. And you think I'm emotional, you can think that I'm emotional, but everything that I said has been factual so far. And if anyone wants to check me, check me. You can write all you want in the chat. I love it. Keep it coming. All the X's, all the thumbs down. I love it. Anyways,
My thing is, Harry, why don't you let people have a dialogue?
I am, Othello. You know, I'm going to go, and I'll let you guys do it.
But why don't you allow people to have a dialogue with you?
Because, bro, when somebody mentions everything is televised, and then he says Gaza first, and doesn't say anything about it, he didn't mention one thing about October 7th. It's like you're skipping over history and facts, and I have to fucking make sure that I correct these motherfuckers. I don't care who it is.
What caused the war against
Exactly.
Yes, but don't you realize, right, that so many people have those same mentalities and perspectives, right? And they need to get it out in full so that you can respond to it.
Then to respond to a question, and he didn't respond to the question at all. He just started like spewing propaganda, which is honestly
at the same time, Harry, you know, like I said with the Butters girl, like let her get it off, because so obviously it's a PR war, right? So people have this perspective. Let her get it off in full, and not long-winded either, 2 minutes. And then
that's very long, 2 minutes, by the way.
And I was talking about Harry, or not Harry, Pierre, by the way.
And instead of like just calling her a bitch 15 times, right? Then you can actually dispel the mind virus. You know what I mean?
It's not gonna work. That doesn't work. I've been on this app 5 years. It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry to tell you, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. So I have my own way of doing things. Most people don't like it. That's fine. And you know what? People say, I'll never do that in person. Oh, I'll do it in person too. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't give a shit. I'll do it in person. And there's plenty of people that do it in person too. Because like I said, we're not weak people. That's why we're still here. And if you look through history, many people wanted to kill us and eliminate us. But we're still here for a reason. Right? And that's it. That's all I need to say. You can hate Israel all you want, but Israel's always going to be there no matter how much you guys hate it. And we're going to sit back and laugh at all the haters, because that's what we do. And you know what? We're going to keep contributing to the world and contributing to society like we have been. And the majority of the shit that's in your house is coming from Israel anyways. So if you guys want to boycott Israel, hate Israel, throw your fucking phone away. Throw away the majority of the medicine in your cabinet drawers, because most of that stuff comes from Israel. Stuff in your car, like you know, the thing that get the sensors in your car to tell you how close you are to other cars, that technology comes from Israel. There's a lot of shit. I can keep going for hours on here, but people don't know the facts, Othello. They want to just hate, and they want to hate, and that's what the virus is of the internet. It's not even coming on here dispelling any mind virus. The virus is already there. It's the internet, and nothing that we can do to actually change that, unless somebody really wants to learn. She didn't want to learn. She wanted to keep spewing her bullshit. When I gave her a fact to go look up what El Abid is, and I hope everyone can go look this up. El Abid in Gaza. Just do El Abid in Gaza and see what that is, okay? It translates to slave in Arabic. Literal transition, slave. It's a city in Gaza that's 11,000 black Gazans, Palestinians live there. And it translates to slave. So that's all I need to say. You want to talk about us being white supremacists and all this shit? I countered it with the facts, and then no, that wasn't enough. That was wrong.
This is what I have to say. So when the people come in here, right, they're archetypes. Like there's the BHI archetype, and they say the same talking points. There's the people who are like conservative Republicans, even black and white, right? And they have like a America First archetype. You have just plain old anti-Semites. You have people that are Palestinian. They come in here and they say their same talking points. And then there's thousands and thousands and thousands of people just like them that are making rooms, that are in the world. And so you have a chance, right, to like let them trip over themselves, let them stumble. And when you curse them out 15 times in a row, it just makes you look bad. And I think that it doesn't do what we actually here to do, which is actually transform people, because the people are not that bad. You know what I mean? They just need to be transformed through knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Go ahead.
No, but at the same time, I got to jump in. So, like, what Harry's doing, he's trying to basically see the meaning of insanity, where you keep saying the same thing over and over and over and over and expecting a different result. So why would he keep fucking trying to be kind to these people? Why wouldn't you say, go fuck yourself? And if you look, Othello, look at Amir's room as a prime example. Coco, you were in Amir's room for a while. Othello, you were in Amir's room for a while. There's not one Palestinian in that room anymore. As a matter of fact, they hate him.
That's true.
But
they're not even Palestinians, the ones that come defend Palestine. They're not even Iranians, the ones that come defend the Iranians. And those who are just the fucking mouthpieces of them.
So then there's people like Harry and myself, but Harry's a little bit, he's more passionate and he's got a lot more facts and intelligence about the ground than me. I'm more of like a shit starter. Harry's like more of like a fuck you. I'm not gonna deal with your shit, and I commend that because I sit down and I want to hear a conversation. Maybe I want to hear bullshit, and I think I could change the world. And then there's people like Harry that are like, bro, you're wasting your fucking time, you ain't changing shit. And when I look at it, I haven't changed one fucking person on here's fucking mind. So he's right, and I understand. And yeah, I guess sometimes it is annoying to hear somebody just come off the mic and say, fuck you. Because you know what's annoying about it? It's that they're right. It's annoying when I have to say, Harry, you were right. Because he's like, yo, BB, why the fuck you wasting your time with this idiot? And I'm like, yo, please, bro, this let me. He's like, you're an idiot, stop. And like a fucking, not even an hour later, or even a week later, or even a month later, I'm like, fuck, bro, you were right. And he's like, nah, look at all that time you wasted. And I'm like, fuck, you had a point. You had a point. But sometimes I want to learn for myself. I understand what you're saying, Othello. Like, why not have a combo? But then there's people like I'm jumping on like behalf of him. I get it now. I do. I always got it. But there's other people that want to articulate themselves in different ways. And there's people like him that say, fuck it. Why am I going to waste my fucking energy in trying to convince somebody that's going to hate me after I'm done spitting facts, spitting reliable sources, and sharing all of these fucking good talking points that prove them wrong? They're still going to say a cock's a fucking turtle. They're not going to agree. You know what I mean? With all due.
Yeah,
I'm hearing you, buddy.
It's like a virus, like a cancer.
And I thought about it, man. And I come by Amir's room every once in a while. I'll sit back for like 20 minutes. It's like white noise in my ear, you know? I sit in the audience. And I look and I was like, where's Ghost? Where's Wednesday? Where's Resistance? Where's all of these people? Masood, Samud. Where's all of these Palestinians, bro? They're actually banned from his fucking room. And this is the guy spreading propaganda to protect the Palestinian people, but you won't allow Palestinians in your room?
Because it's going to ruin the whole thing. It's going to ruin the whole movement.
No, but there's something wrong with that.
Yeah, of course it is. It's a fucking cult. A death cult. It's going to ruin their whole narrative once the Palestinians come out and say, we fucking us. We fucking hate this movement. They ruined our...
Hey, but at the same time, I'm going to say things people... There are poor innocent Palestinians, like Gazans. There are. That were being fucking held hostage by Hamas, by the terrorist regime, by being oppressed by their own people. That's the problem we're upset at, that nobody wants to point that out. There's still people in the West Bank that are being oppressed by the PLA. But nobody talks about that.
The same way.
Nobody talks about Hamas has been oppressing their own people since 2006. After the election in 2005, they got in and they took governance, and they were governing over their people and oppressing them. Nobody talks about that. All they do is talk about all the resistance fighters. Well, if you're a resistance freedom fighter, wouldn't you want your people to be free? Why are you murdering your own fucking people? Everybody's seen it. You'd have to be a fucking blind and underneath the rock to not see what happened whenever this so-called ceasefire took place. And Hamas went into the street and they did a firing squad and they were murdering people in the middle of the street. They were lining them up and shooting them in the fucking head. That's who you call as a freedom fighter? Come on.
All right. So can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Carter.
So hello. My specific question is for Harry, because I've noticed something ever since there was this war between, the Palestinians and the Israel people in Israel. There has been like this random you know, and I'm not, because I know Jewish people in real life, so I don't really see a lot of this radical. So I would never put it on either group. But I see like this weird, you know, interesting thing that a lot of people who are pro-Israel, and I don't even know that you guys are even the people who are doing this are Jewish, because I feel like a lot of people use Clubhouse as a way to spread hate, period. But I just wonder why, like, what is this weird obsession with trying to hold Black people in America accountable when you understand for anything that's happening in Israel, when you understand, because, you know, you're probably in America, I assume so, that the reality of the average Black American or Black person in America does not have an issue with Jewish people in general. Like, what is this punch down? Because I honestly feel like it's a white supremacist tactic where you can't actually fight the real, because we also know that, you know, there are statistics that specifically come out that show who actually attacks, what group of people attack Jewish people in America specifically the most, and that's not Black people. So, like, what is this obsession with, like, trying to punch down on Black people and trying to hold Black people responsible?
Who said there's an obsession with holding
Black people
responsible?
I'm talking to Harry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was specific.
You're talking about me? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because you have mentioned something earlier about Black people in America and, you know, hatred for Jews. Like, that's not true.
What's not true?
He said you're the handsomest Jew, Harry.
I'm just trying to understand what's not true, because every time I come on this app, that's all I see and I hear from Black people on this app. What do you mean?
Yeah. No, hate
for Israel, hate for Jews. What are you talking about?
We're talking about in real life.
Is this not real life? Is this a fake life or something?
No, it's not. It's not. It's
this
not
fake
real.
life? I'm just trying to say, is this real or is this fake?
I'm talking about hate crimes against Jews in real life. Who do they mostly come from, Harry?
So now we're pushing the goalpost. So now we're talking about hate
crimes.
Oh,
okay, got it.
Is that what we're doing? We're talking about hate crimes, or we're
Why
talking
would we not talk about hate crimes? Why would Jewish people not care about hate crimes?
Sounds like you're pushing the goalpost. That's what.
No, I'm not. I'm asking a question that you refuse to answer. Who is doing hate crimes the most in America to Jewish people?
Like I said, you're moving the goalpost.
Who are killing Jews in America the most?
That wasn't the original topic.
Got it. It's not. No.
I'm glad you can answer your own question.
It is, but
what's the answer, Carter?
It is definitely white supremacist.
Interesting. The same people that hate.
Is it not? Well, who's that? Wait. Hold on. So my question, so since you understand that it's white supremacists that do the most, right, when it comes to crimes against Jews, verbally and physically, why is this obsession? Because I have not heard you call out white supremacy. Specifically,
maybe you don't know me, but I call
on this stage. Harry, listen. Harry, listen.
A lot of hypocrisy, Carter. And you're one of.
So Harry, the answer. Who's saying that?
She's one of my haters, or
okay. Harry, so all you have to say instead of getting defensive is Harry, you just scream. Hey, listen. No, I'm not. I am screaming because you're over talking to me, so I had to get louder.
You're asking me questions, but you don't know the answer.
I'm from, but I didn't finish the question.
How many questions are you asking? One question, a million questions? How many?
No, I was actually having a conversation. You talked for 10 minutes and nobody interrupted you.
But this is fake life, so why does it matter?
Like I said before, so now I'm gonna make a statement because now it's not a question, because I've kind of realized that you are one of like those instigator people online that won't do shit in real. Hold on, Eleanor, thank you. I'll promise you, I'll give it back to you. Thank you. And now I see that you're probably one of those like Asian people who come up online and start mints because you don't really have like.
I'm an Asian person now.
An agent.
What agency do I work for?
Agent. Probably, I don't know, maybe the CIA or just something.
I work for the CIA. Wow. Whoever knows me must be very honorable. You guys are friends with the CIA.
Yeah.
All right, Carter, listen.
One mic on Carter. Carter, you got like a minute to wrap up, and then we're gonna go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Cece, so much for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the moderator. I just wish more people like you would specifically, put up your face since you're so proud of the things that you say.
What does that have to do with anything?
Can I speak?
This guy, you're just going in circles.
if you're so proud of who you are and what you say, you definitely would.
Should I put up my face so you guys can find me and attack me? Is that what you want to do?
No. Why would I want to attack you?
Why would I want to put up my face?
Because you should.
Why don't you put up your face, Clark?
Let me finish, Harry. I do have on my face. If you follow me, you can. Thank you. So yeah, I'll just say that I don't know.
Is your face the sloth picture in the first picture? Is that
this is Ion. He was the guy who used to make
he
was on the app. We all know what he looks like. Famous.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just interesting. But I just want to clear up the Black people in America do not have like this personal issue with Jewish people. It's not reality.
Do you speak for all Black people in America?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I said collective of Black people. Just like you speak for collective of Jewish people. Okay, I can speak for collective of Black people.
I speak for myself.
Okay, well, Black people don't have because they have more things to do. I'm pretty sure. The Jewish race, you're not special where people wake up in the morning and worry about what you have got to do. You have more to worry about with white supremacy than you do with Black people in America. And that is a fact. That is a fact. And you're scared of the white man, so you try to punch down on a Black man. And Black people are not having that, and you're mad as fuck about it. Period.
That's not the case. Actually, the large.
It is the case. It is the case.
Some Clubhouse.
It is. Clubhouse, there's not even 2% of the Black population on Clubhouse. What are you talking about?
Exactly right.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is,
there's not a huge population of Black people on Clubhouse. Clubhouse does not determine what it is. Because if that's the case, I would assume that Harry represents all Jews, correct?
I would like to talk to Carter a little bit. Welcome back, Carter. After you leave, unless you want me to go. What I was saying is this: if you go to these, listen around here on Clubhouse in different rooms, different foci, they have like Nation of Islam rooms. They have.
Why are you the only one to see them? Why are you frequenting rooms of hatred?
If you're not perceptive to tell you, but if you look at they did a survey in one of these rooms, okay, and they were like, who is the biggest enemy of Black men? And I actually took screenshots of this, by the way. And they're like, is it like, this, or is it small hats, code word for Jews? And they all said like the majority, like 64% or something, said that like small hats were the cause of the problems of Black men. If you go to these Nikki Light rooms, they talk about like Jews obsessively. If you go to like these,
I don't see those
rooms.
I don't see those.
If you don't, availability.
You're a Jew, and you see them all the time because you're focused on them. Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if you just listen quietly, listen carefully. Okay, like these nations, they spend so much time talking about them, and it's like. It is 1.6 million Hebrew Israelites, by the way. Okay, so it's like clan members and stuff like that.
No, you're not. I just want to be clear. You're not special. You're not special. You're not. I know I'm not.
Okay, so it's 3,000 clans.
I'm not. You're not special.
And 1.6 million Niggy Lights.
You're not special.
I think you are special.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that in America that you're being attacked by white people mostly, but you're worried about Black people on Clubhouse.
It's really not.
It really is. There are studies about this.
What my experience is.
I don't give a damn. You're Black.
Okay, so the people
you're Black.
With Niggy Lights.
Hold on. When you telling me when you're walking down the street that random Black people come up to you and say, "You don't want a Jew."
Okay, so if you look at
come on, like the stuff that you make up is crazy. I am from New York, where there is Jewish people all over.
Seriously, you go to barbershops, okay, you hear Black people talking, and they don't like Jews very much.
Now you are lying. You are weird. You're weird. Black people in a barbershop talk about Jews.
So the only reason the Jews don't have to be worried about them is
why can't you handle the truth, Carter?
Because it's not true. I get my hair cut every 2 weeks. I've never heard a Black person mention a Jew.
Well, you don't get out much, okay? Or maybe you're not too smart.
No, I moved to one of the blackest cities in America, and Jews are not brought up. You're a liar.
If they were capable of getting anything done, then it would be a lot more like blood and damage. But because they can't.
Yeah, you're Black too. So how many Jewish people have you beat up? You're Black. How many Jewish people have you beat up or attacked?
What do you say? You're in the Matrix.
I said that you're Black. How many Jews have you attacked or beat up? Period. Thank you.
Why would I convert to Judaism and then go and attack Jews?
I don't know what you are.
Okay, well,
I don't know why that's helpful. Yeah, okay, so you're saying that shit. But anyway, say that again.
These stupid Negro Fakalites, and they are just such an embarrassment. And that's their number one. Somebody, you're black. Well, I'm not one of them.
You're black. You know. Let me tell you something. What I love about the Jews of New York is that they don't accept coonery. They don't need you to convert to something to be able to try to nail down your own people.
So what I'm saying is this. I mean, there's a lot of anti-Semitism there, and that's just
imagine converting to Judaism to be a coon.
And besides, you
probably suck a lot of Jewish cock. That's what you really wanted, and you had to do it to be a Jew. You could have sucked the white cock. No, you are.
Calm down, Cher. Calm down, Cher.
Carlo, can I engage with you? Because I do have a serious answer.
Okay, you can engage with me. Thank you.
Yeah, and in a calm way, because I'm not mad at you at all.
No, you can't be mad at me.
No, and I know you for a minute already. So, first of all, I think, if you don't mind me saying it this way, I think you and I are a little bit of old school when it comes to New York. And old school, now we're talking, at minimum, my mother's generation, and then I'm my mother's son, obviously. So I kind of inherited this. Black folks and Jews live next to each other in the neighborhoods. We're talking Brooklyn and Queens and Bronx. And we both were living in neighborhoods where white people made us live because we were both the victims of redlining, right? Now, that worked out for, I don't know, decades, and we marched together. So when you talk about the Black and Jewish Alliance, we're both coming from the same place. It was the civil rights marches, it was desegregation, it was the NAACP, it was the HBCUs, etc., etc. But there was a rift that started, I think, in the mid to late 60s. And since then, I think there's been some tension between our communities. But some of it may be around Israel, I'm not sure. Some of it may be around the fact that Jews became assimilated into whiteness, and that wasn't an option for Black folks, although it did happen for the Indians who came here, it happened for the Chinese who came here. So there's a resentment, I think, that somehow the Jews became white and moved up and out of those difficult neighborhoods and moved into the suburbs. Now, some Black folks said to me, "Oh, that's because you were fleeing Black folks." No, we're just moving up and moving into the suburbs and getting a little square of lawn and all that kind of stuff. We moved out of the tenements. You know, you can still go visit on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where the Jews landed and where we started in this country, which was penniless and with a shared toilet on the same floor, or if it wasn't out in the back of the building. So, you know, we started in abject poverty, as did Black folks. But we were able to work our way out as a community for the most part. And because of racism and other things, Black folks were not as upwardly mobile. So I think there's some tension around that. Yeah. There's also, I think, Black folks will identify with the oppressed. And it doesn't look like we're oppressed anymore. Our oppression took a different face. And so in the struggle between the Jews and the Palestinians, it's obvious that the Palestinians are suffering. I'd be stupid if I denied it. The problem is the solution to that. And from the Jewish point of view, we're going to defend ourselves vigorously. That means if you come after even one of us, we're going to make sure that it doesn't happen. Absolutely, it's extremely helpful because it tells us.
That's only. So, hold on, I don't know more. I agree with you.
I was going on and on, so go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Yeah. But I have to disagree with the American people. When it comes down to white people, specifically how they target the Jewish people in America, there is never a response back. So they're taking it alone because I see it a lot of times. I also want to say that I find it interesting that maybe there is a little bit of people who may have an issue, but I also want to double back. Why are you the only group to say that there is some tension that you've had with living experiences of Black people? We've lived with all oppressed groups. We live with Asians. We live with Latin people. We live with Palestinian people. We live with,
that tension is there.
No, There's not. How are you going to tell? I am a black person.
I know you.
How are you going to tell me I have problems with?
Because I've observed it with.
I think that my question to you is, why don't I see you argue and fight white supremacy, which is killing you and us in this country the same way that you? No, you're not. No, you're not.
That is Tucker Carlson. He's the king of
wait, but hey, I've seen collective of Jewish or groups of Jewish people shut down networks and make sure that people were down just based upon opinions. I do not see that at the mass level with white people, period. And that's a fact. Can you name, why is it, and I think that the things that Kanye West has said was disgusting. And as you know, I've interviewed him, and did I not call him out on it?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't I, because that's based on conversations that I've had with the Jewish community. You see, while Harry's up there.
Before he went crazy.
Period. And I was able to call him out as a black person, just in general. And it was a good conversation. You know, I think he apologized and everything. I do not see the same exact issue, right? I mean, the same exact things that I see y'all do against black people to white people. And I don't even think it's personal, but I just think that, you know, people are afraid to go against the system at that level because you know that there's a more of a violent response. I was very annoyed, and I'll be quiet. When I hear this rhetoric of black people are more dangerous than Jewish people because of what people hear on the app, that is bullshit, El Normal. And I'm very I'm becoming, now since I'm becoming very scared of a lot of people who are now, you know, on this app, because you know how, you know, you saying weird things out here like that, you know, it'll go out off the app and people will actually think that they experience. The majority of black people in America don't have the privilege to even watch the news and understand what's going on between the Jews and the Palestinians. So how dare you push a narrative that black people are there's some tension between us, because it hasn't been. The issue is what you see prominent people.
White supremacy.
Wait.
We as Arabs, we support white supremacy. Bravo Trump. Bravo white supremacy.
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know what you're saying, but that's not what I said. I don't know if you don't speak English or what it is.
The people spewing into the black people. These are like Muhammad.
Listen. I don't even, hold on. I don't even understand what he's saying. What are you talking about to black people? Where do you see black people in my, listen, I don't know if y'all trying to trigger people, but I'm gonna just say this. I am embarrassed.
I'm saying
I am embarrassed. And the Jewish people that I know in real life, the way they would hear this on Clubhouse, they would be embarrassed of you too. You are supposed to be the children of God, and to spew hatred. I don't give a fuck what you are. You're a woman at the end of the day, and you know how oppression and what that does. And you know when men spin narratives against women, how that can get you killed, correct? So the fact that you're coming up on here and doing the same thing that the oppressor does to you is weird. And I'm going to stand on that. And I need y'all to remember that at a time it was you, and black women stood with your asses. So to come up on here and to dance for other groups of men, when groups of people like myself, queers and gays, stood with you at one point, is weird.
You don't support Palestinians?
I don't. I'm not from Palestine. I'm not from Israel. You know what I support? I support waking up in the morning every day and having to go to work, because at the end of the day, my gas is fucking expensive and my rent is. I don't have any.
Muhammad, you know what's really annoying is that you people. Muhammad, shut your fucking diaper head mouth for a second. Jesus Christ. It's really I know who you were talking to. Shut the fuck up. Nobody owes any fucking loyalty to Palestine, nor does anybody have to support them. Why do you think you're fighting Zionism by what? By declaring that we owe Palestinians our loyalty? Like, you suck a fucking dick.
You are a Zionist.
I don't go back to fucking your first cousin. I don't give a shit. I'd rather, you know what? I would rather be a Zionist than to be a sheep fucking pig like you. Like, literally, you people are fucking disgusting. disgusting. Eat a fucking dick.
Don't let him take you off the subject. Because
you're insulting.
Somebody kick this fucking pedophile worshipping piece of shit.
I mean,
like
he wants to take
Epstein
it
files,
into
right?
Zionism.
Like the
Zionism
Jewish people
is a
in Epstein
different topic.
files and Christian people.
Oh, you guys literally, your prophet raped the fucking 9-year-old. Shut the fuck up.
Like Epstein
went to jail. Guess what? He went to prison. And then there aren't Jews saying that it's anti-Semitic to put Epstein in prison. But if there are a bunch of people like you who think that it's Islamophobic to not call your prophet a pedophile, which he actually was.
No, my prophet fucked your grandparents. When you
no, he didn't. That's fine.
You can
centuries before. Yeah, some mod just kick this fucking retard out of the space. He's derailing. Thank you.
So did you make your point, Pepe?
Oh yeah, he was derailing, so I just wanted him to shut up.
Oh, that was your only point? All right. So, I mean, right, it's possible that the app isn't real life, but I've been shocked at the hatred that I hear in a lot of rooms, quote-unquote black rooms, not the really educated, sophisticated black rooms, but some of the less educated black rooms where it's all these conspiracy theories about the
Thank you for watching. Chicago just put out some new numbers. Shootings and homicides went up. So let's get into what that means.
For 3 years now, and it's even though we are winning, it grinds us down. It hurts us. Every single bullet that's fired against us hurts every single Jew. We all identify with each other. So this is hard. And in this period, when public opinion is not really in favor of this war, we look to people who were our allies once, and we say, well, this would be a great time for you to stand with us, and we're not seeing that. So that creates a little bit of tension, I would say, on both sides. And as I said before, I think black folks do identify with the oppressed, and other groups do that as well. I mentioned the Irish, and there's tension now. Ireland turned its back on the Jews. We used to be proud that there had been a Jewish mayor of Dublin. There's a Jewish mayor. There's a Jewish character in James Joyce's, Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man and so forth. So we had a good relationship in the past. But once the Jews have a country for ourselves, and it's a successful country, we start becoming a target of a lot of hatred and a lot of lies. And we would prefer it, I think, if people didn't buy into the lies and the hatred, whether it's this nonsense about circumcisions or this nonsense about the Talmud or all of these lies about Zionism. In all those cases, as Jews, we take it personally. So that's part of the answer to the question that Ion asked, and also the question of this room. And if a Jewish or a non-Jewish person wants to correct me or add to what I'm saying, I'd be very open.
Okay, can I talk, please?
Go ahead, Miriam. 2 minutes.
How are you guys?
Hi, Miriam.
Hi, Pepe. How are you?
Get a room, you two.
Thank you for coming for having me. And just I wanna introduce myself, guys.
The 60 Minutes interview that Donald Trump just gave with Nora O'Donnell about the events of last night's White House correspondence' dinner was inaccurate. Donald Trump recently had an event at the White House.
The U.S. President Donald Trump says he wasn't worried by the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington, D.C. last night.
Iranian people, I am one of my country. It doesn't matter for me. For where
Just put
you
out
are
some new
black,
numbers,
you are
shootings and
white.
homicides. When police are investigating a car fire that may have been set on purpose during the Archer Avenue, by Midway, the South Side, where dudes are engaged in shootouts with each other near a
other guys. The government, it's bullshit government for everywhere. USA government is bullshit government. Iran government is bullshit government. Everywhere, guys. Please listen to me. I know I am older than you. Sorry about that. But please listen to me. We should help each others. I don't care who is doctor. I don't care who is engineer. I don't care who is famous. I don't care about anything because I am famous, because I am engineer, because I am doctor. Guys, look at to me.